Hello and welcome to the final day of Alliance Tournament XII. I am CCP Gargant, joined here by Apothny, Bacchanalian and CCP Delicate Zero. We are here to start off the day with a fantastic two series of best of three matches, one in the losers bracket and one in the winners bracket. I'm excited. The first match of the day is going to be Camel Empire versus Pandemic Legion.
It's going to be an incredible match. I mean, we have the two remaining undefeated teams coming up now. Camel Empire have actually successfully made it through most of the tournament without really showing their hand, I think. They've got a bunch of setups they showed that are all within the kind of the same meta, and you have to think a team that's been practicing with Hydra hopefully has more up its sleeve. So I'm really curious to see what they're going to have. And then Pandemic Legion have just had a pretty strong showing after bouncing back from two kind of tough, beginning weekends, and have really come out to show that they're a strong team this year as well. So it's going to be a great matchup.
Yeah, and with Hydra Reloaded being knocked out of the tournament yesterday, Camel Empire are sort of the
carrying their flag for
them, and it will be interesting what they bring out. Whether we'll see some unrevealed Hydra strats leak into the Camel field, I don't know. I'm not sure.
Camel are kind of the new Tuskers, the new Hydra of the tournament.
Sure.
That's what I want to say. Hydra sadly were knocked out yesterday. Camel have shown that they are, one of these really top teams when it comes to execution, when it comes to piloting ability. They've got, great understanding of the meta. They really like dance, so they're kind of taking over Hydra's spot for this year, I think.
Yeah, that's interesting to hear, and it'll be interesting to see as well, because whether that is the case remains to be seen or not. I just avoided the brain fart. Did you notice? So, Delicate Zero, you've been behind the scenes for so long with the Alliance Tournament.
Dodge another.
Yeah, dodge another. I'm dodging them left and right.
Yeah, I've been doing the Alliance Tournament crew stuff for a few years now, and that's always good fun. I've been enjoying this tournament. I feel like it's been one of the best, for sure.
Absolutely.
Definitely up there,
With such
if not the best.
With such a great crew.
Yeah, very good. Excellent commentary team.
Yeah.
So,
You guys aren't so bad.
Yeah.
Do you know that? So I want to jump straight into the bans for this match, because we have them. Camel Empire banned the Ishtar and the Rattlesnake, while PL banned out the Scimitar and the Heretic.
I think it's interesting to see the Rattlesnake ban, considering yesterday we saw so many instances of the Rattlesnakes losing to a stronger Golem setup. And to not see a Golem ban here is kind of, they obviously, these guys know what they're doing. They're probably top-level teams as far as what's left in the tournament, and not just what's left, but overall. So they know what they're doing here, but I'm kind of curious as to why that is. And the Ishtar ban is kind of a general ban as well. I guess at this point in the tournament, we've seen less and less success from the Helas, so the Ishtar ban, Ishtars have kind of taken into that role. And perhaps they don't want to see the kind of sentry shotgun that the PL just devastated Rote Capel with. Meanwhile, the Semi-Heretic, I think I had it written down earlier, Pandemic Legion has banned the Scimitar in every one of its matches so far. They throw that ban out there standard every single time. And then the Heretic ban, as far as I can recall, the Camel Empire has used Heretics extremely successfully to slaughter enemy support, and so that seems to be just a general ban for that as well.
I think the Rattlesnake ban is pretty specific because both teams have flagship Rattlesnakes. I don't believe either team has lost their battle.
Yeah, none of the four teams today have lost.
So they both got Rattlesnakes, and it just means that this isn't a ban against the Rattlesnake, this is a ban against a multi-Rattlesnake setup, so you can't see the double or triple Rattlesnake setups that we saw be actually quite popular yesterday.
And in fact, PL did run a double Rattlesnake setup against Afterlife in the first match, so yeah.
Yeah, and you just mentioned that there are only 4 teams left in the tournament today. So now we have, like I mentioned, an interweaving 2 series of best of 3s. One of them is the winners bracket final. The other one is the losers bracket semi-final, so to speak. Yeah, no.
It is because then
and then the loser
this match goes to fight whoever wins the Tuskers Noli Secunda series.
It's all a bit complicated, but don't worry, you don't have to think about it. Just
you watch the explosions and enjoy.
Just watch. Yeah, that's exactly what we.
It's worth noting that all of these teams were in the winners bracket semi-finals yesterday.
Yep.
So we always talk about how the losers bracket is this giant slog of so many games. Nobody who's done that is still here. Yep. They're all gone. All of these guys are in the winners bracket as of yesterday morning. They're going to have to play a ton of matches this weekend. Yep. But for the past 2 weekends, they've had relatively speaking, a pretty okay road in terms of number of times they've had to field set up to ban and fly.
I think that's one of the interesting things about the final day is you start to see the stamina tested, and as you said, none of the teams that have had their stamina tested so far through that losers bracket slog succeeded. None of them made it through. They eventually dropped out, and so today we're going to see whether or not these teams can kind of stand the same pressure. I know most of these teams had a bunch of matches yesterday, but I feel like today's really going to be the test. So.
Yeah. I have a confirmation that the teams are warping to grid now, so we're almost ready to get underway. We'll come back to your role sort of within CCP Delegate Zero, to
Great.
talk to you more in the next coming breaks. But I want to ask you guys, who do you think is going to take this series? Well, let's start with this match. Let's leave the series up for debate.
I think that Camel are going to kind of push PL to the limit and take the first match. The first game of this match, rather.
Yes.
So I have Camel circled for this first match, and I actually do think that they're going to take the series. PL are going to get one back, but I think Camel will outlast them in this. They have more setups kind of still up their sleeves, still hidden from PL. PL has been forced into using several different setups, and I know they have more. But at this point, Camel can possibly have almost their entire lineup still hidden. So.
Yeah, I actually think that PL might go to fall back on something that they've already brought. I'm not sure, but and that will cause them to lose, because bringing something that you've already shown in the previous days is something that we've seen fails against teams that are expecting it. And while I still think Pandemic Legion is going to take the series, I'm fairly certain of it actually, but we'll see. We'll have to see. Coming up later, like I already mentioned, is the losers bracket sort of second to last match with the loser of the winners bracket finals dropping down to face the winner of that losers bracket match. Wow. Yep. And because of the way this is broken up, we will have to move the break up from where it's currently situated. It was supposed to start around 17:20, but we'll do it before 5 o'clock, so that Eve time, so that the losers of the elimination bracket, of the
winners bracket series and the elimination bracket series. No,
So the winner of so the winner of the elimination bracket series and the loser of the winners bracket series will meet, and they need more than 20 minutes to get prepared.
Yeah.
There we go.
There we go. Gosh, this is, we're going to be as flustered, I think, as the players coming to the end of this day.
So, you've made your predictions?
I'm picking Camel. Camel have been my pick throughout the tournament, actually. Initially on the strength of their excellent adverts, but they've impressed me. They've gone from strength to strength, and I picked them to win the series and the first match.
So today, every match matters, and the match is ready, so let's get day 8 of Alliance Tournament 12 underway. Let's go to the commentary booth and see what happens.
God, this is going to be so hard.
In Eve, the only thing worth more than ISK is trust. It's October 4th in Amsterdam. Eve is real.
Alright, EVE Online, welcome back to the Alliance Tournament. We're starting day 8 off with a bang, and I'll let Elise Randolph tell you why.
Yeah, if you look at the screen there, you see an Etana. That is the Alliance Tournament 10 prize ship, and it is worth like 120 billion ISK. And that is flown by the Camel Empire. They've got a Widow team with 2 Widows, Vulture Etana, with Worms and Merlins as the support, while PL is bringing the setup they took yesterday. Paladin, 2 Dommies, Eos, and 3 Vexer. PL is bringing an undermanned setup, and they both came in at 50, but they're pretty close to one another, actually.
Yeah, mostly at 50. You can see the Paladin and those Dominixes a little closer to the beacon than the rest of the PL team. We're underway right now. Something awesome is going to happen here. Either PL is going to give up match 1 to Camel Empire, or Camel Empire is going to lose one of the most expensive ships you can bring in the tournament.
Right now, Camel Empire support wing are zerging all over the PL support wing, and PL dropped the PL dummies dropped curators, and they're going for the Atana right now.
Half shields already. You can see he's getting cap transfer from those Widows so that he can run that local tank as long as possible. For now, it's holding. Damage from Camel Empire heading over to Pake on Pandemic Legion and that EOS, who seems to be the full-time tank for PL in pretty much every single match.
Yep, there's a little bit of split damage. Pake is breaking in the EOS, and so is Seamus and Forlorn. They're all sort of breaking, while this Camel Atana is actually holding just fine. This is a disaster for PL.
EOS getting crushed now, headed for structure fast. Atana having no problem staying topped up on shields. And it looks like Pake's going to be going down any second here. PL off to a pretty bad start.
This is not too good. This is not too good. You guys may be saying, hey, why are they taking Widows? And we're not quite sure, but we suspect that the Widows are used for jamming the drones.
Yeah, and I think there's a good case for that, because you notice there's no jams on any of the actual PL ships.
Yeah.
So those jams got to be going somewhere.
Yeah, PL are now, they're all tackled together. They're losing 3 Vexers at the same time, a Dami. Camel are splitting their fire quite a bit, but doesn't matter. They're taking no damage to speak of. And okay, now the Widows are actually jamming the Dominixes and the Vexers too. So maybe that drone thing was just a horrible lie. Either way, this Camel Empire team is taking no damage. Look at that attack bar.
No damage at all. The Atana tanking just fine. And Merlin took a bit of damage, but he just got repped up. And in the meantime, PL about to lose Dami number 1, also about to lose a Vexer.
Yeah.
I think Pandemic Legion is getting stomped right here.
Yeah, they are definitely getting stomped. And these aren't even Torp Widows, it looks like. They're just Cruise Widows.
Yep.
They're staying pretty far back. And yeah, PL lost a Dami, lost a Vexer, about to lose another Vexer. And it looks like Camel's going to win this in short order in a perfect sweep.
It's pretty impressive stuff. Like you said, Widows probably shutting down all the damage for the PL team, or enough of it that tanking's very easy. Cruise missiles on those Widows, able to keep the Widow's positioned right next to the Atana, keep him capped up so that he can run his tank. And this is actually a really cool setup by Camel Empire. You know, everybody's been talking about how they've been saving something. This is something pretty impressive.
Yeah, I definitely think this is something they were saving. And yeah, these Widows with this Atana, they're doing sort of a mini Tinker sort of thing.
Yeah.
So even though this isn't a Tengu Tinker, it's the same concept, except that you can have like really long range reps.
Yep.
So
and you can see maintenance bots as well, shield maintenance that is. Really, really cool stuff from Camel Empire. Dominic's number 2 at about half armor. There's really no chance now. I mean, PL's trying to move over to put some damage on a Widow. That's not really going to do them any good. This drone jamming thing's incredibly clever, because we've talked about how the assisting to the Marauder makes the damage get through the damps all the time when you bring drones. You don't have to worry about getting out E-ward, I guess, and having your damage turned off. But if you actually go after the drones themselves rather than the pilots, which you can do with jamming but not with damps, you mitigate tons and tons of damage through E-war, which is always strong. Last Dominic's dead now, just that Paladin left.
Oh, disaster. Disaster. So now Dancool's Paladin is probably going to die here. There's quite a bit of damage still left on the field by Camel Empire.
Not a lot of cap war, and I imagine he'll tank for a bit at least. But
yeah, he might just let it all die, because time is of the essence here.
That's true.
The most amount of time between the matches, because these guys are going to have to play again in like, what, 40 minutes?
Yep. We were looking today, it's possible for the teams in this match to play as many as 10 actual matches today.
Oh, that would
in
be
this
awful.
series, that is. You can play up to 10, which is incredibly exhausting. So their energy comes at a huge premium, and they probably already need to be thinking about what they can do against Camel in their next match.
Apparently Dancool does not care. He just repped all the way back up in his Paladin. He just wants to flaunt it off, you know, just say, hey, I can do this if I want. Maybe he just wants to 1v1 the rest of the team, because Dancool is an EVE Online player. He's
Maybe
kind of good.
Worth staying in the arena in case the Atana boundary violates or something.
Stranger things have happened, so let's see.
Accidentally hits an MJD beacon and heads out of the arena. He's breaking now though, low armor. repping now again. What do you think? What can PL do?
I don't know. I think it's incredibly risky to bring the same setup that you've done before. Like, this is the one of the first times in this tournament that PL has brought a setup that they've shown before. So it's not really something you predict from them, but they have had to run the gauntlet through a lot of very tough matches. So maybe the cupboards are just bare for PL, or they wanted to just feel out Camel Empire and see what their best team is. And I'm not saying this is Camel Empire's best team, but it's definitely one that they've held through the entire tournament. It is incredibly powerful.
It seems really, really good. It even gets better if you try to bring rattlesnakes or Gilas, because then there's just less drones for you to have to worry about jamming.
Exactly. That's why I think they did this cheeky rattlesnake ban, trying to like bait the PL flag rattlesnake in.
Yeah.
It's a really clever move.
It's really, really smart.
So smart.
Very scary for PL. I mean, you kind of need to find something that's resilient to the ECM and doesn't depend on drones for its damage.
Yeah.
Which
but
we
even
haven't
then,
seen a lot of that in this tournament, actually.
Yeah. So, but the reason one of this Camel Empire setup is so good is if you try and counter the jams, then you're really vulnerable to damps again.
Right.
Which is something Camel Empire have done quite a bit at. And Dan Cool is still tanking, so maybe he just doesn't have a second paladin, and they're like, hey, you should just keep tanking because we might need this again later.
You guys might be pretty rich, but I guess there's still no reason to throw away a paladin.
Yeah, I mean, look at it. It's super shiny. It looks like Iron Man. Like, if I were Iron Man, if I were Tony Stark, I'd fly paladin all the time. Look at that.
You actually remind me a bit of Tony Stark.
If only. If only.
But, wow, so Camel Empire is going to take this. Just to reiterate, if you guys didn't catch on the desk, the way this is working today is this is a winner's bracket final. These teams will play a best of 3, which the Camel Empire is going to start out ahead in. And then the team that loses will go down and fight the winner of the losers semi. So we'll have a series after these two to determine who gets through that, like wins the losers bracket. And then the winner from that match and the winner from this series will go head to head in the grand final.
Which is a best of 5.
Yes, a best of 5 where the winner's bracket side starts out 1 win ahead.
Yeah.
And finally, Danko breaking,
nice.
maybe.
He's doing it. He's going to die. What a nice guy. He just went to Jita, bought another pallet, and he's like, okay, we're good now. We're good.
He was just tanking long enough to buy another one.
Yeah, just, you know, you need contingency plans here.
And now they've stopped being able to do damage. Going very low. Danko, just die. Okay,
he died.
Congratulations, Camel Empire. Amazing way to start out the day. We'll send it back to the desk and see you guys in a minute.
It's only a game. Why you have to be mad?
I mean, my heart's beating, my hands are shaking, but I'm still shooting, and I'm still getting the headshots. It's like, boom, headshot, boom, headshot. I'm still getting the hearts. It's like, boom, headshot, boom, headshot, boom, headshot. I'm still.
Camel take it pretty convincingly. The first match of the series is going to Camel, and now the pressure is on PL.
Yeah, I mean, that's Pandemic Legion went with a setup we'd seen before. They, like Lisa was saying, maybe they're trying to feel them out a little bit, but they put themselves in a really tough spot now. And Camel, having the advantage of not really having to show their hand the entire tournament, is able to pull a really crazy setup out and just absolutely pound PL with it. The whole time they've been bringing damps, as was also mentioned, and then to protect yourself against damps, you have to do something very different than to protect yourself against ECM, and so they left themselves wide open to the ECM, and it just absolutely wrecked them.
It's I talked a bit about that it's a risk to bring something you already brought against these top tier teams. And that's exactly what seems to have happened. I mean, is hubris getting the better of PL? When does it not?
Certainly got to Hydra, and that makes me wonder again, yeah, is PL making the same mistake? You know, are they trying to hide their setups for the final? And at this point, I don't think they're in a position where they can do that. You need to bring out your guns now. So.
And now the other question is, do Camel bring the same setup to the next match? That would be very dangerous.
I mean, I almost think they're better off not. You know, you flip back to something else, make PL paranoid about the ECM, and then switch it up again. But at the same time, how many setups do they want to show? It is. It's quite a mind game for these pilots to play, and that's something that Dan Cool was, behind tanking for 3 minutes there, was just that much more time that the rest of his team could already start working on what are they going to do next. Well, he's just kind of AFK tanking, and the Camel Empire team have to focus on not losing a ship, the Paladin, and killing it. And so that's, it only sounds like an extra 3 minutes, but in the context of 40, 3 minutes is actually a fairly long time.
It sounds like you already have a spot in the PL spin engine. Planned all along for a bigger break. I don't believe it. But we'll see. We'll see these teams again today, of course. This is just the first match of the series. They still have potentially 2 more matches to fight, and then a whole other series today. So this is by no means the last we've seen of them. Maybe PL just really want to go the same route they went last year, to go through the losers bracket and emerge victorious anyway. So the next match is going to be the other best of 3 series that's going on. That's Tuskers versus Nullic Secunda. This is in the elimination bracket, so the heat is a little bit higher, I would say, under these teams. They are at the risk of elimination, and nobody wants to be eliminated when they're this close. All of these teams, though, they're in the top 4 already, so they all get some prize ships, but maybe you want more, and you want the better ones. The chameleon rather than the whiptail, I don't know.
Well, we saw in the basically all 4 teams right now have their flagships still alive. And it's interesting that in the winners bracket final, both teams have rattlesnakes alive. In the losers bracket final, they're both Armageddons. So both of these teams could potentially bring some sort of energy neutralizing based setup with the Armageddon flagships, but it'll be interesting to see if they do that or not. We saw a lot of the teams that have made it this far haven't brought their flagship out, so.
Yeah. Do you have anything to add to this, Apothny?
Well, I thought Back was talking so nicely, I let him go. But, but yeah, so we've got Tuskers versus Nully, and I think, objectively speaking, Nully have shown themselves to be stronger thus far this tournament. They took out Hydra. Just that on its own is incredible. I think that then Tuskers and Nully have both had, early on in the tournament, we were saying earlier this week, that they both had not especially difficult runs compared to what they could have through the winners bracket. So I think that this is going to be a fantastic pairing of teams. I think it'll be really cool to see what they bring against each other, because I think, as we saw, they are in the top tier of teams, naturally getting to this far of the weekend, but they're not PL, they're not Camel. I think there is still a level between these 2 teams and the 2 teams we just saw. So I think this will be a great pairing. I'm really looking forward to what both teams bring.
Camel people did not disappoint you?
No.
Delegate Zero?
I was delighted.
You were delighted.
Yeah.
Absolutely delighted. That's good to hear.
Yeah. I like a bit of camel victory.
Yes.
It's always good.
So, for the next match, the bans are already in. The Tuskers have banned the Ishtar and the Golem, while Nully got rid of the Scimitar and the Rattlesnake. So, pretty, I would say, standard bans for the 4th weekend, seeing how the Golem has been a very integral part of victory for a lot of teams, and the Rattlesnake as well.
Yeah, and the Ishtar, again, looking at the bans from the first match, we had Ishtar Rattlesnake, Simi Heretic. This one it's Ishtar Golem, Simi Rattlesnake. So, you get the Ishtar Simi banned out right away, and the Golem and Rattlesnake have played similar roles, so it's kind of a shout out to that battleship style deal. And it looks like, looking at this, the Nully have run Golem setups pretty successfully. They run one again. That's what they beat Hydra with, in fact, was a Golem-based setup. So.
It doesn't scream anything to me,
no.
But Apothny, what do you think?
I really want to see whether or not these 2 teams choose to use their flagships during the remainder of this weekend. Both. The kind of meta has evolved into this kind of Rattlesnake, Golem, Maraudery comp. Now, the neuting flagships will help very well against Marauders. They're set at 0. Having a huge amount of neuts on them can help. But Armageddons, they are T1 tank. They don't have a great amount of VHP. They don't have the Tech 2 resist profile. They don't have a resist bonus like the Rattlesnake does. So I think that also, comparing the Rattlesnake and the Rattlesnake, you can have faction lows in terms of damage mods, you can have faction mids in terms of more drone damage things, you can have bits of E-War for utility, and then the high slots. I think the fact that flagships get to use these faction modules, I think the Rattlesnake benefits from that more than the Armageddon does, even though the Armageddon does get the amazing neut advantage. I think overall the Rattlesnake is a better package as a flagship.
Yeah, we're still waiting for confirmation that the guys are in system, so we'll just keep going. So the setup won't be revealed just yet, but that's fine. We've got all of today to be excited. It's the final day and the top 4 teams of the tournament.
So I'm going to make a really bold prediction here. We're going to see an EOS on the field. No, it's very bold. But both teams have consistently brought EOS. I'm looking at their lineups from every match, and pretty much both teams have brought EOS in almost every match that they've run. An EOS base is going to be probably a drone base. We have Heretics still open, and both teams have run Heretics at different times throughout the tournament, I believe. Actually, I take that back. Nelly has not, but Tuskers has successfully several times. In fact, it looks like 4, 5, 6, all their matches have run Heretics. So. Yeah, that's another one to kind of expect.
The EOS is definitely a very flexible ship. It's got a good amount of mids, it's got a good amount of loads, it's got Tech 2 tank, it's bonus for armor and skirmish boosts. Skirmish always useful, armor, half setups maybe are armor. You've got drone-based damage, so you can choose between sentries, heavies, if you want flights of anything you want. It's got that huge bandwidth and drone base, so it is very, very flexible. The main problem we've seen why it dies so quickly and why we see Pike, from the PL team die so quickly, it is a battle cruiser, so it's not hugely fast. It's pretty easy to tackle down. It's very easy to apply damage to, but it does, again, have that pretty good tank. So it's a really good flexible ship, but I think that it's not a very specific ship. Like generally when you go into these final matches, we see teams that are kind of surgical precision in how they engage, how they fight, what they want to do. And I think that EOS, while being very good at many things, isn't the best at any one specific job. So while it is a popular ship and a good ship by all means, I think that there is still a reason why we see teams not fielding, like big number EOS teams as we were in the first weekend.
Well, I think, in almost every match I'm looking at from both of these teams, there's a command ship, right? Be it a Vulture, be it an EOS, be it, a Claymore, a Sleipnir. So they have links somewhere, and if you're running a drone-heavy comp, you're going to bring an EOS. Yeah. And so, again, I just think it's a reasonable expectation. And, yeah, you're right. It not only being a battle cruiser size does it not have the HP of a battleship, but it has a large enough signature radius that you pop a target painter or two on it, and it's going to have a battleship-size signature radius, so taking full damage from nearly everything. So they are fairly squishy if you're not careful.
Okay. Well, let's put a pin in that for a little bit and come back to our guest here, CCP Delegate Zero. Hey, well, nice to have you on. Thank you for joining us.
It's a pleasure.
Taking the time
for having me on.
Yeah. So you are a part of the team Pirate
Unicorns.
Pirate Unicorns.
Yeah, Pirate Unicorns.
It's a very creative name for a team.
It's a great name. It took us a long time to settle on that name, and we were very happy with it.
That's good. It's colorful.
Yeah.
What has been your sort of main, should we say, focus?
So it's a team that's focused mainly on player experience features, and with a particular focus on the beginning game, new players. But also we have an attitude of, if we improve the player experience in general, that by default is going to help new players. So we do have that new player focus, but we want to make features that are as much as possible useful to new players, veteran players, people in between.
Yeah.
So I mean, examples of stuff we've done is we did the overview sharing recently. That was from our team, from CCP Karka, mainly worked on that. We've got some EFT fitting sharing thing coming in, fitting import rather, coming in for soon in the next release, I believe. That's going well, and we're thinking about other ways we can share between people. So maybe skill plans, no promises. We have to still have to look into that a bit. The skill UI and how clones work. But this is the kind of thing that we're looking at in general.
You have to realize that everything you say here is immortalized, so
it's subject to the demands of the service.
Yes, naturally. You've also been heavily involved in storyline.
Yeah, I have quite a lot in the past. Less so recently, but I still keep my writing hand in. I wrote several chapters of Eve Source, along with a great team of writers like CCP Falcon, Etern, Norton, Abraxas.
Yeah.
People involved who've been a big part of Eve's storyline for many years and contributed to that book. I think we're really happy with how it turned out.
It's a good book.
Yeah.
So I've just been whispered that the match is ready. So predictions. I'm going with Tuskers for this.
Yeah, I think Tuskers going to take the first match in this.
Yep.
Yeah.
I believe in my friends in the Tuskers.
I'm going to go with Tuskers because I think this Beasts of the Wild theme is. I want to see some
Camels and Tuskers.
beast on beast action.
So Tuskers from everybody, but don't worry, Nelly. I actually think you'll take the series. Let's go into space and see.
So he's gonna live to fly another day.
Because of winning with broadswords and then winning with Dominic's. This was a very interesting match. I'm gonna come back and look at this later.
Oh no, he's so cool, but not very good.
This is Elise Randolph, joined by CCP Rise. We're in the elimination bracket final, Tuskers versus Nelly Secunda. And there is no Otana here, but there is still a really fancy-looking Paladin right there.
Yeah, Marauder team for Nelly. They've got the Paladin. No Dominixes like the PL team. Instead, they have an EOS, 3 VNIs, 3 Vexers, and 2 Inquisitors with a little Logi thrown in there. And on the Tusker side, a Slipner team. 3 Slipners, Basilisk, because that Scimitar's banned, 3 Vexers, 3 Harpies, and 2 Maulus. Slipners. How are they going to do here?
I don't know. I mean, they've got a really high EM resist against this Paladin, but I think these drones are going to rip them apart. Well, it'll be interesting to see the tactics that Nelly use here. If they can kind of catch this Basilisk down, the Nelly don't really have much tackle, but the drones are very, very fast. So the match is underway now, and we see the Tuskers support wing going straight for Nelly's Logi frigates and cruisers. And look at those scrams and dams. Perfect tackle spread across.
Yeah, fast tackle on those. All 3 Vexers pinned down and damped, and damage coming in now. Damage actually hitting a lot of ships. There is a smart bomb on the on the Paladin, and that shouldn't matter at all. Anyway, Vexers taking damage right away for Nelly.
All
See if
the Nelly
Inquisitors
Vexers
can keep them
are
up.
out of shields, but they are armor-repped. And this Basilisk for the Tuskers is going down. Oh my goodness, he's not tackled or anything, but these drones are just ripping him apart. He's trying to make it to this MJD beacon, but I don't think he's going to get there in time.
I'm wondering where most of the Tuskers' damage is going. It actually looks like kind of the main part of their damage is going on to one of the Vexer Navy issues. The 3 Vexers, though, probably just taking damage from the ships tackling them.
Oh,
wow, Basilisk.
Bassy's entering structure, but the Vexer goes down at the same time. They both activated the MJD unit, and they increased their SIG so much that they just insta-pop. Oh, baby. So now Nelly are really in the driver's seat here, though all of their cruisers are tackled and damped, but I don't think they care too much.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to matter. The damage is really light. I'm curious, why the Slipners are having such a hard time getting damage applied. There's really nothing interfering with their ability to output damage. Slipners not tackled, not damped. They should be able to get in there and kill things. I guess the Inquisitors, they're not repping any of the Vexers either. Why is this damage so spread out? It seems really strange. They're obviously going for another Vexer Navy issue, but in the meantime, Tusker Slipner on his way into armor.
Yep, Nelly making a wise decision, trying to kill these Slipners while they still have DPS on field as they lose a Navy Vexer. Man, if they can get rid of these Slipners, they'll be pretty strong. They only need to kill 1 Slipner, and then the Paladin can probably just kill all of the cruisers himself.
This Slipner doing a good job hanging in there. He's got all that Nelly DPS on him, and he's still been at least going to get through his entire ASB cycle. It looks like now he's on reload and will probably go down.
Yep, even though Tuskers seemed to be at a disadvantage early on, they made a great trade there. A Navy Vexer and a Vexer for just 1 Slipner. And wow, these Inquisitors can't really rep all the damage. They're barely getting in range to rep any of the Vexers.
Yeah, exactly. It looks like they're not even really trying. They know if they come anywhere near those Harpies, they're probably just toast. So they're kind of keeping each other up and trying to stay safe for the most part, it looks like.
Stay safe, Inquisitors, but no, you have to charge. You have to keep Joker alive if you want a chance. Meanwhile, Nelly are going after Suman in his Tusker's Sleipnir, and he's going down much faster than his predecessor.
That's true. It's interesting. You said they had to charge in. They actually do. There's reps now on one of the Vexors for Noli, but in the meantime,
they're losing a Navy Vexor.
They're losing a Navy Vexor. I don't know why they're repping the guy who's not dying.
At least the one Vexor is going to be safe for quite a while. As Sleipnir is going down.
A lot of trades back and forth. Sleipnir's still tanking. See if he gets more boost. Still boosting. That's really good news for Tusker. As longer he can stay up, they can get another Vexor down, or even get an EOS down. And now Harpy's going after the Inquisitors. One of those tackled, webbed, and neuted, so he'll be dropping pretty quick, I assume.
I think Nelly are really happy with this. If the people are shooting the Inquisitors, they're much harder to hit than these Vexors.
Yeah, they're struggling with them, you can tell. Sleipnir down for Tuskers. Just one Sleipnir. They still have a lot of damage on the field because of having those 3 Vexors and 3 Harpies. They're still doing okay, but things are falling apart fast, and they need to get more of the support off the field. As
and
I
there
said,
goes another Vexor,
down.
yeah. So, oh my goodness, Nelly has almost nothing left. They've got EOS Vexor versus 3 Vexors and 3 Harpies. Man, it's a close game in this one, and
it is
Nocturne's
close.
Inquisitor's actually going down. He can't get reps. His bro left him to die for some reason.
There's the reps. Too late.
Oh, man.
It's incredibly
Poor
close.
Nocturne.
They really need to take this last Sleipnir off the field before the Paladin's left by himself. If it's just the Vexors and the Harpies, I feel like the Paladin would have a good shot at tanking it.
Yeah.
Especially because of those smart bombs. It's going to be hard for the Vexors to get damage on the Paladin at all. But if they lose all their support, if Noli ends up with just a Paladin and the Sleipnir still up, they won't be able to kill it, and that would be really bad news. I feel like it's still really close.
Yeah,
Other Inquisitor finally goes down.
Ajax is going down in his EOS.
Yep, slowly but surely.
All the drones are around him, and he is webbed. Maybe these Vexors were spreading out and then trying to get back to the Paladin, but these Harpies were just tackling them too well.
Yeah,
because when you're around the Paladin, you can just smart bomb the drones right off.
You can see Sleipnir catching up to that last Vexor now. Down he goes. Now those guys got to zoom over and finish off this EOS and just leave this Paladin by himself. And Tusker's remaining Sleipnir, Mr. Marum, doing a pretty good job up till now. We'll see if he goes on reload.
Wow,
There's
how is he taking so much damage from this Paladin? This Paladin does all EM damage, and he has like 90% EM shield resists. What is going on? Maybe he's just like super baiting.
I'm not sure. He's really far away as well. He's like 90k away, which I suppose is fine with Bastion and Scorch. He's hitting out to that range, no problem. But
yeah. Oh my goodness.
They still.
Oh my goodness! If this Sleipnir dies, this was a thing that was making them hold on.
Yeah, they really need to keep.
Oh, and he dies. My goodness, did not see that one coming.
Huge kill for Noli.
The EOS is still alive, barely. He's trying to make his way back to the. No, he's just sitting there dying. He's not trying to do anything.
So now we're gonna end up in a situation that's been more and more common actually at the late stages of this tournament, where we have one Marauder left who has to get enough points together to get his match a win with a really limited amount of time. He's basically got 4 minutes where he's got to kill.
He's got to get 12 points. He just has to kill 2 Vexors.
2 Vexors. That Noli actually can totally do this.
Yeah, Nelly are gonna do this. They're killing 1 Vexor right now. Look how look how fast he's melting. He is gone in like 5 shots.
Wow.
Maybe they should have done that at the start, but you know, it's really interesting this way.
I mean, they had to kill the Sleipnirs because the Sleipnirs are what exposed the Paladin to the risk of actually dying in the long game, I think. They had to get them off because they wouldn't have been able to break, or they at least might not have been able to break them late in the match with just the Paladin. So they had to get them off early. That makes sense, but he's going to have no problem killing these Vexors, and I think Noli's going to actually run away with this match with just 1 ship against the remaining like 7 ships on the Tusker side.
This is amazing. Incognito's Vexor is actually 120 kilometers away. He's right near the boundary edge, and he's still getting great hits on him by this Paladin.
Yeah, wow. I mean, getting as far away as you can makes sense. He's probably in fall off, but jeez.
So now Nelly are tied on points. They have almost no ships left that can survive.
He's got plenty of time to kill this last Vexor.
Yeah, or you can just pop this Maulus and just kind of dance for 4 minutes. I don't know. What do you do when you win?
I think he can just clear the field maybe. He'd probably have a hard time with the Harpies, but
yeah.
Wow. I don't know whether that's a comeback or not. I mean, I think a big part of the strength of the Marauder setups is this long game. Like trade back and forth early in the match, let the Marauder clean up, and this Paladin's doing an amazing job of filling that role.
Yeah,
like,
he's doing work right now. This Vexor, the last Vexor for Tuskers, is again sitting at 120, so he knows exactly how to pilot his ship, but he's still getting hit by this Paladin. Like, there's nothing that this poor Vexor can do. No matter where he goes, he's going to die. Let's see. IK's Maulus is actually doing a really clever move. He's getting very close to the Paladin, hoping that he can out-track him. But at this point, as soon as this Vexor dies, it doesn't matter.
It's funny, we've talked about, and that basically right there is the win for Noli Secunda, like in the bag. Pretty crazy comeback there for them. There will be 2 minutes here where he can try and finish up the rest of these chips. You know, we've talked some of the tournament, and we see here the Golem ban, and people talk about the Golem's really strong because it can hit anywhere in the arena. But this guy's showing us right now that Paladin
that can also hit anywhere in the arena.
Can also hit anywhere in the arena.
And actually hit pretty hard. I mean, that attack bar is pretty big for Nully.
Yeah.
And they only have one ship left. And so now it's going to be hard for them to clear anything else off. These
the frags are going to be pretty tough to track.
Yeah, they're right
up
on this Paladin's face, so you won't be able to hit them.
But someone got neuted. They got close enough to... Oh, no, they're nosing him. Okay.
Yeah, just a nos on...
Oh, there is a nude on one of the Harpies.
Yep.
All right, so I guess you might as well go in and...
Either way, these small ships will probably survive. They're just going to buy some time to think, because this is a best of 3. These guys will be playing again. This is the elimination bracket finals. If Tuskers lose the next game, they'll be eliminated from the tournament and finish in 4th.
Really awesome stuff here. Both these teams, Tuskers and Nully, I don't think would have been predicted by pretty much anyone to be here. And even now, I feel like no one really knows how far they can go or which one's best between the two. Really cool to have these slightly less known, less predictable teams.
Yeah, and they both made it very far into the winners bracket. Like they were just eliminated yesterday, so it's not like they went through this incredibly grueling experience. They're still pretty fresh. And we'll see if their freshness can save them in the next match when they play in 40 minutes or so.
How long do you think it is before we see Golem Paladin ban?
I don't know. I mean, the meta's completely flipped on its head now. Dams aren't that good.
Yeah, we've come a long way.
Drones aren't that good.
Helas are bad. Drones in general kind of look bad now based on that Widow setup.
My goodness. So who knows what's going to happen. This day is crazy. And let's see, these Tuskers are just saving their ships for another 40 seconds. Might as well run it out now.
It is pretty amazing how far the kind of meta, the setup meta, what ships people are choosing to bring has come in these 4 weeks. I mean, we started in a completely different place, and it's probably safe to say we'll see more new things today as teams reveal their most awesome stuff.
Yeah, I have a feeling it's like the major setups that these guys have we'll be seeing today, and that's really exciting. I'm super pumped. I just hope we don't lose again, but that's okay. Let's see, 10 seconds left. Tuskers, as we said, they have 1 game left to play.
It's crazy. It looked like they were winning the whole time, but Nully taking this in pretty awesome fashion with that Paladin. Congratulations to them. We'll pick up this series again a little bit later, and for now we'll send it back to the desk and hear what the rest of the guys think.
That was not what I predicted. Good job, Nully. That was amazing. This brings me back to the point that Elise brought up yesterday. Do you just ban out something that you think is worth more and will be the last thing on your opponent's side rather than your own ships?
You know, it's interesting to see Nully brought that, because in 2 of their last 3 matches, Nully have brought a Marauder-based setup, and it's done similar things where the Marauder's the last thing standing and clears up the field. And it's impressive to see them do that with the Paladin. It's obviously a meta that they've practiced and really looked into, and they really are comfortable with. So,
yeah, the Tuskers are by no means a bad team, like we've talked about. No, there are no bad teams anymore. But this was a showing.
I think this has shown that Nesta Vipers, who brought Paladin in their first 2 matches, were so far ahead of the meta. Their micro jump dive modules accidentally activated to get them out of the arena, not to spoil this weekend for us.
I see. That's a mighty theory. But yeah, I mean, the piloting has gone through some fine tuning. I agree, but since nobody's micro jump driving out of the arena anymore, but That's a very good theory.
It's really interesting to me to see the development of the meta across the 4 weekends because things have changed so drastically. It's almost to the point where all the preparation you've done, if you don't somehow anticipate the meta or at least have an idea of what different things might work, that you can come into it unprepared by the 3rd and the 4th weekend. You have to either be really agile and come up with things on a kind of last-minute basis, or just have so many setups that you can cope with the changes. And I think that may be what separates some of the teams that are still in it yesterday and today from the ones that dropped out in the 3rd weekend. And it's really fascinating because I don't think this is kind of a newer format for the EVE tournament to go this long, and so we see a lot more evolution throughout the tournament than we used to.
I think we're very Marauder heavy at the moment, and I'm quite interested to see a match. Earlier on in the week we were saying what will a Tinker v Tinker look like. I think now what will a Paladin versus Golem team look like? We saw Golem versus Golem, and that didn't go very well, but. I think that a Paladin versus Golem might be an interesting setup, like who brings just enough newts to break the other, and kind of how do you deal with these Marauder setups that are so E-War immune.
Alternatively, they go to the 15-minute after post tie-dye because they can't kill each other, and you end up with the attack bar win.
This could be why the flagship Armageddons are so useful. I mean, they are naturally a way to deal with the Marauder that rely so much on their cap. That's the only form of E-War that they are not immune to, and it can absolutely decimate them.
But they are sort of a gamble too. I mean, you're kind of going all in on a Marauder setup, bringing in the Armageddon at this point in the tournament. So it's really a coin flip, and I mean that's what the best of threes are for. They really play mind games with these captains. It gives them an opportunity to be kind of responsive to the other team, but that also opens them up to the other team anticipating their response. So.
Yeah, let's bring up the results screen to see the how this all went down. So the Sleipnirs went down pretty fast, considering that they might have been a larger thorn in Nully's side than it turned out.
Yeah, I feel like it'd be interested to see the actual kill mills to see who did more damage, because you got to feel like the Paladin isn't going to do that much damage. As Elise was pointing out, their EM resists are extremely high, but the drones were going to tear them apart, and I feel like they did. They did take not as much damage as you would expect, actually, but I mean, a reasonable amount, I suppose. But the majority of the damage returned looks like came from those Vexers, actually. They did an incredible amount of DPS.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird how the fact that an order costs so many points is almost a good thing, in that if you just tank it forever, you've still got so many points at the end of the match, you can win on points. I mean, obviously it means the rest of your team is weaker because you have less points to throw around, but I think it's one of the first cases in the history of the Alliance Tournament where a ship being worth more points has an advantage.
Yes. Right, it's part of the strategy, yeah. Because it's a really good point.
It's just so hard to get it off the field. Unless you just get it to boundary violet. So Tuskers go down 1, so Nelly Sokanda is up 1 is probably easier to say. So they'll be back for the second match of their series. However, we go back to the Camel Empire versus Pandemic Legion, the winners bracket finals.
You know, the first thing to talk about, we already did a little bit, the pilot fatigue and agility, but here we are. I think we're just barely 30 minutes out from the end of their last match, and we're already talking about it. I'm sure the teams aren't quite ready yet or anything, but that's how quickly these teams have to turn around. I imagine by the moment the last match is over, they're already having to do bans for the next match, which means they already need to know what they're going to field in match 2, or at least have the 3 options in their head or something that they can quickly decide, okay, what do we want to do? And it's just a crazy turnaround. These pilots have spent probably the entire time during this last match getting into ships, sorting out implants, making sure they're ready to get transported.
Yep. And this, I know this from experience with being behind the scenes of the Alliance Tournament, that they get around 5 to 8 minutes before they have to ban after the end of the last match. So, and then they get around 30 to 40 minutes. That's a fast turnaround time. And we already have the bans in. It's Ishtar Rattlesnake again from the Camel Empire. But Pandemic Legion changed theirs to a Widow and a Centaur. That might have been experience talking.
Well, that's what we talk about. You know, maybe they have 3 setups ready to go in the second match, and they realize none of them can deal with that Widow. So we think we can deal with anything else, but let's get rid of that Widow comp. We don't want to see that again.
Yeah.
Again, PL not banning damps. I mean, I suppose with this new Marauder phase, the damps are, as Elise was saying, kind of less of a thing, but PL were so scared of damps throughout this entire tournament, banning Nullus each time. Now damps aren't an issue anymore in the meta.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting to see, at least from my end, that the meta has evolved to a place where healers are just ignored.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, they're still open. The entire Marauder line is open, and I don't know. I think this is it's time for PL to bring something out to win. All right, I think it's time.
New setup.
I think they can do it. I think they can do it.
Yeah, I think they can do it. I have them circled.
I do too. I think they're going to take this match back. PL are too good a team not to figure out how to get a win out of this. So I think Camel are extremely strong, but I think PL, this is where they're going to play their ace of spades. So
this could have been their plan. You know, they had this setup that they knew was good. They could bring out a strong setup. If they win, great. If they don't, okay, they've got 2 more matches and they get to see potentially a new Camel setup. So like PL was in a big safety zone. They've got a best of 3, a match they can lose in, and then they've still got the losers bracket. Obviously, they don't want to go to that, but like this isn't, their backs aren't against the wall by any means.
And maybe they were just luring Camel into a false sense of security by giving up the first match. Who knows? Mind games.
Spinning harder than
right.
a website I can't say.
Yeah. Right. I want to talk more to Delegate Zero about the storyline stuff that he's been doing.
Oh, okay.
You barely touched on the fact that you wrote a few articles for the source book, which is a great coffee side table book to have. Wow, my English. It's great.
It's a lot better than my Icelandic.
Touche. So you've also been involved in writing chronicles.
Yeah, I've written a few chronicles over the years. I think I wrote one about when the as they were then, the Tier 3 battle cruisers came in, and a few others since. And I used to write them when I was working on the website. So that's how that came about.
Yes, and you were sort of also you helped shape the storyline itself with Abraxas and...
Yeah, Abraxas and the rest of the team.
Yeah.
We've done events off and on over the years, and we've been trying to make coherent arcs that make sense, and also focus on stories that players can actually get involved in and feel like they've made a difference to, because that is really important to us.
Yeah.
Is that it's important to have a strong background to kind of play in a universe that makes sense in that regard, but really it's the players that make the stories actually come alive. So.
Which just shows very well in the true stories we had.
Yes, that's a great comic book series that came about through the True Stories site. I think people are really happy with that, and yeah.
So you also are working on some exciting visuals that I wanted you a little bit to tease about.
On the notifications?
Yes, and the other thing that you told me about, but I'm not sure if I can talk about right now.
So the notifications is a feature that the whole team is working on and really excited about, and working on this particularly with CCP Rise and the other people in the team like Karka and so forth. And what that is that the in-game notification system has been like a piggybacked on the Eve mail, as I think players will know. And what we want to do is we want to expose that more readily. And so there'll be a dev blog about this quite soon, maybe next week, maybe the week after, I'm not sure. And we are looking for a much more configurable notification system, completely configure it. It will appear in a kind of like a feed format. That's what we're looking for. People will be able to control what appears in that feed, in what form it appears in that feed to a certain extent. And initially we will go with, we're aiming to put out all the notifications that currently turn up in the Eve mail system, skill training and contacts on offline. And we are looking to do this initially as like an opt-in release.
Okay.
So it's sort of, I don't want to say beta early release because I don't think that really applies here, but it will be an opt-in release. So we'll get them live on TQ. So we'll get the maximum feedback on that.
So will the sorting kind of involve filtering? For instance, I am as a corp director, and we have a few POS here and there that people just are terrible at fueling. I log into 75 notifications about POS that I don't care about. We'll be able to filter that out?
You will be able to
Excellent.
have it. You'll be able to have it completely turned off. You'll be able to just have, I only want those particular notifications. If you're the POS fuel man, and that's all you want, that's all you'll get.
That's fantastic.
But the reason I'm excited about this is because we'll be able to filter out corp applications to Eve TV Corporation. Let's never do that again. We closed it. You can't. You don't have what we need. I'm sorry. So the match is ready. I'm excited about that also. The match is ready. We have already said that we think. Well, you and me, we all agree that PL is probably going to take this.
Take one back.
Yeah, take one back. What do you think, Delegate Zero?
Well, I go with my heart, so I'm going to go with the camels again.
Well, I can see a worried look on Elise Randolph's face. Let's see what happens.
Okay, we'll just chillax for a sec, everybody, and then we'll just let Grath like explode, and it's gonna be awesome. It's not gonna be worth 500 bill, but it's gonna be okay.
Do I have to like do it?
I want every dead
motherfucker out of the alliance.
No,
every one,
bro. No, mad.
And we're back for match 2 of the winners bracket final, Camel Empire versus Pandemic Legion. I'm CCP Rise, and I'm here with a nervous Elise Randolph. Pandemic Legion have brought something to this match that we haven't seen in the tournament
and there you
hardly
see it
ever.
right now on screen. That is actually a vagabond.
Boom. Vagabonds for PL.
Oh yes. So PL's in blue. We have 3 Helas, 2 Vagas, 3 Vexers, and Burst for Frigate Logi. While Camel Empire take a more traditional setup, they've got 2 Eos, 2 Stratios, 3 Vexer, Mollusk Wing for Damps, and an Onirios for Reps. Yes, that is an Onirios.
A lot of damage on both sides here, and a lot of speed on the PL side coming from the Vagas. We were saying before, we expect this Camel Onirios to die pretty quickly here. Vagas damp, so it'll take them a little bit of time to get close, get locked, but I think we'll
Camel
see
doing
damage
an interesting
soon
thing. They are dropping sentries, not traditional drones as we've seen them use before, and they are going after Arcale Dark. Meanwhile, PL's team seems to be running after this Onirios.
Burst's able to get some reps there on that first Hela, even though they're damped really bad. They fell off quick, probably all the ships moving away from each other. But reps back on there now, and a web on a different Hela. It looks like PL's putting some damage on that Malediction, going after tackle, and now that Onirios starting to take damage. We'll see how long he can hold up.
The drones are on him, but these Camel Empire Vagas and Stratios are actual tackle Vagabonds and Stratios and Vexers. The PL Vagabonds and Helas are all tackled. They can't move.
Yeah, that's a problem we always see with these turret ships. It's easy to pin them away from the target you want to be hitting. And that looks like that's the case right now, although there is still quite a bit of damage going on to that Onirios. The drone's able to keep up, even if the Vagas get tackled. And the Vagas actually aren't tackled. They're just getting a lot of neutralizing pressure. Keel it down for PL.
Yep, that is true. That Camel made a great trade there. Their Onirios is still tanking fine. Now Lennon Kalkin's Burst is going to be tackled, and I don't think Destroy's in range to rep him. Yeah, nope.
Vaga getting crushed now. Those Vagas have been sitting nuded away from everything for a little while. Could have hardeners off. All that damage, all that sentry damage heading over there and just obliterating this first Vagabond while he sits still. And down he
Seamus
goes.
is down. Oh no, disaster strikes again for PL. Meanwhile, the Camel Empire Logi, he's tanking just fine.
He's still headed down, but it's happening way too slowly.
This is 2 minutes for Elijah to die. This is absurd considering there are no rep drones on him. It's just these Hela drones versus him, and it looks like he's dual prop fit. So this Onirios is just afterbirding around, letting the drones kind of miss. And Desaffinity for PL is now getting shot down by the Camel Empire.
Camel Onirios finally down.
Finally. It took so much to get him down, though. I don't think PL can do much after this.
No, this is really bad news. It's really, really a bad indication that we thought the best thing about the Vagas is that they would be able to quickly get on top of the Onirios and make sure he goes down quick. But instead,
no one expects brawling Vexers, though.
Exactly. Getting tackled by those drone ships really slowed them down, and they ended up trading 3 primary damage ships for that one Logi. And it looks like the second Vaga about to drop as well. PL running out of ships fast.
Yep, Vaga down. Merlin almost going down for PL, and Camel Empire have basically their entire setup still on field.
And you know they're struggling with that. Like, why are they killing a Malediction?
He's probably
peel him off the
tackling
burst
someone.
probably to keep them safe, but
I guess so. He's tackling Archaeal Dark's Gila, so now the Archaeal Dark's Gila is a little bit more mobile, but Dancool is the new primary target for the Camel Empire, and PL are really not going to trade anything for this, maybe part of a Vexor.
Yeah, they might get the Vexor down first actually, but this will be the first significant piece of damage PL's been able to take off the field. They're still looking at 2 Eoses, 2 Stratioses, and 2 Vexors, and there goes Dancool's Gila. Hardly anything left already. Eos Gila, 2 Vexors. They still got their Logiprigs up, but it looks like they're going to be losing those soon.
And Logifrig just got bursted down. That was kind of bad news, Bears. So PL are now working on a final, or yeah, the second of 3 Vexors for the Camel Empire side. But it's just too little too late. This is not going to be a good news. And PL, it looks like, are going to go down to the elimination bracket.
That's right, losing their series against Camel by all indications. Really, really sharp execution by Camel. These setups looked like, if anything, maybe favoring PL a bit, we thought, and if nothing else, pretty even, and Camel out-executing really, really well here.
The tackle wing for the Camel Empire with the tackle cruisers, they just orchestrated it perfectly. You might not be able to see the scram notifications on the thing, but they were perfectly well scrammed. Every single cruiser was tackled. That's perfect, perfect execution. And PL are now going to pay the price for it. And yeah.
Camel finishing off the rest of these frigs. They've got the Merlin webbed and tackled. The other burst is nuded. He's not going very fast, which is bad news, so he'll probably drop soon. PL is trading back a couple ships now. They did take down another Vexor. They've done some shield damage to a Stratios. But this is definitely going to be a loss for Pandemic Legion. How do you feel about that, Elise?
Vexors have a 0% win rate in this Alliance tournament, and I'm not really that surprised by it.
Vexors do.
I mean, sorry, Vagabonds. I'm just so loopy right now. But Tackle Stratios, that's really, really good. Really, really clever, actually. Like, they replaced the Ishtars. I guess that's what PL was hoping to avoid, is like a sentry team. So... Oh, no.
Just moved around it.
That's actually not
those
even
are Camel
true.
bands,
Camel fainted sentries and just brought sentries on their own.
Couple more ships dying here. That Merlin did go down. Burst going low. And a Vexor maybe going to get finished off by PL here, taking out the 3rd and final Vexor for Camel Empire, leaving 2 Eos and 2 Stratioses. But
unless his heal has really just been like slow boating the entire time. No, he's going to die. All the drones are on him. I don't think he's going to be living for that much longer. And wow, Camel Empire going through to the winners, or to the finals.
They look really scary. Definitely, going through to the finals. Either at this point facing any of the other 3 remaining teams. Could be Pandemic Legion, could be Nully, could be Tuskers. We'll find out over the next couple hours. But I would be super scared of Camel. They look incredibly good.
And after this, they have a really long break until they have to play in the finals.
That's true.
And every other team has got to be like...
They get to watch everyone else. Choose setups based on what they're doing. Rest up. Gila going down now for Archaeal Dark.
Just Manny's
just
EOS
Pig left in the Eos.
Maybe he can do it. He's done it before, but probably not.
Probably not.
And yeah, he's melting super hard. GF's in local, and now we're just kind of waiting.
Wow.
As they like torture me while my team's losing.
So this is the not them being knocked out of the tournament, of course, but the second major upset, the second tournament favorite of the 2 that we really had going in to lose a series. Here to a team that no one probably would have picked as I mean, we knew they're good, but
we knew they were good.
It's always surprising to see these teams lose, and now we've lost both Hydra and Pandemic Legion. Pretty awesome stuff.
So Camel Empire guaranteed 2nd place, but I mean, I'd say they're looking really strong to win the whole thing based on these 2 performances. They had the Widows, which were really out of the box. We'd never seen Widows in this Alliance tournament before. We saw it in Alliance Tournament 10. That's, I think, the last time we saw Widows.
There goes that Eos.
There we
Pandemic Legion officially sent down to the losers bracket to fight for their life a little bit later, and Camel Empire moving into the finals. Congratulations to them. We'll go back to the desk and see you guys for Tuskers and Nully in a few.
And in intergalactic news, the Sanchez Nation wishes to expand its borders, and 9HXQ TAC G is one of its targets. They have set up a major base of operations in 3GD6 TAC 8 and are slowly destroying all opposition to their forces.
It's for sure that PL are in good company down in the elimination bracket, but wow, Camel surprising us a little bit. We expected PL to take this.
Yeah, I figured they would take one back. I didn't imagine them losing, 2-0 to Camel. Not that Camel are a bad team, not to take anything away from Camel, but my goodness, I mean, yeah, even Camel, I guess Camel dropped a match of their set against Tuskers. So you give you an idea of the parity of the field right now. Everybody has now dropped at least one, if not two matches somewhere along the way, and it's really amazing to me the depth of field in this tournament.
But Camel have secured a place in the winners final, well, the finals of the Alliance Tournament 12, later today. And the other three teams that will be competing are, of course, Tuskers and Nully, which is still have a series going on. And then the winner of that will have to face PL. This is setting up to be quite the day.
Yep. What do you think about me? Sorry, I was about to cut you off again and figure, okay, let him talk.
No, I'm happy out of the way. So, so as we said, kind of Camel beating PL in such a strong fashion. I don't think anyone predicted that. PL historically, as we always say, they have won more Alliance tournaments than anyone else recently. As well were their wins. I think the next best guys were Bob in the first three Alliance tournaments. They have 3 wins. PL last year took their 4th Alliance tournament win. But yeah, so I think with Tuskers having shown they can take a game off Camel, like this now impresses me more than it did before, with Camel showing such a strong win against PL here. But like I just find it really, really difficult predicting the future, because all 4 of these teams we're talking about today have shown they are able to kill anyone. It just depends on the bans, it depends on what setups they bring. Sometimes one setup very obviously deals with another, sometimes it's really close and we can't tell. Even if it's really close and you can't tell from the start, maybe one team screws up their piloting or one team gets a key tackle somewhere and the entire thing falls apart. I mean, this is just going to be one hell of a day, and it's going to be really nice for Camel to get straight now into the grand finals.
I really wonder if PL outthought themselves in that one. I mean, at least kind of point out Vagabonds don't get used in the tournament. They just don't. I think the last time I remember seeing Vagabonds was AT5. And I faced them, and they actually beat us because they kite around. Well, they didn't beat us. We won the match, but not by enough points. They kited around the arena at the edge, and we couldn't catch them. But I can't remember other times of Vagabonds being used remotely successfully. And it's really interesting that PL brought them, obviously not successfully. And I just wonder, are they outthinking themselves now at this point now? Especially now they're going into the losers bracket, their backs will be against a wall, and will they start second guessing themselves?
Nobody expects the Vagabond, and there's a reason why.
I think the captains for Pandemic Legion need to separate themselves from Elise Randolph's waffling, not take part in it. Just believe in yourselves, guys. You can do this. That's the only thing that I have to say to you. Now that you're in the elimination bracket, you guys will do fine there. You went through that last year. It'll be fine. You know your way around. We're on to the second match of the Tuskers versus Nelly Secunda series. The Tuskers banned the Eos and the Sleipnir, while Nelly banned the Scimitar and the Rattlesnake again. Okay. It sort of speaks for Nelly saying that they still don't want to see either of those ships, and it almost seems as if they might be thinking about bringing the same setup. Even if, might be. Maybe.
Sorry, who is this bringing the same?
Nully.
Nully, okay, the Paladin Eos. Yeah. Well, the Eos is banned out now.
Yes,
so the
but
Paladin,
there's always Vultures, I don't know.
Yeah, there are other options. I mean, the Paladin being armor, they had Inquisitors, so that was an armor setup, but you could still do something like a Damnation. I'm not sure it's as effective in the meta, but There are options for them to mix it up. It does. I think the EOS ban is clever because it does. It makes that Tuskers setup interesting. Did you say was Golem banned in this match?
No.
It was not. So there's still the option for the Golem fit from Nully, and they're very comfortable with that.
A lot of teams have tried to do kind of Golem setups, and there's been a very wide variance on whether or not they can do them well.
Well,
Yes.
I mean, Nully showed they can, though, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but can the same be said of Tuskers? Have they showed us a Golem setup that they can bring? Or a Marauder one?
In fact, no, I don't think, looking at Tuskers have not run a single Marauder-based setup yet. They've had Armageddon-based, Rattlesnake-based, but never Marauder, so that is interesting, too.
I came into this weekend, and I put this in a thing I wrote. I really hope Tuskers have more setups available to them. Like, you cannot get into this final weekend with 2 or 3 core setups. You have so many matches to play. If that's all you've shown and that's all you bring, you are going to be absolutely demolished. Tuskers need to bring us something new. It has to be something good. Even if it's something another team has done really well, they need to mix things up.
Yep, I agree. Their backs are against the wall, literally, because if they lose this, they're out.
Yep.
They end up with 4th place in the tournament. They do take home both 3 chameleons and 3 whiptails, because that's the way we distribute the prizes. You get an equal amount of both from the 4th place and up, but still, I would want to go further.
Yeah, well, yeah, absolutely. And given the Tuskers are a good enough team to beat Nully, they know this. You know, just as Nully are a good enough team to beat them, but I think they're pretty much on an even playing field. And it would be really tragic for Tuskers to drop, 2-0 like this, to not get one back.
Yeah.
So I think they're really, really going to be working at.
Do you think they may bring out a Flaggeddon, a setup around the Flaggeddon?
There's a time to do it.
This seems like the time to do it.
This seems like the time to do it.
The Flaggeddon is an armor setup, and they don't have the EOS, which is typically, if you see a Geddon, generally you're going to see an EOS for the links, for everything.
And that was maybe the reason for the EOS ban.
Yeah.
Okay, that's clever.
Yeah. It almost forces them into shields unless they want to go with a Damnation setup, which haven't been particularly effective.
I mean, like, EOS Slep, that's the 2 most command command ships we've seen. I mean, Claymore has been quite popular in the Gila setups. But what other command ships do you got? You've got the Abso Damnation that we haven't really seen. We saw the Damnation in the CVA kind of sacrilege setup. And then we've got Vulture and Nighthawk, which have been shown, but I think we all agree that the Nighthawk is a little bit worse. So whatever links they want to run, they're going to be slightly worse than they might have hoped.
Well, we've seen setups without links, too.
That's true.
And I don't think from either of these teams we've seen that, but it's always a possibility. You could go linkless. It is a gamble, because you get huge benefits off of those links, especially now with all the command ships being able to fit the multiple links. It's really a risk to go without a command ship, but at the same time, it means it's a lot of points. I think, what is it? Is it 16 points? So you can stuff a lot of other ships in that spot and get a lot of damage out of something else.
Yes. The Scimitar also being banned out, I find that, I don't know, is it integral to something that the Tuskers have been bringing? Since this is something that they want to stick with?
The list.
Let's see, Scimitar, they've brought, when they run a shield setup, it's always been with the Scimitar. So it's even more interesting that the EOS is off the field and the Scimitar is off the field, because it forces you into a shield setup without a Scimitar or an armor setup without the EOS links. So it does make, I think it's really going to shake up these teams a little bit, and I'm really curious to see what winds up coming.
Kind of gone from the meta, which is a word I feel we're almost overusing now, a Tinker could appear.
I was just about to say, we haven't seen a Tinker today.
And the question is, are Tuskers going to gamble on that and bring stealth bombers like we saw PL do? That's a huge gamble. So it's a very pointed setup to beat what Nully brought.
Yes.
But at the same time, Nully have shown that they like the Tinker and they can run it. So because both Loki
we might
and the Tinker
finally
open.
get the monster under your bed, the Tinker v Tinker.
It could happen. It could happen. I hope it doesn't.
Maybe there'll be smart bombs. I really love smart bombs.
You do. I almost feel that, like, if we ever find CCP Gargan in game, it will be in Ransom.
Right, with the smart bombing battleships getting more like pods. Yeah.
That's too stationary for my taste. I like to bring the party with me.
Yeah.
I don't expect people to show up. I bring it with me.
Disco ships are fun.
They are.
I've had some fun times with frigate fleets and disco dummies.
Disco dummies.
Yeah, yeah. And ECP-8R, back when Agony Empire was running like frigate courses.
Party
They
potatoes.
threw 100 frigates at me, and I threw a disco dummy at them, and I won.
Excellent. That's the kind of thinking I like. I like out of the box thinking because you confuse the enemy and yourself.
Yourself, yeah.
You don't make as many mistakes when you're confused.
No. If you're confused, how will the enemy ever know what you're doing?
That's the secret to my elite PvP skills.
Oh, no.
Which are non-existent, unfortunately. So, I marked down Nulli Secunda. And seeing as how they took the first match, I actually think they're just going to wrap up the series here.
See, I marked down Nulli Secunda at the beginning of the day, but I really had confidence in Tuskers to take one match. So I feel like, I mean, I'm going to go with Nulli because it's what I circled, but actually I feel like Tuskers are going to win this one. I think they're going to bounce back.
I believe in my friends in the Tuskers.
Alrighty then. At least you're consistent.
I am. I might be consistently wrong, but
consistency is good either way. Delegate Zero, what do you think?
Yeah, I think Tuskers are going to bring whatever they think their best setup is here now, and maybe take it. Yeah, at least this one.
It's a good guess. The fact that the Camel Empire versus Pandemic Legion series wrapped up early, or went to 2-0, means that if we were to go to a third match of Tuskers versus Nulli, which is entirely possible and entirely we want that, we want more spaceship action, we would need to have they need their rest time, so that would mean still 40 the scheduled time would hold, but it'd still be a while. And then I want to remind you guys that the break will be moving up because you need more than 20 minutes to go from one series to another. So the break will be moving up until after the final match of the Tuskers versus Nulli Secunda. And but the match is ready, so I'm going to stop listening to my own voice and listen to Elise and CCP Rise.
Align, align. The clock e bomb. Via, ragazzi, tutto. E via il jump bridge.
Do you like spaceships? Do you like explosions? Airlock Media. We make your corporation look good.
Hey guys, welcome back for match 2 in Tuskers versus Nulli Secunda. I'm CCP Rise, alongside Elise Randolph, who thinks that this match might be a little bit slower. What did these guys bring?
It very well may be. Apophany nailed it, and Tuskers are bringing a Tinker with a Golem, and Nulli is also bringing a Tinker, but with Helas, Vexers, Navy Vexers, and 2 Worms as their support.
Both of these a little unusual takes on Tinker. I mean, the sort of traditional version we talk about is centered around a Tech 3 Logi that gets cap-fed to keep its local tank alive by the other ships in the group. In this case, the Tuskers setup is a little unusual because it's got that Marauder, which can feed cap, but doesn't need the logistics, so it sort of splits the Tinker off into this smaller group with just the Vulture and 3 Ishtars. And on the Nulli side, they actually have quite a few ships, so it's going to be challenging for the Nulli team to keep the Vexers alive, for instance, since they don't have a lot of resists and they don't get a lot of HP. But we're underway, so we'll find out. Drones in the air for both teams.
Yep, Nulli are throwing their drones, and let's see who they're going to go for. Not quite sure yet. Probably, I guess Nulli are going to have to break through one of these Ishtars, and that's exactly what they're doing. Meanwhile...
Actually going for the that Navy issue Vexer first.
Yeah, the Navy Vexer is getting shot by Tuskers. Interestingly enough, this Tuskers Tinker is the same Tinker that Nulli brought a few matches ago against PL, the one that got like bombed, exploded. So both teams have a lot of experience with Tinkers. I think Nulli are going to be at a little bit of an advantage as I say that. Nulli's about to lose a ship. God's Apples is going in his structure. Oh, never mind.
That's a Tusker's Ishtar.
I
Who's
am
hurting
going crazy.
Who's hurting really bad, getting volleyed through those shields, taking structure damage.
So not only know this setup so well, they know exactly what to go for because this is a setup they fielded before.
Oh, he's just hanging in there.
Oh, he's not going to make it. He's in 60% structure.
Shields.
He's going to be leaking. Oh my god. The Ishtar is breaking. Yeah, he's not breaking that much
still hanging in there. I wonder, are Tuskers, maybe they're doing something to get some of the DPS lowered. I mean, the Noli team has a ton of DPS,
it's very
obviously,
possible.
But they might be killing drones or, oh man, he's still taking tons of damage.
Oh, is this Golem's not smart bombing. He's not listening to Gargan's advice. So
that hurts bad, actually. Smart bombs would be really bad news for Noli. They could kill those Vexor drones.
Yeah. Super fast. And oh well, okay. So the Ishtar is coming back
to
up.
Full shields.
Maybe.
Are they attacking any of the?
It looks like it
Noli
could
DPS going after Vexor drones.
Yep, they were shooting some drones. So Noli just pulled all their drones back, and they're just gonna throw them in again.
Can see damage there still now. Going after what is this drone right here? Can you just died? They're going after those. Remember the Vexors don't have a lot of drone bay. Neither does the Navy issue Vexor.
Yeah.
And so they can clear some of that DPS off by going after the drones and. It looks like it might have been enough at the start of the match to break the Ishtar, but once they started losing a few, it actually became possible for Tuskers to tank it. And only trying to switch targets now to a different Ishtar. I'd be surprised if that works, unless the tank is actually different on that Ishtar. It's not like they can switch quick enough to confuse the Logi. He's got so few targets to take care of here that it should be pretty easy for him to switch.
Yeah, with so few ships, he can easily swap around, so I don't think that's going to work too well. Maybe they're just swapping back and forth to try and get like one rep cycle stuck between the two.
Now,
who knows?
Another interesting element in this match, it looks like Tuskers can't kill anything here. They haven't been doing any damage, but that's because all their damage has been focused on killing Noli drones.
Yeah.
Even the Golem is shooting missiles at Noli drones. So once they're satisfied that they're not at risk anymore of taking any damage, they can switch their attention to trying to actually kill Noli ships. And then we'll see the second test, whether or not they're able to get through any of these Noli ships. And I think actually they should have a good shot at breaking a Vexor. No resist bonuses there, other than what's coming from the links. The ship is one of the weaker ships you can bring to a shield tinker. So I think there's actually a decent shot they're able to do that.
So Noli have now swapped to repping drones.
Okay.
Or at least a few repping drones.
Here we go.
Target most of their drones.
Target painter on the first Vexor. Joker Drone Master on Noli getting targeted by the Tuskers team now. And this is going to be the ultimate test.
Yeah.
If they can't break a Vexor here, then honestly, we probably head to tie-dye.
Yeah, and then tie-dye. Okay, so Noli's throwing their drones out again. They said, screw this, we're going to win the match in time. They're throwing their drones out. They have a lot of drones to spare, except for on these Vexors. So here's hoping, at least that's what they're hoping,
they have
drones left.
All these augmented hammerheads coming out of the Helas. The Helas have quite a bit of drone bay. They can field 5 flights each of medium, so going after those drones is pretty tough. And the Ishtar taking damage again, headed back down to half shields.
Yep. So this Tengu of Latronicus probably was overheating to keep God's apples alive, and he can't do that anymore.
Another possibility here, because the Helas have so much extra space for themselves, it's possible that they were able to drop some drones to just give the Vexors a little more burst, so they could try to crush through one time before they lose too many.
Oh, they swapped over to Mr. Marum, hoping to catch the Tinker Logi sleeping. They're just swapping back and forth between God's Apple and Mr. Marum, hoping to stress this Tengu pilot out. He is probably breaking his keyboard trying to get this to work.
I'm surprised he still has reps active on both. He's keeping one cycling on God's Apples instead of putting it all over on Mr. Marum. And yeah, they're just alternating.
That's exactly what Noli want them to do as well.
Waste some cycles, not have quite as much reps somewhere. Oh my god, he's going really low again.
Breaking. Oh, he's not actually
Why wasn't there any reps? It took so long for the reps to transfer.
Oh, this setup looks like it's easy to fly,
but
it's
more structure damage.
It's actually incredibly hard to manage the reps and micromanage.
Oh, more structure damage.
28%. He's gonna do it.
He's recovering again, back to about half shields now.
All right, so let's see.
Oh my god, how do you get into structure again and not finish him?
Tuskers have swapped some of their drones from curators to just manual drones, and their drone swarm is fighting the Noli drone swarm. So we'll see if that's enough damage mitigated.
Noli going for another switch, moving damage over to Mr. Marum again. So far, reps haven't moved over.
Their old switcheroo. Okay, they're back.
All the reps now switch to Mr. Marum. They'll jog back now to God's Apples, try to get him into structure again.
Oh my god.
They can't let him get that low many more times or he's dead. You can see drones dying here. You can see Tuskers still killing Noli drones, trying to lower the incoming DPS so that they can keep this tank alive. It's actually really impressive to me that Noli's been able to put this much pressure on this late in the match. They've been losing drones all match long, and they're still able to
just send new ones out and just go at it again.
Now switching to the third Ishtar, piloted by Bay. He's going down to low shields. Rep switched over pretty quickly there, so Tengu's on the ball for now.
Yep, so this Tengu, if this goes into extra time, which it looks like it just may if God's Apple can survive, this Tengu is going to be hating his life, I think.
I feel like it's really smart for Tuskers, like given the chances of this going to time anyway, for them to spend all the regular time trying to kill drones so that when they get to tie-dye, they don't actually have much DPS against them, and they have the advantage. They have the Golem where the DPS isn't vulnerable. They have tons of drones in the Ishtars they can save, and then once tie-dye starts, they can just throw DPS out and start switching targets quickly. If you don't know why we're talking about tie-dye, I'm gonna wait 1 sec because the Ishtar's headed pretty low again. But I don't think he's gonna die here.
No, he is staying at 28% structure, which is not ideal. But
no,
that's a testament to how good this Latronicus is in the Tengu.
So our tiebreaker mechanism for these matches, if we go all the way to 0 here, is that we, rather than using tie-dye to slow time down like we do on TQ, usually we use it to speed time up. So these guys end up in a situation where time is going really fast, and especially in setups like these where there's a lot of micromanagement, switching between targets for reps, moving DPS around, it becomes really, really difficult to manage it all, and something will die for sure. This target switching we've seen against the Tuskers Ishtars under like double time would have caused the Tengu to lose track, and they would have lost
Absolutely,
the ship.
God's Apple would be dead. And it looks like Nully got the memo. They have scooped all of their drones except for just a few, which are coming in now. And I guess they're just going to sort of wait this out until it goes into extra time, try and test the Latronicus' Tengu out.
Pretty interesting here to have a preliminary match, like just a drone-on-drone match to like establish dominance before we go into tie-dye.
Yep. And it looks like Tuskers were considering trying to break some of these Nully ships, but then said, you know what, we're really confident in our Tengu pilot, so we're just going to wait for extra time.
And you can still see Golem missiles going after Nully drones. They're staying super committed to this plan of just win the drone war and then go after a ship once we get to that tie-dye phase. What a strange match. It's been very uncommon in this tournament to see these we haven't seen a lot of Tinkers paired against each other. And even when we have, there's been usually some crack in the armor in the middle of the match.
Absolutely, but these guys are pros. They've obviously tested against these setups, and they know sort of what the weakness is. Like, as you can see, Nully almost broke this Tusker setup.
Exactly.
They're 28 structure % away from winning. So now they're just kind of waiting in 90 seconds for it to go to super hard mode.
And right now there's actually no drones on the field.
Tuskers,
Tuskers, some Curators still out there, but you can see that with no more drones to shoot at on the Nully side, Tuskers painting up one of those Vexors and starting damage on him. Just a minute until things get more interesting here.
This should be quite fun in a minute.
I really like Tuskers' chances. I think they played this incredibly smart by just protecting their ships during regular time here. I mean, obviously they had to work hard to save God's Apples. He almost went down.
Oh, they're going after God's Apples again, just a little bit, just to say, hey, we know you still exist. They only sent one flight at them, so I don't know what they're doing with this one. Those are Republic Fleet Warriors, so I guess those are the Hounds, or the Worms. They just had extra drones. Sure, just throwing it out, making Latronicus' cap kind of work. And if we look at this setup, like when we talk about Tinkers, a lot of it is about how much cap your Tinker Logic can get. And the neat part is these Ishtars are all nosing their own Golem to keep their capacitor high. And then they're sending capacitor back to the Tengu. So they're basically just creating some, they're just stealing from their own Golem.
Which is fine because nobody's ever going to shoot at him. He doesn't actually really need his cap for anything. So they just use his innate regen to fuel their other ships. It's incredibly clever. So I think one of the second or third time we've seen that in tournament. But anyway, we are hitting time now, so time will begin to speed up. And we start at 1.5 times speed, which has just kicked in. So let's see how this goes.
Who throws the drones out first. There is just, okay, Nully are dropping all of their drones, it looks like, so they're going to make a...
Still maintenance bots out for now. A lot of shield maintenance bots trying to protect ships for now. And this Nully Vexor, now with the actual damage from Tusker's side, those sentry drones, those Golem missiles going to work. Vexor actually under pressure, but no target switching yet.
Not yet. And so I think Tuskers might have a slight advantage here because they have...
I think they do.
They've got the sentries, so they can swap targets much faster. Even though, I guess maybe not. The drones are right next to each other. So it's probably even. But I don't know. It just seems like Tuskers
They actually have to wait for the Golem missiles to get across. So in a way.
Oh, God's Apple's breaking. Oh,
no way!
Okay, so
Killed
this is
them
not
early.
sudden death or anything. Sorry,
No,
headphone
we
users, if I made you deaf. They still have to fight for 5 more minutes.
Yeah, we have an actual match now. This doesn't just end immediately with the first kill. We go for 5 minutes. That's amazing to me that they were able to get that kill. I actually
they didn't even
can't
do that
believe
much
that.
swapping or anything.
No,
Like, I don't
they
think,
just went straight for him.
Yeah, they just got Latronicus kind of slipping a little bit.
And we're at 2.25 times speed now, by the way, so things going even faster. And you can see now Nully's going to start switching around on these Ishtars. I can't believe Tuskers haven't managed to do anything. They haven't even really gotten any damage onto the Nully
they're barely
team.
scratching. Maybe they're still shooting drones. Maybe they still think that's the long game. In this extra time, they kill the drones ridiculously fast.
That's true. That's true. Oh, second Ishtar, Bay going extremely low.
Oh, he's leaking armor. This is not good for him. He's definitely going to die, I think. Just a matter
Tengu
of
got all
time.
the reps switched over. Now watch him switch. They're going to Mr. Marim now. See if the Tengu has any kind of reaction time to save him.
Micro skills are being tested. Oh, the micro skills. Oh, they just have to swap between both of these, and eventually they're going to get one down.
Yep, they alternate back and forth. Now they go back over to Bay. Nice job by the Tengu. Fast switches. That's not easy. There's only like 2 seconds there he has to save.
Yeah.
Bay back to full. Tengu now, they switched to actually going onto the Logi. See what that tank looks like. Can you imagine micromanaging this? His local tank, and he's got to keep remote reps
so many
up.
buttons right
Saves
now.
the Ishtar.
Too many buttons to
Mr.
push. Ishtar down. The other one's probably going to die in short order. Wow.
Yeah, there he goes.
All right, so it looks like Tuskers are throwing in the towel here.
Crumbling.
They're eliminated from the tournament. They finished 4th, and Nully advanced to face PL, which is going to be a rematch of a match we saw yesterday.
Yeah, PL actually sending Nully into the losers bracket to begin with.
Exactly, so that's going to be really interesting. This was probably one of the most exciting Tinker matches I've seen. And oh my goodness, Nully's kind of mad props.
Yeah.
Being just calm under pressure, doing exactly what they needed to do.
Honestly,
you can go. Yeah.
I was just going to say, mad props as well to, I think, the Tuskers Tengu pilot. He actually did an amazing job here. This was just an incredibly difficult situation for him. I'm really surprised by this, though. I really felt like Tuskers would have a good time in tie-dye here, but did not work out for them.
I guess that's the disadvantage of taking a team that your opponents have fielded before.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Nully knows exactly how this team works. They've tested against it. They know what they have to do. And system is now 5 times normal speed, so things are probably all going to die really fast.
Yes, this should be over pretty quickly here.
Are probably just going to give up. Look how fast these drones are going. I don't know if you can see it, but it kind of looks like a circus. Yeah, you can see it. So many blinking lights, so many swirling motions. I'm kind of getting dizzy just looking at it, so I'm going to zoom out a little bit. And with that, Tuskers are eliminated. Nully's kind of advance. Congrats to you guys. Gonna fight PL in just a little bit, and we'll send it back to the studio.
That wraps up our first series of the day with Nully sending Tuskers home. That was a great match. I have a whole flight, new flight of people here at the desk with me. Sir Squeebles, CCP Fossey, and CCP Chimichanga. Chimichanga. I'm sorry, that was almost nailed it.
That's why I picked that name, so you'd have trouble with it.
You and your ways. That was great. Let's talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, I think it was a super smart play by Tuskers. It was definitely the patient play because, as you saw in the beginning, that first Ishtar got into deep structure. I'm going to try and recruit that Tengu pilot. Is basically what's going to happen. But they killed off drones. So the entire thing is they were playing the long game, as the commentators mentioned. They were banking on the fact that if they could mitigate Nully's damage enough, then they could go really comfortably into the later part of that match and just pick somebody off. I mean, Nully did have a couple easy targets. Well, supposedly easy targets in the Vexers and even the V&I, which have T1 resist profiles. So it looked perfect. It looked perfect. I was getting so excited. There was a bunch of jumping up and down, and that was immediately followed by like the gnashing of teeth. And I was really sad to see it, but I think it was brilliantly flown. It was just, there was I don't know, there was damage coming out of that Nully team when you thought there wouldn't be any. So.
Yeah, I definitely thought the Tuskers had the advantage when I saw the setups on the field, but Nully they played the Tinker perfectly. It says something that we talk a lot about how good the Tengu from Tuskers did keeping up, but it didn't quite keep up. It was close. But actually, the fact that we didn't even see the Nully Tengu kind of let anything get too low at all tells you a lot both about how much better that the Nully team was using target switching and also just how strong the Tengu pilot was for them.
Yeah, it was great to see them actually bring an exciting Tinker v Tinker match. Bacchanalian has been so nervous that this would be a boring snooze fest, but
Tinker v Tinkers, they're just different. They're not better or worse.
Yeah, they're just different.
They're very fiddly. So it's a lot of little, will this ship die? Will that ship die? Compared to like that last PL Camel match where it's just like people slamming into each other and getting tackles and killing each other back and forth.
I can guarantee you though that the pilots that were in this match, flying in this match, they were not very relaxed and having a snore fest.
Especially the Tengu pilot. That it's hugely important for them to be right on their game. And this is probably the toughest single piloting job in any Alliance tournament is flying a Tinker Logi.
Yeah, and I think it is interesting that Nully used a bit more of a distributed Tinker, so they split their points out a little more effectively, I think, than using the Golem on the side of Tuskers. Almost forgot what they were called there for a minute. But that Golem is fantastic to support your Tinker. You get the target painters, which are huge. You get the E-War immunity, which is huge, and then you can NOS off of them, which they did really effectively. But on the other hand, even though the attack bar wasn't bigger, there was a lot more attack force, I feel like, from Nully. They had a lot more drone bandwidth across their team. So somehow, whether the Gilas were dropping spare flights to the Vexers to scoop, I mean, that might have been a possibility, but I think it shows the potency of having more people on the field, even when the ships themselves are not as potent. Even in something like a Tinker, which is really the first year I think we've seen that done really effectively. So.
I'm super happy with this match. The Tuskers have earned the place in my heart and the 4th place of the tournament. I don't know which is more important, but both are equally valuable.
Well, only one of them comes with tournament prize ships, though.
That is true.
That is true.
Good tournament prize ship.
But the other, I have a very big heart.
You do.
Yes, I do.
It's a condition.
It's a So the Tuskers go home after a fantastic showing in this tournament. Nully advanced to meet PL in the next series, which would be a best of 3 for both teams. Of course, naturally. But due to the sort of time constraints that we have to push the match back to 17:30 to make sure that the teams have enough time to gather their senses and their mental.
Yeah. We don't want to just like throw Nully in. Okay, you just finished the match. All right, get into your ships. We're going again.
Yeah. Go.
We need time to let them ban, which actually we probably have them banning right now. So we probably don't give them a lot of time. It's pretty much, hey, good job. You just won a match. Now ban.
Now keep going. Do it again. The tests have not been satisfied. So this means that the next match will be at 17:30, which is fine. The break will be moved up. So that we can feed ourselves and sort of compose ourselves. I can get over all these brain farts I've been having. Drink a little bit more coffee and some mug juice.
It's the best kind of juice.
You'll never know. And we can go from there. But I want to come to your presence here on set, Jimmy Changa. So you are labeled as a master of a little bit of everything, right?
Yeah, a little bit. I work all over the place. I've been hiding inside of CCP for about a year now.
Yeah. You came from your roots are in the player base, like so many others.
Yeah, so I've been playing EVE for about 5 years. It took me a couple tries to actually get into the game. Once I got into it, eventually wound up in wormhole space. I was one of those pesky day trippers. So go in, steal your stuff, go out, sell it all. Made a bunch of money that way. Worked. We made some tools to track people in wormhole space. Previously, I was working with different militaries, and they have a very similar method of tracking people. So then we spent all that money in factional warfare by sending marauders into different sites and making people angry.
That's a new way to play the game. Well, not a new one. Now you know about it, though. Maybe not. Maybe you didn't know.
And then we just melted all our funds just doing Marauders and factional warfare.
I like that way.
Sounds like good tournament training.
Actually, yeah. And yeah, you have some experience in working in third-party tools.
Yes, so I built a couple apps to monitor skill queue training. So for example, get a text or SMS or a message on, it's been that long ago, it's actually since the G-Talk, not Hangouts, that's how long ago it was. Whenever your skill queue drops below 24 hours. And then you can do this for multiple characters, or whatever the case may be. Email, I think you could send messages to Skype, various other things.
What about pagers? Can you send like a message to my beeper that says...
From 1985? Yeah, probably.
Sure. I mean, I'm still clinging on to it, right, until it dies. But that would be good.
It's kind of, it also kind of ties in, you know, with me working here at CCP, it's kind of the stuff that Delegate Zero is looking at with the notification system. Those are the pieces that I kind of roam around in the behind the curtain about and kind of watch what people are building and what they're trying to achieve, and then help those guys with any kind of tech that would, you know, go to a beeper, for example.
Just throwing it out there.
The good thing about a beeper is that if somebody calls it while we're on air, we won't get taken down because of a copyright infringement.
True.
I don't think the beep is copyrighted.
Depends on what you have. Beepers these days, you can download a lot of beep ringtones. I don't know if you guys are into the beeper game in Iceland. But
Are you a self-titled expert in the...
I am. I'm a bit of a beeper enthusiast. Yeah, self-described.
That sounds like a very dark corner of the internet.
You need to have these to dabble in on the side.
There are dozens of us, literally dozens. Okay.
Spider breeders and beeper enthusiasts.
Yeah, that's it.
And they're probably both in Portland.
Yeah.
Probably.
And use the same forums on the internet.
So, now that you're a member of CCP, what is it sort of that you do? Your actual position is sort of twofold, isn't it?
So yeah, I have two positions here. I am now the technical producer for EVE Online, which means I have to make sure that all the pieces that are coming are changing, like the notification system or various other things that I don't know what I can and can't talk about. So all of these different various things, I make sure that they get done, and they get done in a manner that we can keep building on them. So there's a lot of, a good example of this kind of change in mentality is the EVE API that we have versus the public crest endpoints that we have. So those pieces are very different. If you've ever developed against them, you know how different they are. And it's kind of a paradigm shift in how we want to change these things. So that role for me is making sure that all these pieces tie together and we do something that's kind of future-proofing what we're trying to do with the game. Because there's a lot of stuff that was done out of necessity over the last decade, and then it kind of dead ends as far as the technology is concerned. So we're looking for ways to augment that and build it up in different ways so we can continue on exposing different parts of the game for different pieces of, you know, beeper integration.
The important things.
Yes, the important things. The other part of my job is I'm actually a development manager for the EVE Tech Group. This covers everything from, we have a specific team for the graphics, for example. They're doing some really cool stuff that we're hoping to see released pretty soon. And also the performance team that works on pieces like, this is where the team that came up with time dilation, you know, that's what those guys are working on. Also just optimizations for when you load into a system and then it has to figure out what your character does, calculate all your skills, do all these things, and then looks at your ship and what your modules do and all those pieces. And this is another example of using the technology to change it so that people like Fozzie, for instance, can do much more interesting things with effects and modules and those types of things. So it kind of unshackles them from the current system and lets them come up with more crazy stuff to do.
That's what we want. We want more crazy.
Yes, more crazy.
So it was, in short, we could say that you're sort of modernizing a code that's been accruing for 11 years.
Yes, it does not sound like a very glamorous job, but it is. It is very fun. It is very fun because, you know, you get to either just burn things outright or buy new shiny things. So
I sort of would see you having an explorer's hat and a machete going through lines of old code. Yeah, sort of.
Yes.
Going through ancient hallways that were built 11 years ago,
You're
when
measuring
nobody
out
was
the
alive.
sand and to swap in with one piece of code with another, else the boulder comes.
That's actually almost exactly how it is. Because there's so many things that have been built over the last 10 years that we don't know what they are. And that we have a board that we're going through all these different things. And, you know, I look around, I'm like, what does this do, guys? And they're just like, it just runs. And we're just like, okay, we turn it off.
What broke?
And then somebody eventually emails me, hey, this thing's broken. Okay, somebody's using that. Let's turn it back on.
It's kind of like a bad episode of House.
Yes.
We
need to remove the leg. No, I need that. Oh, well.
We have to kill Tranquility to save it. It's basically very good.
Yes. Something like that, yeah.
I think that's a very glamorous job, actually.
Yeah, well.
I also want to say that you are probably going to be a member of my club that is trying to raise the average height of CCP.
I don't know how you fit under this desk. Like, you both have our legs tucked under these chairs. And
when you're built in the fashion that I am, I have to fit in a lot of places.
That what she said joke somewhere?
No. For instance, I drove a Trabant for a long time. Those of you who know that it is. I could remove...
What is the name of it?
Trabant. It's a...
I thought you said tripod.
I drove a tripod for a long time.
That's a different mental image altogether.
But yes, so driving from the back seat of a car is something I've actually done.
Yes, what is that? Hightower and Police Academy?
Yeah.
Is that what that's from? Yeah.
So we need more members of staff to raise the sort of average height because you people are too short.
What are you looking at me? I'm tall in every other country.
You're just below average.
I'm huge in Japan.
6'2" is not short.
Are you really 6'2"? Mm-hmm. Wow. My worldview is skewed, so...
I think we are arranged in order of height then, which is... They were asking to be arranged earlier in order of beard density. From
beard density.
We were one person off, but now we are arranged in order of height, and it was completely unintentional. So this feels right.
This feels very satisfactory for those of you who notice it. But it's important to have people like you who try to hack through the old pieces of code and turn off what nobody knows what it does anymore. I just think it's admirable that you actually build something and you don't know what it does.
Well, kind of. We do know what it does. But that's kind of also our goal. Like reworking with Dogma, for example. We don't know how people like Fozzie and Rise are going to use these pieces. Mm-hmm. Like, that's their job. That's the awesome creativity that they have, and they can apply it to the game. Our goal is to make it abstract enough so they have basically the primitives and they can build all these shiny new things. So in a sense, yes, we don't know what it's going to be used for, but at the time we do know how to use it. So it's a bit meta in my mind.
It is, but it's a necessary thing in a software company.
Yes,
yes. So that's interesting. Should we call this Interesting Hour with CCP Gargant and Friends?
Yeah.
I think we should. So there are around 40 minutes or so until the match is now scheduled to start. Some of the mug juice went a little wrong. And I think we're about to take a short break so that we can feed ourselves and compose ourselves. And so before we go on break, we're going to play an interview that I did with the No Holes Barred team captain. That was an interesting one. And then we're gonna go on break for about 20 minutes or so and come back before the match that's scheduled to be at 17:30 Eve time. And that's when we'll go to the match of Nulli Secunda versus Pandemic Legion. That'll be an interesting one. That's a best out of 3. And then followed by that is the final. So you could say things are getting real serious around here. So I'm sitting here with Darren Fox on the line. Hi, Darren.
Hello.
You are the team captain for NoHo, am I correct?
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
I'm the team captain, and I also was a sort of a project manager for our team this Alliance tournament.
You also flew in a couple of the matches.
Yes, I did. I flew an Ishkur and I flew a Jaguar.
Okay. What has been the team's general experience with the tournament so far?
It's been good. I mean, even though we're out at this time, our team is quite happy and quite proud of our performance. We flew together, some experienced guys, some new guys, and we had some hopes, and I'd say we met most of them.
Yeah.
We always have hoped for more, but I would say we were generally happy.
Yeah, coming up against Hydra in only the second round must be hard. Well, somebody has to do it, but
Yeah, we did. I mean, I looked at the brackets initially when they were posted, and I knew that we had to win the first match because we would be up against either Triumvirate with a lot of Verge of Collapse guys, or Hydra Reloaded in the second match. So I didn't really expect to win that one. So if we won the first one, we'd be on to a second weekend and third weekend probably. But yeah, it was a very tough challenge.
What would you consider to be the high points of your tournament experience so far?
For our team, I'd say both getting the team together and also flying quite successfully in the two matches that we won. We created a plan. We had a tactics and a strategy, and we managed to execute upon that. And that was actually the high points. I think that when you make a plan, you never expect it to last for more than a few seconds. But in both of our two wins, we managed to stick to the plan and succeed. So that was actually the high points. And then going back to the Alliance team chat, team speak, and hearing the cheers, that was points.
Would you say that the Alliance tournament, flying in the Alliance tournament, is as nerve-wracking as they say?
Yes. For the first match, when there was a delay, I don't know I think it was Outbreak and Monkeys that had some technical issues, and we were just sitting there, and we were about 1 hour delayed, and that was actually nerve-wracking because it was the first match. We knew we had to win, and it was late, and sitting there and just waiting. Are we next? Is there another team before us? When are we going to be moved? And you could hear it on the team speak that people were quite nervous. They even the guys that were veterans, they were nervous.
Yeah.
We do a lot of PvP on Tranquility, and even though that is very different, it's very emergent. It's very fluent, and you never know what's going to happen. And the Alliance tournament is a set piece sort of thing where you have to plan a lot more, and you have to create a strategy and sort it out. I mean, we had people from all three time zones. We had an Aussie with us. We had a couple of US guys, and we had a couple of Europeans. And so you can imagine that training or practicing with people that have work, have families, and getting that team together, and then succeeding. As far as we're concerned, we succeeded at our goal. That is very fun, very rewarding, I'd say.
What would your thoughts be on the meta, like the compositions that we've seen so far? Do you have any general opinion of them?
Well, I'm not too fond of drones. I think that goes for everyone. I know that a lot of old timers or people that are more into the meta than I'd say I am. They really loathe the tinkers and that sort of thing. But I think that there is a certain balance. I mean, we were beaten. We were completely demolished by artillery combined with damps. I mean, the only thing even though I don't like drones, I think they're perhaps a bit too strong in something like this. It's not too bad. I mean, you can come from the outside and come with something unexpected and pull it off. I know I liked, for instance, CVA's take when they brought a sort of an all Amar setup and did very well with that. And you also have the tinkers. You have the artillery. We tried a rush setup, a variant of the Minmatar rush, and that worked for at least one match. It got completely kited and killed in the second match. But I mean, that's everything can be countered. So I think the meta, even though it's a bit drone heavy, is perhaps in a better way or in a better place than last year with the extreme dominance of Dominixes.
Do you have any final thoughts before we end this?
Well, I wanted to just say thank you to CCP and to all my alliance for this tournament. I think that this year has been great, especially with the changes to the prize structure that sort of encourage you to do your best regardless of not being eligible for the finals or semifinals. I mean, it was a good thing that you knew that every win that matters. You get a prize, you get higher rewards. So keep that up, and I think this Alliance tournament is almost for sure the best one.
Thank you. That's nice to hear. Yeah, we'll make sure to further improve on the prize structure, and thank you and your Alliance for participating. It was great having you guys. we are fed, we are composed, but we are not calm, and we are back for the second half of Day 8 of Alliance Tournament 12. I'm CCP Gargan, joined by CCP Rise, Bacchanalian, and CCP Chimichanga, and we're all here in a really good mood and excited to see what's going to happen, because there's a new best of 3 series happening, going to start in a few minutes. That's between Nulli Secunda and PL. This is the final match of the losers bracket, and the winner of this match goes on to face the Camel Empire in the finals for Alliance Tournament 12. I don't know about you guys, but I'm pretty excited about it.
Seems so.
All right, well, CCP Rise isn't that excited, but I'm actually really excited. I want to see how PL can bounce back from their losing the last series. I think that probably came to a bit of a shock to them. PL's not a team that's used to losing. Granted, last year they did the same thing where they took a trek down into the elimination bracket before making to the final, but I'm not sure that's what they wanted to do this year, so they're going to have a little bit of a job in front of them.
Yeah, no, I am actually. I just show excitement in a really weird way, but this has been a really fantastic tournament. It's awesome to have PL in the losers bracket. It's fun to watch Elise sweat, and I'm sure everybody's pretty pumped at the possibility of new tournament champions, and especially since they're not anyone that got picked. Like there's been so much competition. We've been talking all tournament about how kind of that second tier is getting better and better, and it's fun to see that actually show in who's actually out in the lead now. So excited to see what happens.
Kind of incredible to me. I mean, Nulli Secunda, granted, I think they were some of the guys that got some of the old 100 reloaded guys, but even still, not a team that I would have picked at the beginning of the tournament to place at the very least in third, which is where they are right now.
Yeah.
They are at least third if they could go to the final and be first or second. So
yeah, it's crazy. I bet most people would have put at least 6 or 8 teams in front of them for sure. For getting this far. So that's really fantastic.
So the match is ready. I wanted to say so much more and be so much more excited, but I'm afraid we'll just have to get predictions real fast, and then the commentators will just have to handle the bands.
We have to do the bands. Let's see, what did I have circled?
So wait, okay. So Ishtar Golem for Nulli and Gila Heretic for PL.
Okay, so I think PL are going to come back and take this first one. I think they're going to have Nulli's number to start.
It's funny that PL said, or that Elise said, Gilas are done and they're the worst, and PL's actually banning them. But I'm gonna pick PL. They're I think the best team.
I'm going to go with Nulli.
Yeah, let's go 2 and 2.
Little bees, little bees, little bees, little bees. Wait upon instructions, little bees.
Come on, guys. Own with me, friends. Own with me. No fear, Luke. No fear, no fear, no fear. I don't believe in reloads. No reloading. In logistics, you are. Bonga! Scrams, dude. Scrams. All the things. Scram them. Some of you dudes being horrifically outpaced by this time. I'm just saying. That was epic.
The Ronin.
I mean, the Ronin have crazy tournament pedigree.
But there you go. Nice.
Alright guys, and welcome back to the Alliance Tournament. This is the finals for the elimination bracket. This is a best of 3 between Nulli and PL. And man, I'm Elise Randolph. I'm joined by Sir Squeebles. I don't know what to think, so I'm going to let him describe the setups for you.
Pandemic Legion is going with the bomber conk. They've got 3 purifiers and 3 hounds, and then not to be forgotten 2 rattlesnakes, a claymore, a scimitar, vigil, and a corax. Meanwhile, Nulli Secunda has gone with an Armageddon, double Eos, Guardian, Kitsune, Celestis, 3 Vexers, and 2 Griffins.
Yep, Nulli are bringing their flagship Geddon, and it came in not to the beacon at 0, but as you can see, the ranges, they're actually 180 degrees from one another, so the ranges they got are exactly the ranges they wanted.
Yep.
And we're going to see the match start right now. Let's see if these PL bombers can just go through this Geddon. Nulli've got a lot of Griffins. I think they're expecting drones, but they are going to be able to jam these bombers. Bombs ahoy! Let's see what this happens to this Justice for Hungry guy. And he...
What?
He activated the MJD, it looks like, maybe?
Okay, so unless this Geddon is shield tank, those bombs were not hugely successful.
It seems like the bombs whiffed, or they were nuke bombs, and I just wasn't paying attention.
That is possible, yeah. But
I probably should have.
He does have newts coming off of the Geddon right now, so presumably he's not cap dry. He is, however, taking a lot of damage. Meanwhile, Johnny and the Hound on the PL side is getting low, and there's also some damage on Destroyer.
Johnny Thor is going to go down in the Hound. Look at these jam spread. It looks like the Scimitar is jammed and damped, so he's not going to be able to rep any of these bombers as 2 Hounds just vaporize into nothingness. But Justice for Hungary, he's going down very, very slowly. There's no way that PL can win this out if they keep losing bombers at this rate. They need Lucas Kwan's Scimitar to get some reps off on these things. And bam, Hound gone, Purifier about to go, and this Geddon's tanking fine.
Yeah, and unfortunately when you have 2 Griffins and Kitsune up against you as a Scimitar pilot, you're probably not going to be able to accomplish much.
Yep, and it's basically all over for PL now. Their DPS wing of those bombers, they're really effective DPS for the points, but they're really hard to tank. So looks like these 2 Griffins and Kitsune are just putting a clinic on the PL's team.
And then there are newts coming off of this Geddon onto multiple things. He's got a lot of newts down on the bombers early just to shut off their prop mods that seem to work as another Purifier goes down. But he also, very importantly, has newts on the Scimitar. So these Griffins, we've seen the effect of ECM on drones earlier. It looked like that's what you know, that other team was doing.
Exactly, that's what Campbell and also what Hydra were doing. But now it looks like they just guessed for something. They guessed wrong, but it ended up being a better situation for them because they can just jam these bombers out.
Yeah, and importantly, once the bombers are gone, they can jam out the rattlesnakes, geckos, or even their heavy flights. So it's a really, really grim picture. If PL had managed to use the bombs to clear out at least some of that support, maybe the rattlesnakes could get in there and do their job. But as it stands right now, they're rendered pretty much useless.
Yep, those bombs totally whiffed. Unless they were EM bombs, I really should have been paying attention. Right now, Nully is trying to burn down Lucas Kwan's Scimitar since they're out of bombers to kill. Meanwhile, PL is swapped over to Nocturne's Guardian. But there is just no way, even if they kill him now, there's no way that they're in any position to bring this one back.
And this Scimitar is not long for the field as he is almost out of ASB charges. I imagine he'll be going down really soon. He's been under a lot of new pressure from that Geddon. Yeah, they can't accomplish anything. These rattlesnakes at this point are fighting a really huge uphill battle. That's really impressive. They put so many points into those bombers.
Yeah.
And it doesn't look like they got out of it what they needed to get out of it. So.
Yeah, well, it was actually a really good comp for burning down a Marauder or something like that, probably is what the PL were thinking with those bombers. But they just did not expect these Griffins at all. And Nully are just coasting through. It's a best-of-3 series, so they get to play at least 1 more game, hopefully 2 more. Otherwise, the glasses will be filled up with my tears and not just water. But right now, PL's just trying to finish off this Guardian. I mean, maybe they can man mode it with these rattlesnakes. Maybe there's like some super fits on these. It's important to note out that these rattlesnakes for PL are not their flagship, so their flagship won't be eliminated.
Yeah, but, and I mean, they are putting damage into this Guardian. You see some damage going out onto the Vexers. It's still under this much UR pressure. Even if they do manage to mount 1 or 2 targets, it's going to get progressively harder and harder as they go along. This Claymore is definitely going to sink. He's again under significant new pressure from the Geddon. There's a lot of damage still coming out. In fact, all the damage still coming out of the Nully team.
Yeah, PL have been unable to kill anything. Seamus gets a suicide tackle onto Nocturne's. Oh no, something's webbing Nocturne.
I think that might be the biggest control bar we've seen from the team.
Yeah, the flag newts on the flag end newts really make that control bar grow.
And it is all the way up.
And Seamus pops. It looks like PL are going to get Nocturne down, so they at least get 1 ship.
Yes.
So I mean, we got that going for us, boys.
Silver linings.
Yeah. So now PL are going to try to do some fancy footwork here and kill these Vexers down, but I think there's just no way.
Yeah.
Ollie's dying in his Corax. R.I.P. Ollie.
Yeah, that was impressive. I really wonder. Well, it's easy to say now. You wonder if the bombers are a good idea because obviously they didn't play. But we saw them used successfully earlier, and there was a whole lot of potential to put damage on that Geddon. The support wing from Nully here, like you said, I think they picked it for a different purpose, and it turned out that it was actually a really, really nice counter.
Yep, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, not taking any away from Nully, but they are very, very skilled in this match, and just curb stomping PL, who until today have not dropped a single match.
Yeah, and this sets them up, as you said at the beginning of the match, this is a best of a series of 3 matches, potentially 3 matches. PL has, I think, pretty decidedly lost this first round.
Yeah.
The next match, if PL loses again, they will be eliminated from the tournament. That's it for them. If they do manage to win, we'll go into that third game, and you'll have to sweat for another 40 minutes or something along those lines.
Yeah, that'll be great. I'm sure everyone would love to see that.
Yeah, you're definitely nervous, but it's okay.
My hands are shaking.
Yeah.
And Lord Dennis was going down, so
Yes.
that's not good. He can't even get any of these Vexors down on the way because he is damped, jammed, nuded. He's got every effect onto him right now, as you can see. He's even scrammed, so there's no MJDing outside the arena for him. He's just got to sit there and take it.
Yeah, this is crazy. I mean, we talked a little bit about what a surprise it's been from Noli. I mean, Noli's a good team. We know they have the 100-loaded core in there, but you still don't expect them to come through quite this strong. Like this is really scary.
Yeah, no, this was an absolute curb stomping here by Noli, and Lord Dana Cameron is going down. He'll probably be blinking into things. GF's in local. Let's see, as soon as you die. Man, look at this Nully team. Almost nothing died, only Nocturne's Guardian. So they're going to have all these ships ready. And that's the match. We're going to send it back to the studio.
Maybe.
They're just going to want to watch me cry. There we go.
Hello. Four reasons to attend Eve Vegas. Intense Eve geekery, free stuff, it's Vegas, baby, and the briefcase of friendship.
Jet Team Beats.
Now you know what fills my tankard. Elise Randolph's tears. I bet on Nully and I get a big happy check mark on my sheet.
I feel really bad that I didn't. I just quickly answered, and since PL was in the match, I just defaulted to that, but I forgot that I really believe in Nully. All along, I promise.
So PL have now lost 3 matches in a row.
Yeah. Yes.
How do you bounce back from that when you are 1 match away from elimination from the tournament and went up against a team that you're confident you could beat because you already beat them once in very spectacular fashion, but just crashed out in just as spectacular fashion in this one?
It sounds so simple, but the best way to bounce back from that is to win. And that's really the only chance they have. I mean, they are facing elimination, literally. PL, the Kings themselves, the defending champions from AT11.
Yeah, against Nully Secunda. This match is really awesome. I think the power of ECM is hit PL kind of twofold in this match. The commentators were talking about it, and we talked about before how having that jamming support really just cancels a lot of what the Rattlesnakes do because they can jam the drones out, so they just turn their DPS off from the Rattlesnakes. But then alongside that, being able to lock the Logi out for the whole fight, he never got reps on anybody, and keeping the DPS off from the Bombers too. I mean, it was just really a clinic. I feel like Nully came up against the absolute perfect thing for what they brought in this case, and like the sad Elise said, being lucky is good, but just really smart. I agree with you. I think mentally it must be really tough for PL now to decide what to bring next. They're against the wall and they're on this losing streak, which always does bad things to your head, and it can't be easy to figure out what they should be bringing.
Well, and this will be their 4th match of the day too, which is as many matches as anyone flew yesterday. So we're already, and it's it's early in the day. It's at 6, not even 6 o'clock yet. And we've been here for 3 hours, and they're already going into their 4th match, and it's just the pilots have to be. And PL hasn't used that many pilots. I was looking at the nullsec thing this morning, and it looks like 15, 16 pilots are all the pilots they've used. So it's not like they've been cycling in and out multiple rosters, right? So it's the same pilots every time, just about, and it's really going to be impressive if PL can turn the series around.
Yes, and Nully have a stronger footing right now because we don't really know what they're going to bring. Nully are coming out of a left field, so to speak, in terms that nobody suspected they'd get this far.
No, but they look really comfortable.
They do.
They did really, really well against Tuskers, and this match looked incredibly strong. They're executing well. They're bringing a very, a range of things. This Griffin and Kitsune setup is new. Like this hasn't happened so far. So they're on really good footing. It seems like.
But this is very rude of me. I didn't introduce our new guest. This is joining us now is CCP Bayesian.
Yep, that's right.
That was a correct pronunciation, I think.
Close.
Thank you for joining us.
No problem at all.
Yeah. We have to speak a little bit more about this match, if you will let us.
That's absolutely fine by me.
So all manners corrected. PL now is the time that they dig for something they were trying to save until finals, in my mind.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, if now is the time we see Adressias or Malices or Cambions or something, as they just have to actually pull out the the best kind of good against everything setup that they've been hiding. And I don't know, I don't even know if that exists for them right now. I mean, it feels a bit like they're actually not sure. So
I mean, yeah, that's the thing. Even if it does exist for them, are they sure of it now? They're not doubting it. But here's the thing: even if, let's say PL does, they bring out their big hitter setups and they win this series, then they go up against Camel Empire in the final, who haven't revealed. They revealed a few setups, but I have a feeling they have more. Versus a PL team that's now been forced to reveal half a dozen setups.
But they can't right now. They can't think about the finals. I think they're obviously they're knocked out if they lose another match. But I mean, I think that they're the type of team that, until they're against the wall, they are thinking well into the future. They're planning and trying not to show more than they want to and just, get by. But now, that's completely off the table. So for now, they just can't even think about the finals, I think, and have to focus on Nully, use whatever they have. Yep. It's really worth it. I mean, the jump from third to second in terms of prizes is gigantic. And so it's a big deal for them to actually get themselves into that final. Yeah. At kind of all cost, I think.
So to speak. It's also interesting that I forgot what I was going to say. That's very interesting.
That is extremely interesting.
So yeah, no, it's completely gone. On to something completely different then.
Perfect.
So these.
What do you have to say, Mug? Did you think of something yet? The mug isn't helping.
No, it isn't. Okay. You are excited, I can tell. I can see when you're excited.
I'm definitely happy when PL's losing. It's fun. Yeah. Top, it's great to have, these dynasties. I think it's added a ton to the tournament over the years to have, teams that are consistently performing and setting the bar, but it's awesome when they lose. It's fun for everybody. It feels like everything's opened up and, heroes are born and all that. It's good times, I think.
I agree. It also adds more flavor to coming tournaments. We're going to expect to see a Nully back in the next tournament. We're going to expect to see a Tuskers back in the next tournament. And these are now teams that have created a legacy for themselves as well. Mm-hmm. And we're going to the next tournament, the field is going to be much more even. It's the beginning of the tournament, first weekend, not everyone's predicting PL and Hydra to win. They're talking about the Nully, they're talking about the Camel, there's 8 teams easily you can talk the Camel. Yeah, there's 8 teams you can talk about though. It's really it's really, really crazy.
Yeah, many teams that were surprised sort of hits in the tournament. We saw leave yesterday, such as Afterlife and
Triumvirate.
And Triumvirate.
Yep.
So there's a lot of strong teams in the tournaments, it seems, this year.
Yeah.
And so now what happens is the next match is going to be match number 2 in this series, which means both Nully and PL have to recompose themselves, just as we said. They are probably banning right now, and then they have about 30 minutes or so to get their fits ready and their ships, ready to get fielded into space again. And they do this again, possibly twice more in this series, and then the winner of this match will go on to face Camel in the final, which is a best out of 5.
Yep.
Best out of 5 with Camel already having a one match advantage, right? So PL would have to win 3, or PL or Nully or whoever has to win 3 to win that series, but Camel only need to win 2.
Yep, that's right.
So,
yeah, I would expect actually that these teams will be quick. I bet bands were in some time ago, and these guys are pros, and it won't be a super long time before we have match 2 ready.
Yeah, I'd imagine as PL you don't want to spend a lot of time thinking about this. In fact, the less time you spend just kind of mulling it over, because as a captain, the captain's got stuff to do for sure, and maybe some of the people who are helping him have things to do, getting ships into the right people and so forth. But the pilots themselves are just kind of sitting there absorbing that loss, and you don't want to do that. You want to bounce right back in, get right back out there and draw blood and kind of get momentum back on your side. And meanwhile, Nully are just riding the momentum, and they're happy to get right back out there and sure, let's just end this series, and it's great.
Yeah. So the bans are in. Nully have banned the Ishtar and the Golem, while PL banned the Scimitar and the Stratios. So a Stratios ban. I think that's the first one in this tournament.
Yeah, that's pretty weird. I mean, with the Ishtar ban, that's the only time we've seen Stratios. Today was in a Sentry, like armor drone setup, right? And so having Ishtar and Stratios kind of takes that comp out, I guess.
I wonder if PL's thinking about that Vagabond setup again. Because that's what was really what undid them. I think on that was the heavy tackle
fantastic.
from right. Come back,
Let's try it again.
Let's try it again. But I mean, seriously, the Stratios were the kind of heavy tackle that took them out. We've seen the Stratios used that way quite a bit now. Initially, when we first started seeing them, we weren't really convinced of their effectiveness, but we've seen them applied really effectively by these later teams in the later stages of the tournament. So maybe PL's kind of seeing something in them.
So moving away from that match for a little bit, while we question you about your life and universe and everything. So you are a member of the team Space Glitter.
That's right, yeah. So we're basically a team that's looking at content in the game. So everything from creating missions through to creating NPCs and all of the stuff that sort of players interact with that isn't other players. And as part of that, we're sort of making the tools better. Currently, we're making NPC authoring much easier. And the sort of rationale behind that is that the system at the moment is functional, but you need to have a lot of sort of expert knowledge to make things in it. And what we're doing is basically taking it away from it being super nerdy to something that basically most of our game design department should be able to use to make new NPCs.
If only we weren't so dumb.
Yeah,
we could just use our existing tools, but
now. Let's not call ourselves dumb. We're just a little.
It's reducing the conceptual burden.
Okay, let's.
So,
there you go. That's a good word for it.
It is really nice. It's pretty intimidating at the moment to try to get in and mess around with a lot of the PvE.
It's just a lot of specialist knowledge you need right now, and it's just removing that and making it way more what players would be used to doing. So fitting ships with modules and so on, and basically being able to create NPCs in that manner, which just simplifies
as opposed
life
to
completely.
Where it has been maybe using numbers. Just putting it into a database or something.
You're tagging
spreadsheets online.
Literally, we are just working spreadsheets just now. So.
That's funny. My wife refers to EVE Online. I tried to get her to play for a little while. She played about 2 months, and she finally was like, you know what, this is video games for rocket scientists. I give up. So, but over time, things are getting easier, and for the new players as well. Both on the dev side, but also on the player side. So.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Like for a long time, we've basically been working with tools that aren't great, and now we're getting to the point where we're going to have some really awesome tools and can really sort of pump out new stuff. Something that CCP has not done in a while for our actual missions and that sort of content side of things, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's something that is needed, at least.
It's something that's very needed, yeah. I mean, one of the other things that we're looking at the moment is escalations in EVE, and that's a sort of gameplay system that's been ignored, or at least put to one side, whilst other more important things have been tackled, and it's got a whole bunch of sort of broken or very hard to understand gameplay in there. Like, why didn't I get an escalation? Did I get an escalation?
Yep.
All this sort of thing. And we're going to go in and have a look at that and fix the broken stuff and make life nicer so that people get in there and can experience that stuff.
For all the people that run escalations out there. There are quite a few.
Yeah. I mean, even I, as almost a strictly PvPer, have done some of that. Lived in Syndicate for a long time, and before the tag system for security status, trying to get sec status by ratting. I'd find a complex in my home system that was pretty empty, and fine, I'll run it. Nothing better to do. And then getting escalations was sometimes something that was just kind of like more effort to figure out than it was worth.
And I think one of the big problems for it just now is there's no feedback at all about is there anything I can do to make an escalation more likely to happen and things like this. So you go in, you run the mission, you don't get an escalation, I have no idea why. I have no idea what.
I always thought it was
what
just
chance
like a random chance. You know, you look on a lot of the blogs
Yeah.
describing these, what complex you've got to know damage types and stuff, and it says,
Yeah.
and there's a chance.
Yeah.
That's what it says. There's no percentage chance. It's just a chance that you get an escalation.
Yeah. And so we're looking at making it more obvious, essentially, to you when you go into an escalation, so that you know, it's going to take me a few goes to get this, but like how many times are we going to have to run this dungeon, basically, and what can I do to sort of make the chances of getting an escalation better for me?
Sure.
Yeah.
And I think the inevitable side product of doing that will bring out more ratting supers.
Oh, well,
everybody
that's
loves
fine.
those.
Ratting anything is good. It's more people to kill in space. So, yeah,
that's something that you're a strong advocate for.
Oh, absolutely.
You violent person, you.
The other, I mean, like not with the escalation specifically, but having a lot more flexibility and capability with the way we do PvE stuff in general is cool for so many reasons. I know something a lot of players want, and I think that we've wanted for a long time as well, is more connection between PvE and PvE gameplay, like in terms of how they work, and if it's easier for us to make content and communicate about how that content works to players more effectively, we can like prepare people for PvP burner missions, or maybe like a beginning of a hint at kind of how we can do a better job teaching people the game and making content that's really exciting and fun. And right now we're kind of blocked from a lot of that.
And so hopefully we'll move on to sort of making our content more procedurally generated as well. So rather than having to have somebody script every single mission from beginning to end, you can...
Which also means to do missions, you end up reading a script online somewhere and following it step by step.
Go to the wiki page, and that's, you know exactly what NPCs you're going to face, you know exactly what series of steps you have to go through. We just want to add a bit more sort of flavour and variety to it that you would get from, like PvP encounters. You don't necessarily know up front exactly what you're going to be facing, and the Alliance tournaments are a brilliant example of exactly that, and what makes that exciting is like live problem solving, essentially.
Here's a question you may not be able to answer, that may not be your department even, but something I remember hearing from mission runners always complaining about, for instance, the damps on, say, a Serpentis mission were kind of uncounterable from my understanding. You could put all the sensor boosters you want in the world, you're still going to get damped down. Is that something that's possibly fixable in the future?
Yeah.
EWAR effects can actually be countered from NPCs?
Yeah, so there's a lot of, in our system they're called effects, they're the things the NPCs can do. And so there's a lot of these that have been written and have just been left in the state that they were when they were created. So some of them actually don't work at all. I fixed NPCs remote repping the other day. Like if you've gone up against them in the incursions, I think is the only place they actually do it. But that's actually not worked for a while. Nobody's noticed.
I was going to say the big game for surprise now, right?
It's hard to see exactly what's going on. So people have kind of gone with the impression that they are.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of stuff like that we're fixing, and we've over the summer actually churned through a massive amount of defects just as our team's been ramping up and getting to know the system. So there's a whole bunch of stuff that's sort of wasn't working quite right that is now working completely correctly, which is awesome.
So just to remind people, we are still in studio and not in space, because the teams that were just fighting are going to fight again, and they only have around 30 minutes to do so. They're still getting their fleets up and getting ready to be moved back into system.
We are in space.
I know. We're on the Hyperion, do you remember? And so we are simply, as soon as possible, we will go back to the match, but the teams need a little breather. To bring quality content and for everybody to have fun, they need to have a small breather between matches.
Last year we got, I know, pushed them to the point of PL saying they were just going to quit. It can be very stressful, and I don't know how everyone's doing right now in these matches. I would think they're actually all right. It's kind of midday, like you were saying, and they've played a lot, but it's only been a few hours, so hopefully they're not completely out of gas yet. But it does get pretty tough.
Yeah, getting those shakes.
One of the things I was thinking about earlier, I don't remember why, but something you said made me think about it, that it's hard to see from this perspective, from a viewer perspective, or even from us, is how much logistics is involved. I mean, it's not just some captain making a decision about what fit to bring. It's, you know, an enormous amount goes into having all the stuff there to begin with, and then just making sure it's organized correctly. So even if they do decide on a comp, making sure people get in the right stuff, making sure that there's, you know, not things missing or broken somehow, you know, as preparations were being done 2 days ago or whatever. And so it puts strain on everyone, not just, you know.
Well, and individual pilots even possibly making mistakes, or the one guy who decides to fit every ship on the team. I know, talking to some of the Royal Capel pilots after their tournament run ended, one of them admitted to me at one point that they were running a double rattlesnake comp that was supposed to be running MJDs, and he happened to have stepped away for a drink of water at the point that was announced, so he went in with an MWD instead of an MJD, and then, you know, so
exactly.
And that sort of mistake that didn't wind up costing them in that match, but that's a sort of little fine-tuning mistake that you can make. I've definitely put the wrong module on a tournament ship before and gone into a match like that, and it becomes even more when you're under this much pressure, matches this fast.
Yeah, and you can imagine like forgetting ammo or drones or something. I mean, there's
nanite repair paste.
Forgetting to repair your ship.
Yeah, I've done that too in the FanFest tournament. I definitely had a burned out module, and definitely one of the Hydra Reloaded guys who undocked with armor damage. So yeah.
I just received word from CCP Mimic, who is acting as she's not acting, she is the referee for this Alliance tournament.
Is acting as it because you're here?
Yes, that's right. I used to do it, but then now she's doing it.
You're acting as host.
I'm acting as host, yes. It's all just an act. But I just received word from her that the reason the bombs did what they did is because they were smart bombed.
I was wondering about that.
Yes.
Because they mentioned smart bombs being on that Geddon, so that would make sense. Maybe one or two hit him between cycles, but the rest of them were killed off. Because they have extremely high resist to their own damage type.
Yeah.
But different damage types, they have no resist and not a whole lot of HP, so.
Wow. Firelined bombs.
See, this is what I've been saying since this tournament began.
Smart bombs.
Yeah. The solution to all your problems.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah.
I wonder how much different that match would have looked.
And that was a flagship Geddon, was it not?
Yeah.
So I wonder if those were officer smart bombs.
It's very likely.
Fancy smart bombs, right? To get more range and
big
more
range.
damage. Yeah.
If you want to take the time to go back out back and reverse engineer it from the crash data, you're welcome.
That's true. Yeah. Sure, someone out there is already doing it.
Probably.
Probably someone at PL, in fact. PL probably has somebody dedicated to doing exactly that, picking apart those comps. And I'm sure, you know, all these teams that are this far to the tournament are probably using that data. So.
Or they might simply just all be trolling on comms. That's something that I've heard that PL does too.
Well, they do that well.
Like, I don't know, that's really wild. Did he turn the smart bombs on thinking that would happen?
I imagine. I mean, like, you got to know that smart bombs have a chance to take out the bombs, right? I mean, that's the sort of.
I mean, it's just fast thinking. Like, match starts, there's bombs in the air, and you just, like, do you think I'll smart bomb these bombs off of me? I don't know. Like that's really good play by Nully.
The timing is crazier to me. Is you have a very narrow window of time, right? The smart bombs activate and then have a duration where you watch the little ticker go off and then it goes again. If you miss time that, those bombs can all hit in between cycles. So it's like
exactly.
Having to be right on the ball with that. Watch those bombs come in and then time it just right.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure Elise Randolph's stream of tears is going to be even wider now that he knows that they have high-quality pilots on the team, because that wasn't evident enough already. But my tankard needs filling. Bring him. So, Bayesian, let's come back to the sort of tool project that you're working on.
Mm-hmm.
And you are... from all that I gather, and we gather, that you're moving towards some sort of more dynamic content.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, so one of the other things that we're currently looking at is how to make space feel more alive and full of activity. Like, there's some good examples of that. The kind of incursions is a good example. Wormholes are another good example, and they're all sort of content that's been procedurally created and distributed. And we're looking at doing more things like that. So just kind of effects happening in systems that change things. None of this is nailed down, so which is why I'm being so
vague, but
horribly vague. Okay. But yeah, we've got a whole bunch of cool underlying systems behind incursions that can be used for a lot of other stuff, and we're just basically going back in and
that's very cool.
And looking at that. And we have Fox4 who's working on the designs for us for this dynamic stuff that's going to happen.
Presumably, we talked a little earlier with Delegate Zero about in-game events. That's sort of thing that could eventually be applied to that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. All of the stuff we're doing right now is very applicable to things like in-game events
awesome.
because we will be using these systems to generate that
I
sort
can
of
remember when I first started playing, I joined an RP Alliance, Star Fraction, and one of the things that was really fun, I can remember as a fairly new player, 6-8 months in, we're getting in on some of these in-game events. The Sisters of Eve event at one point, chasing something across space 30 jumps or whatever. It was just a lot of fun and something we haven't seen as much of lately. So yeah, it's really, really exciting to hear that maybe something happening more and more.
And our team's done a bit of that previously under different names, essentially. We had the event with the ghost sites where you were going around and hacking those to get stuff for, I think it was the Sisters Eve again.
Yep.
Always. But a lot of that requires a lot of manual work and intervention, and we're just trying to get away from having to do too much of that. And so we can concentrate on making the actual events interesting and cool and as cool as they can be, really, with the resources and all that we have.
Nice.
Which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, more life in space, despite the contrary, like, sort of image it conjures into your head, is a good thing, I think.
And not even like, the dynamic part's really the super valuable part. Like, it's not, there's things to do now, but the main thing that moves is people. Like, players move, and that's really great. So you get a lot of dynamic change in the world from the way people actually behave, but having the world itself be more dynamic
just makes things more interesting.
Yeah.
For like the way I always try and sell it is with an analogy to like weather. If you had your resources moving around the universe in a similar manner to weather systems operate, where you've got some sort of good local prediction, but no real good sort of long-term view of it. You have some ideas, and the planet has different areas of weather where there's some consistency. But if we can get into that sort of thing, that would make gameplay super interesting. Like, no longer can you just control this one area and know exactly what resources you'll have access to, but it can move around. I mean, that's just me.
Well, and it doesn't.
Nonsense.
I mean, resources might be one of the most terrifying strong, but
like we talked about.
But like unsettling things to think about, moving around really unpredictably. But there's some that are really easy to think about doing that are really great, like moving around anything that affects like ship balance. Coming from my side, if there's suddenly an area of space that gets something like wormhole effects, the combat in that area has changed. It's like you suddenly are fighting a war where it's really cold. The way that war works is a lot different than if you were fighting it in the Bahamas or whatever, and that kind of that kind of stuff is really interesting. It is I think potentially a really easy and cheap way for us to give a whole bunch of new types of content for people.
Yeah, absolutely. And similarly, changing the industry landscape a bit, like the guys did in Chris. And then we can have riots in your team that affect your team's morale or things like this going on.
And to be clear, this isn't a feature we're announcing. We want the capability to invent. Like right now, it's hard to even imagine doing some of these things, and we want to make it much easier for us to seriously approach, so that we can maybe do more interesting stuff.
So like you could supernova the star in Jita and explode everything in the system.
That's pretty much exactly what we're doing.
So, I want to go back to the match now, because the pilots are in system and we're getting ready.
Awesome.
So, I want to refresh on the bans. The bans are Ishtar Golem for Nully and Scimitar Stratios for PL. Why the Stratios ban?
Yeah, I mean, the only idea I have is from before, that it's like the Ishtar replacement that lets you run like a more armor sentry type of setup. But
isn't that also something that the Vexor Navy actually can do?
I think the Stratios is a lot beefier version of it, though.
I don't know what's the Vienna drone bay like?
Off the top of my head, I don't know. You're the one who balance this stuff.
No, I didn't do the Vienna, Josh did. But one possibility is that they're forcing them into setups where it's easier to manipulate the drones. So I know that the Stratios, which I did balance, has a really big drone bay, and so does the Ishtar. And so if they're looking to actually attack the drones directly,
Okay.
Donuts now.
like
Of course.
Someone said me. I'm sorry.
Seagull here delivering us donuts.
CCP Seagull
You're
contributing to them.
abused by Stream Chat right now is what's happening.
Yep.
Who apparently control everything.
Well, no.
Yeah, Stratios is.
So, Stratios is.
Yeah. Anyway, there'll be a match, I'm sure.
So you get to listen to us chew on these delicious donuts. Thank you.
So the golem ban, I mean, PL did bring golems 3 times.
Yeah. And this is the same ban that Nully had for their first match also.
Right. What were the other 2? What were PL's bans? The Stratios and...
The Scimitar.
PL's
okay.
bans...
They banned Scimitar in every single match.
Every match.
They didn't last match.
Oh, really?
Last match they had the Healer and the Heretic.
Okay.
Oh, so it was the first time they didn't ban the Scimitar then?
Yes. And they lost. Well, they've been losing all day. But
So they go back to what worked.
They've been losing all day.
But I'm sure they have. They haven't won a match today.
If you can think of a match PL was in, they probably lost it.
Probably.
Yeah.
Very, very probably. Let's hope they don't get into any super fights today. But all right, so I also want to say PL is facing elimination from the tournament.
Yeah.
The defending champions from AT11 have their backs up against their wall and some other stuff that I'm not going to talk about. And they might have to bust out their secret strats right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping we see something really exciting from them in this match. I don't know how likely that is, but I mean, it could be. If they're worried about the Stratioses because they do a really nice job blocking like they did for the Vagas, maybe they want them not there so that they can use Adrestias or something. I mean, maybe there's a different kind of rushy setup that they want those out of the way for.
What other tournament ships are there? You've got to figure PL is going to pull out the tournament ships.
Bengals are pretty good. Mimirs aren't. Camions and Mouses, but they wouldn't be banning Stratios because of those. So I don't know. I'm excited. I hope they bring out something really cool for this.
Yeah. So I just received word that we're having, because we're moving these players into the system for maybe the 8th time today or during the weekend, we might start to have problems, and that's exactly what happened.
Oh.
But they will be in system soon, I assure you. This is just what we have to go through. Oh, this is terrible.
That's so good, though. That was absolutely great. So yeah, the match. No, I think PL are gonna have to pull out something here. They really need to. And I mean, they certainly have the ships, they have the resources, they have the pilots to do it. The question is, what are they gonna pull out? And are Nully prepared for it? Are Nully ready to counter whatever it is? Are they gonna bring a setup that's just solid enough all around to face whatever PL have?
I think Nully don't have to be ready to counter. I just think Nully need to go in swinging. And that's what they are. They are on a morale high point, I would assume.
Yeah.
And they just go in and do it.
But this is like, I think they're much more likely to win this match than the next one if they lose this match. So I mean, they need to be really focused, of course. I mean, it's silly for us. Like, they should try really hard here. But like,
this is try really hard.
I think this is the most. I think this match is more important for Nully than the next one in a way because they have the momentum right now, and if PL gets that back, it's going to be much harder for them in the 3rd match.
Well, and we talked about Pandemic Legion not having won a match today. Nully hasn't lost one yet today. They're on a 3 straight this morning or this afternoon.
Yeah, and you don't want that to flip if you're Nully. You want to
just
keep that momentum going, ride it into the finals.
Into the final, yeah.
So.
Yes, I'm trying to sort of envision what's going through PL's head versus what Nully are experiencing, and
they're probably both experiencing. We wish we were in the system.
Probably.
Right now.
Yeah, my hands are shaking, but we still Gucci.
My hands shaking, but we still Gucci.
I think that was Elise's exact words.
Yep.
Yeah, PL are the ones who need to counter now. They are the ones who are they are the underdog in this match. That's for sure.
Well, I mean, Nully definitely threw him a curveball with that Gudden setup. We have not seen the Gudden from them at all this tournament yet. And so to see that all of a sudden now, it's just complete change from what they've been bringing. So I think that may have turned some of that on PL's, on their head for PL. What do we do? Hold on, we thought we'd seen, basically Nully's, we keep using the word meta, but Nully's, strategy all tournament long, and now they bring something totally different. So
it's interesting to think about how Nully have sort of surprised us throughout the tournament. First with the hard counter to Hydra on the 3rd weekend, where they managed to smart bomb all of their drones, and then this being able to smart bomb the bombs of PL's bombs off the field
Well, they've had some tough matches. I mean, RVB earlier in the tournament have been doing fairly well. They played that match very well. They beat Afterlife, who again was on a tear through the elimination bracket, and then Tuskers. In fact, they 2-0'd Tuskers after Tuskers put up an awfully good fight last week. Last week.
Yeah, they won a match
yesterday.
They won a match against Camel.
Right. So Camel. I think it's the only match Camel have lost in the entire tournament was won to Tuskers. So.
Well, I'm going to ask for predictions now. Who do you think will win? After all this waffling on our part, who's going to win?
I'm going to go more intentionally this time. I think PL is going to win this match. I don't know, it feels weird.
I'm going to go with Nelly. I think PL are going to bring something crazy out, but it's not going to work.
Do you have a prediction you want to share?
Well, after watching the last match, I can only really go with Nelly. I mean, that was so one-sided.
Yeah, I actually think that Nully are going to sweep this. And we'll have a Nully Camel final, something that nobody sort of expected. Experienced, but expected, yeah. Nobody expected it going in. I remember a few posts about how Hydra versus PL12 wouldn't be that fun, but here we are.
Yeah.
PL facing elimination, Hydra already out.
Well, the question is Hydra really the Camel B team now? Can we say that?
No,
sorry,
they're
guys.
not a B team.
Not yet.
They're
Too soon.
They're the worst training partner. You can say that.
There you go. Okay.
Please love me, guys.
Yeah. Sorry, guys. Sorry, Hart.
I thought of something just now about something I saw in stream chat while I was over there between matches that sort of shocked me, and it was funny to watch Elise react to, which is some sentiment actually when good teams lose, like when Hydra lost, the same thing happened. I decided to put my donut in my drink.
Sorry, I just noticed that.
When Hydra lost, and also like when PL lost today, I think people often think it's the throw, like that it's fixed in some way. They're making money on bets, giving up matches, or something like that, and it's like Elise just laughs. Like they are trying really hard. They like. It's way more valuable. There's no way they can get as much money from any kind of fixing than they can get from just winning the prizes. So they're absolutely trying to win every match.
I mean, perhaps a team really early in the tournament who doesn't see themselves having much hope.
Yeah, sure.
I could see that, but then the trouble is the odds aren't going to be very good for you anyway, so why throw? You're better off betting on yourself and winning. So yeah.
I would also like to add that we in the tournament team have absolutely zero patience for non-sportsmanship behavior. And wasting everybody's time is just not something that we find very funny.
Yeah.
Yes.
We did see
we
that
also
earlier, so.
always really like interesting backroom deals that aren't boring.
That's true.
Like,
yeah, exactly.
We have a really great double standard about that. If you're doing something shady, it better be interesting to everyone. And then it's all right.
Sounds like Eve in a nutshell.
Yeah. I guess maybe it is.
I think it's kind of like if you're putting another team in a bad spot, that's okay. But if you're putting CCP in a bad spot, not so okay. You know what I mean? Like completely no showing for a tournament match, not okay. But bribing the other team to fly out of the arena, totally okay.
We're getting into a land of hypotheticals that I don't want to comment on that.
Fair enough.
But I think even though there has been some like past semi-high-profile instances of some of this kind of thing in general, like almost always, I think people in the tournament are just trying to bring the best fleet and kill the other team. Like that's almost always the case. Most of the energy that's put into behind-the-scenes stuff is more invested, I think, in spying and trying to just honestly trying to figure out what your opponents are going to do. I've heard of some really clever schemes to try and figure out what setups your opponent's going to bring or whatever, but it's rarely any kind of agreed situation between the two teams.
Right. So to rig the bracket to get a more favorable opponent, you definitely have teams that did spy on teams and want to sell a setup to another team that's going to fight them because you'd rather fight X team than Y team.
Right.
So we are ready.
Excellent.
Nice.
The match is about to be underway. We're about to go up into cyberspace space. Let's see if PL will go home or pass on to see Camel again.
September 13th, the EVE online gaming event. #EVE_NT. Be there or be a douchebag.
We often
tips it away. Failing is down there. Oh, he got it! He got it! He got it! Not possible! Center ice! Yeah! You better believe it, baby!
And welcome back, everybody. I'm Sir Squeebles here with a very, very, very nervous Luis Randolph. And we're in the second match of the best of 3 series between Nully Secunda and Pandemic Legion. PL has brought something we definitely have not seen in the tournament thus far. It's an Astarte EOS triple Zealot. Kitsune carries 2 Celestis, a Maulus, and 2 Inquisitors, so they're not skimping on the E-War.
Yeah, PL is bringing control back. Look at that control bar compared to the Nully team. Nully took an EOS triple Gila Worm team, very similar to something we saw a few weeks ago, and very, very powerful team in the current meta. So let's see what happens. PL are flying. It should be noted, we believe these are beam Zealots.
Yeah.
They're not pulses, and they didn't go with formal logistics. They went with 2 rep frigates. So a lot of DPS and a lot of control on the PL team. Let's see how that can get applied. And it looks like the damps are being applied pretty well onto the Nully side.
Yeah, and there are a lot of damps to be applied. They've hit that Basilisk up with the Kitsune jams. They've got tons of damps on them, I'm sure. And I'm assuming these Zealots are going to go right for the support wing. You see a painter down on the Worm of Wat, and he is getting into low shields. He's not going to be catching reps from that Bazzi, because that Bazzi is super
Certainly not. PL Maulus just like boundary violated, it looks like. Good job there.
Yeah.
Wat is catching reps just because they want to prove Squeebles wrong. And Phantom's Kitsune is now being repped by these Inquisitors. Let's see how well he can tank.
And very importantly, I think that Maulus might have been the one in charge of damping that Bazzi, because as soon as he boundary violated, the jams are still trying to be applied to the Bazzi, but that is hugely unfortunate. And now the Kitsune of Phantom is taking damage. He's already got reps on him. There's no E-War yet on the Inquisitors, but there's definitely DPS
they're going for
on
Lucas Quan's Inquisitor, and if he drops, that's most of PL's reps, and he's gone. This Kitsune's going to fall right after, and PL's in shambles right now, trying to kill these Merlins and Worms.
Yeah,
but it is not working at all.
This is not good. So Nully Secunda, I think, is very smartly trying to clear off this Kitsune. This Kitsune is doing a really nice job. The remaining Inquisitor of Destoya is doing a wonderful job keeping him up. He's distracting a lot of DPS, but in the meantime, they're making no progress whatsoever.
All right, Kitsune is stabilized a little bit. The Bassi's still not damped. Maybe PL's hoping to just throw some damps onto him in a fast way
or
to
kill
try
him,
and trick
because
him
a
out.
target painter has just been switched on the Basilisk.
There you go. They might be going for the Bassi now. PL will have to do this if they'll do this very quickly, as Cheapamon's Celestis is being attacked, and there's no way Destoya's Inquisitor can keep him up.
It looks like Destoya's Inquisitor, he's taking pretty heavy damage. He's probably got no way to rep himself, not enough slots on that frigate to do that. So if
and there goes Cheap. Cheap is dead. He did not fly to the arena. He just died horribly. And Destoya is going to be next. And it looks like Phantom's going to go quickly after.
That Bazzi on the Nully Secunda side is taking significant damage, but he's got an XLASB, and at this point, Pandemic Legion has thrown the linchpin of really supporting their comp, which is those Logifrigs. I mean, now they can't sustain.
PL's losing all of their control right now. They lost all their reps, all their control. They're not even going to break this Nully Basilisk. PL's going to crash out of the tournament if they can't get something together here. And it looks like Seamus is tackled well and good in his Zealot by this huge Nully Frigwing.
Yeah, and this is awful if you're on the Pandemic Legion side.
It's a disaster, boys. Disaster is struck. PL is going to finish 3rd in this tournament. Nully is going to have 2-0'd them. PL has never lost a best-of-3 round in all of the Alliance Tournament history, and they are losing they're losing to Nully of all people. That's amazing.
Yeah, can I just say to the commentary desk, leave Elise alone. This has been very hard on him, and this match is not going to make it much better because it's going to be a clean sweep, a full clean sweep.
Absolutely. PL might get this Bassi down, but they're going to have nothing else to show for it. They're just zerging in hero style. They're going to try and get a little bit of pride back, but nope, you don't get any pride. You got zonked by Nully. 3rd place finish for PL, and we're going to have a Nully Camel final.
Yeah.
Whoever could predict that with Hydra on Hydra seeming really well in the tournament. PL looking strong early on, especially yesterday. They just had nothing left in the tank after this. They finally get Nocturne down, but PL
they're not going to be able to win this.
It seems
what
like
an upset.
It seems like PL has gone in with a plan to trade their entire team for the enemy logistics.
Yeah, they tried that twice, and that's not really a good plan.
I mean,
so, disaster.
They executed that part of the plan. I feel like there wasn't a whole lot of follow-through.
Yeah, they executed a losing strategy amazingly well, so good job for that.
This,
As Paxios is going into structure, he's going into structure.
Yeah, only Celestis and an Astarte to kill off after that. There's a Merlin and very, very low shields, and I hope he lives just so he has a cool story to share on the forums. This is great, though. I kind of echo some of the sentiments from the commentator desk that as hard as it is to see PL go down and as sort of frustrating it is to know how great a team they are and see them sort of underperform in these last 2 matches, it is very cool to open the door to other people. You've
Absolutely,
got Melly and Camel is going to be a great series, so as tragic as this is, it was well fought on both sides, and despite you being heartbroken,
My heart is actually broken, but it's okay. That tankard will be full. Gargant will be able to drink for years.
Yes, he will not be thirsty.
Yeah, and Dan Cool's Astarte is going down. Looks like Nelly just kind of taking their time, relishing the moment. Congrats again to Nelly. They're going on to the finals, and man, PL knocked out. This is a tournament of upsets, folks.
Yes, a lot of upsets, mostly if you're a Pandemic Legion fan.
Yeah, or a Hydra fan, or any like.
But they lost, I mean, 3 in a row.
Yeah.
4 in a row.
4 in a row, it's pretty grim.
That's
and
hard.
we are done. PL eliminated, and we're going to throw it back to the studio while I cry.
I mean, my heart's beating, my hands are shaking, but I'm still shooting, and I'm still getting the headshots. It's like, boom, headshot, boom, headshot. I'm still getting the hearts. It's like, boom, headshot, boom, headshot, boom, headshot. Still.
Delicious. Good job, Nelly, on beating the defending champions of Alliance Tournament 11. PL are out. Pandemic Legion are out. I did not think I'd be saying those words. Poor Elise Randolph. I think we all need to give him a hug.
It's crazy. I saw Squeebles try to touch him earlier, and he freaked out, so I won't try and hug him. But
we're sending him hug thoughts.
I can't believe that, like, I think I would have worried that this would be a fast early part of the day with 2-0s going to PL, and then to go all the way from that to not having close, like, going to 3 and having close matches between them and their opponents, but having them just get destroyed. It's crazy. Nully deserves quite a bit of credit. They're awesome.
They really do.
And we were saying early in the tournament, PL had struggled in 2 matches and nearly dropped into the elimination bracket right away, but they seemed to bounce back. And the next 2 or 3 matches, they played extremely well. They did what we expected of them to do. But it makes you wonder, is the PL team this year, was it perhaps that, I don't know, that they bounced back for a couple matches, but in reality was the whole team really just not up to the same standards as the previous years, because they just didn't seem to perform as well. Their setups didn't seem to do as well.
I'm sure that a lot of people will take their opinions on that to Twitter.
Oh, I have no doubt I'll hear about that. But then again, the PL comes from the PL rope match where we're all about my tears. So now it's my turn. I'll enjoy your tears. So
I really feel like it's about, wow. I feel like it's about other teams stepping up more than it is about PL failing. I think PL did a great job in the tournament. They went really deep like they always do. And it seems like everyone else has just gotten a lot better. I feel like this match, I would love to hear both these teams talk about their choices for what to bring, but it seems to me like because it became clear to everybody that you can mess with the drone DPS a lot, like rattlesnakes are dangerous because they get jammed, lots of people mixing in ECM to try to combat drones. PL tried to be one step ahead and switch to turrets. This actually looks a lot like the kind of EOS Ishtar setups that we've had. It's just that instead it has turret-based damage, so it has Zealots and the Astarte. So instead of drones, they're relying on turrets, which can't be easily jammed out. But it's like Nully just outplayed them. It's like we saw what would happen if you had started with turret comps in the start of the tournament when everyone was bringing drones. Like they just lose because they don't have as much damage in tank. And I don't know. I feel like it's more that they got outplayed at the level they've always played at. Nully just is really good.
It's interesting that PL banned Helas in the first match of this series and then didn't ban them in this match and lost to them.
Yeah.
And just kind of maybe, you know, a what-if moment. If they'd banned
that was actually a question that I should have asked. Why Stratios is not Helas?
There's so many like levels here, though. I mean,
there's so many layers.
They might make, you know, if they ban Helas early or in the first match, and then they don't in the second, then maybe they expect Nully to interpret that as wanting Helas in the match, where, you know, they would be scared then to bring Helas because PL is expecting them to because they were scared of them before. But like, I think it's really hard to figure out where these teams are at in terms of their expectations, and it'd be fun to hear them talk about it. I think it's hard for us to guess exactly.
But generally, the captains post like kind of a write-up on the forums the day after. Maybe the next couple of days in the AT forums, we'll see something about it, which would be great. I'd really look forward to seeing that because I know when I was captain, I did that. You post a retrospective on what it was like and the kind of behind the scenes on every match, and a lot of captains do that. So hopefully, the PL captain will.
I'd love to hear.
Yep, and this means we only have one series left. We only have one sort of title to fight for now. That's the title championship itself of Alliance Tournament 12. The champions of Alliance Tournament 12 will either be Nully Secunda or the Camel Empire. So,
which means we'll have for sure a new Alliance Tournament champion.
Yes. Yep.
Which is pretty amazing.
That's pretty amazing. So the way this works is because Camel Empire are coming into the final from the winners bracket, they will be automatically one up.
Yeah.
So they only need to win 2 matches to emerge as champions, while Nully Secunda will have to win 3.
Right.
This is a best out of 5, so that's the way we play it. It's an entire series that will be played out just as the ones we've been experiencing today. Between each match, we'll have around 30 minutes for the teams to compose themselves, come up with new strategies, do bans, get bio breaks, something to eat, make sure people that fall asleep.
Nobody will be eating.
Nobody will be falling asleep either, I think. But I mean, it's good to have your bases covered. And that also means that we have a slight, there's some time we have now until the last match. So we're just going to take this rather easy and comfortable and smooth. I like smooth. Can you tell? I like it a lot. You're giving me this. Yeah. You're giving me this kind of. I don't know what to expect.
I didn't expect to come here and get creeped out by you, but that's happened like 3 times.
How have I been able to do that?
You're drinking from your giant mug and like staring into people's souls and just saying smooth over and over. I'm like, I'm gonna get some distance after we get out of here.
Be glad you sat on that.
I know. I'm gonna take my donut and go somewhere safe.
So before we go on a slight trip to Jeddah, while we sort of reconfigure the seating arrangements and kick out those we don't want. You've anchored me for the last time, Rice! I want to come back to you, Bayesian, and ask you a little bit more about sort of what you've been doing for EVE Online in the past. The past is a nice place.
Past is a nice place. I've been working on EVE now for about 4 years. It'll be 4 years in December, so that's a fair chunk of time. I started off working on Incarna, working with the animators, basically helping them get their stuff into the game, making it look cool. And then I actually spent maybe 1.5 years away from EVE, the main project, prototyping kind of new gameplay. So we did a prototype of possible avatar gameplay, and then also some prototyping around mining, making it.
You know what's behind the door.
I know exactly what's behind the door.
Probably. Maybe one of these bad boys.
No. Yeah.
No, there isn't. There's only one of these.
You can put that in the RM store.
You're not a designer.
Not even giving ideas for a designer. No, you can steal my ideas.
You're and so after that.
Yeah, so after that we prototyped a bunch of mining as well, trying to make it so we don't break the current. system, but making it more interesting and interactive and something that people have sort of fun doing as opposed to read a book whilst they're doing.
I was gonna say that's a tall order. I think.
Yeah. We came up with some interesting things, and there's a video on CCP's YouTube channel of a talk I gave at FanFest 2012, I think. But then
my first FanFest.
Yeah, it was good times. But so after that, I worked on the hacking changes that we deployed in Odyssey. And I'm kind of continuing to work on that as a side project, trying to improve the actual gameplay there, make it deeper and more satisfying to do, with a view to maybe using it elsewhere in the game than just the exploration sites.
Like unlocking the door?
Unlocking the door, yeah. You just have to get past a super difficult thing that goes.
Have to keep going back to it.
It's like 4 maybe 5 hours worth of hacking, I think, to get through that.
We should do that.
Yeah, we should do that.
And then it'll just open into a hallway with another door.
And wow, you're actually getting into the mindset of a designer.
See, I like that.
That's interesting.
It's a whole new level of like kind of trolling the players. So, like I like doing it from the side of blowing their ships up, but there's a whole new like level here. Yeah.
But would you say that the 5-week release sort of program is also beneficial to the work you do?
Yeah, so much so. Like basically, with the 6-month cycle that we had, we moved around a lot and changed a lot of different things. But this new cycle means teams get more focus on what they're doing and kind of pick an area and can really go to town, making that awesome and making it good and making it sort of just, I guess, better constructed than we have in the past.
Yes.
And so, yeah, being able to get stuff out quickly, being able to see feedback on it, and being able to react to that feedback quickly has been awesome. Like, we've been patching after the big releases, but now we can patch and we can deploy again and again and again, and really sort of work on exactly what people are telling us and what we're finding from our own sort of like statistics and things that
has been sort of the blanketing, I don't know, connection between all the guests we've had on the set here. Is that the 5-week release program kind of schedule is very beneficial for both developers and players.
Yep.
Increased turnaround time. No, not like reduced turnaround time. Sorry. Yes, we want longer time for things to happen, and more. We can listen to feedback more effectively and.
Go faster. I want to go faster.
Gotta
5
go
weeks.
Fast. Dropped from 6 to 5 already, right?
Yeah.
CCP Explorer, he corrected me. I was wrong. It's important to be right. Very important to be right.
I thought I was wrong once, but I was actually wrong. That's like your level of joke right there. Come on.
I appreciate it. Don't get me wrong. I appreciate it. Very much. So much, in fact, that we are going to go to GitaCam while we sort of rearrange the studio in a manner that satisfies me, and we'll get ready for the final match of Alliance Tournament 12 between Camel Empire and Nulli Secunda.
In Eve, the only thing worth more than ISK is trust. This October 4th in Amsterdam, Eve is real.
It's always pleasant to take a little stroll to Jeddah, don't you think? So I've got rid of CCP Rice by eating him. And now I've got a new desk of commentators that I like. Sir Squeebles, CCP Fuzzy, and Elise Randolph. Welcome. How are you feeling, Elise?
Kind of sad. Like, I'm a little Smith, I'm not gonna lie. But Nully played a great round, great match. And like, we weren't able to commentate on it, but we did talk about it after the fact. But the Nully Geddon pilot in the first match actually smart bombed the bombs off of him. And it was like completely all skill, no luck.
That is a super epic move.
Yeah.
It's not something I'd say it's like, it doesn't require the incredible Twitch skills to pull it off, but it requires so much presence of thought. You need to be able to realize, okay, I need to wait for this, I need to be ready for this, I need to time it under all that pressure when you're flying the flagship in a final day match in the AT.
If all those bombs hit, that flagship is about to die. Like that burst damage is impossible to get
And we saw that PL was able to do more damage to it through the reps after that.
Yeah.
So they probably would have killed it. And Just for Hungry just said, wait for it, wait for it. There we go.
And that's when I started crying. So.
And he was also the Paladin pilot that clutched victory from the jaws of almost defeat in a previous match. So that guy deserves a raise. Whenever they're paying him, they need to pay him more.
Well, he's going to have a lot of possible pay because now both those teams are getting either 25 or 50 of the
tournament ships.
Ships. So
yes.
It's a lot of bling to be handed out.
So PL land third place and gets 7 of each. 14 in total.
That's not too shabby.
That's not too shabby.
It's not bad. I mean,
you gotta take
it's
victories
not
where you
bad.
get them. But so we're on to the finals. The Camel Empire versus Nully Secunda. This is not something I thought.
This is
I
pretty epic. I think probably more people were expecting Camel to be in the final than were expecting Nully. Both of these two teams, like Camel was one that kind of had a pretty strong lock on the third most expected team. They got the third most bets on the betting sites. They were kind of considered to be a strong team because of that amazing performance in the last Neo. But not a lot of people were expecting them to do better than Hydra because they worked together and they expected that Hydra would have the stronger pilots.
Yeah, exactly.
And yeah, the making to the finals was probably a long shot bet. And then Nully was a team that a lot of people were kind of whispering amongst themselves, like, oh yeah, Nully's going to be good this year. Nully's like, they've got recruited some new pilots, they've got their old pilots. And but if you were to come to someone at the beginning of the tournament and say, Nully Camel final, they would
I don't think anyone would expect it. I'm sure there's like some betting statistics out there, and I really doubt anyone would have guessed that one, except for maybe some Nully pilots.
Yeah, well, the Camel Empire have banned out the Tenku and the Loki, while Nully banned out the Oneros and the Rattlesnake.
Wow.
We've seen Camel use those bands a lot, and Hydra use those bands a lot as well. It basically doesn't tell you a ton other than that this is something that they've been kind of continuously working through. It does mean that they don't want to face a Tinker. So like you just mentioned before, we were off camera, we talked a little bit about the bands, and it made you immediately think about the Proteus.
Yeah, so Nully had in one of their matches it's actually the match that they threw Hydra out of the into the losers bracket with, or the elimination bracket, I should say. They had a Shield Proteus Tinker with their flag Geddon that had a whole bunch of smart bombs and actually killed all of the Hydra drones. Yeah. So I think if we were just going to speculate onto what they're going to bring, that seems like the most obvious choice. Now, if they're going to bring it, it's, who knows? It's like so many layers of just messing with people and outthinking them and just straight going crazy. So I mean, so that's sort of what they're saying. Hey, we can take this. Wink, wink. But we know that Camel loves to fly these finesse damp teams, which really hate Marauders, and they don't necessarily do a lot of DPS. So they're sort of going back. They're using their previous bans to sort of help them in the meta. the late stage, which is really cool. Like when you think about all of the factors that play into it, like you have to ban specifically through your first match, preparing for your last match. And I'm not saying that that's exactly what they were thinking, but it's definitely working for them. And it could have been like one of their things that they did.
Yeah, and I think their early bans in their first few matches, I mean, Camel bans Varger Golem, and it looks like 3 matches. They banned the Golem in the 4th match. Like, I don't know if they predicted the current meta, but it wouldn't really tremendously surprise me. But I think it's interesting that it's left open now. So, but that sort of speaks to the evolution of the meta and just how unexpected, at least from where I was sitting, how unexpected the Marauder teams are.
Well, I think a lot of people thought they'd be okay. They definitely worked very well against a DAM team. So in the very beginning, I know a lot of people were expecting sort of this really strong DAM meta to emerge, and the obvious counter would be Marauders, and then after that, you would have a certain counter, like a Bomber team or something like that, to counter the Marauders. But the meta is, like, in the finals, has kind of like shifted all over the place. Like we saw DAMs fail horribly, we saw this high DPS team fail horribly, and so who knows what's going to happen. Like
we saw Helots versus Zealots.
Yeah, we saw Helots, and we also saw Vagabonds. Like, what's going on? This is bizarre world.
I just think we should get on with it. I think we should go for the finals of AT12. So Squeebles, who do you think is going to win?
I gotta say Nully.
You know what? With the momentum they've got going, I believe in Nully.
Yeah, I think Nully have this one in the bag. I think they're going to do it.
Nully, come on!
Another day.
Because of winning with broadswords and then winning with Dominic's. This was a very interesting match. I'm going to come back and look at this later.
Oh, no, he's so cool, but not very good.
Pilots of New Eden, this is the moment you have all been waiting for, the grand finals. I'm Apophany, and here with me is Bacchanalian. We are casting Camel Empire versus Nully Secunda. Back, tell us about these teams.
And what else would you expect after today's meta shift but 2 Marauder teams? Because that's exactly what we're looking at. Nully Secunda have come in with a Golem, Eos, 2 Ishtars, Vexor Navy Issue, and 3 Vexors, up against Camel Empire's take on it with a Paladin Eos, 3 Vexor Navies, 3 Vexors, and 2 Incursus. And what you and I have just been talking about here is considering these attack bars for Camel Empire is actually way out ahead of Nully's. That's actually incredible how much more damage they brought. Do you go for the Marauder? Do you go for the Lynx and then the Marauder straight away, or do you risk going down to this Marauder versus Marauder long game that we don't want to see?
Both Marauders can kill the rest of the enemy team. However, we have drone boats on either side. Those highs could be full of nukes to kill Marauders. But we will soon find out as the battle starts.
Looks like Nully's going sentries. Bouncer 2s across the board versus augmented hobgoblins and geckos all over the place. Some infiltrators as well.
That TP bonus on the Golem is so good. That Vexor Navy already taking a ton of damage.
On both sides, Vexor Navy Issues both taking a lot of damage, and really they're going to start trading ships here. It's exactly what you'd expect, and neither of them going for the Lynx, so they're both just going to try to clear off the smaller ships.
Ooh, there's a web on the Ishtar of Justice. That's going to make him a very easy target for the Camel Empire team. He's going to melt very quickly unless he's managed to burn away.
Look at how much damage that Golem does.
Vexor Navy already taking damage on the Camel
the target
team.
painters from the Golem, the massive volley. I imagine it's like they switched targets to a different Vexor AV issue, but you see webs on 2 of the Ishtars for Nully now, and this may be they just clear off all the ships and we look at 2 Marauders. This is incredible. Neither of them going for the Lynx yet.
Wow, I mean, Thaddeus going down. Vexor Navy, bit of split fire from Nully, but now it's 2 ships down for Nully, bringing a undermanned setup. This is not a good start for them. Looks like Camo will be losing another one of their Vexor Navies. The next target for Nully is another web dish. As those webs, they're getting caught. Those Incursus are doing so much work.
So I guess here's the next question is, can Camel Empire clear off the Nully support ships and by that I mean anything but the golem, before they lose their DPS, and thus be able to break the golem. We see another Vexor now webbed and taking immediately shield damage is gone. Vexor Navy issuing the shields of Lady Labia for Camel Empire team. The Camel Empire is significantly out ahead right now. It's 3 Vexors, Vexor Navy, and an Eos against Eos and 3 Vexors, plus the 2 Incursus for Camel. They're doing an amazing job with the tackling. That said, both the VNI and the Vexor look like they're going to go down at the same time. They're both about to bleed into structure here. Vexor deleted. Another volley on the Camel Empire. Vexor Navy should take him out as well.
It looks like just the act of having more ships on field for Camel means that as they trade, they're doing better. As well, you know, this tackle, as well as the paints, which are so important. Having something webbed means damage applies to it so well. The final Vexor Navy here of Camel dropping, you know, the Eos's web for Nully, the Vexor's web for Nully, target painter of the golem going onto the Vexor of Lord Anubis.
We should say that the targets that are webbed are also scrammed. Again, that's not showing up on the overview today, the UI, but it is showing up on my client here. That Eos into structure now. Ajax, he is down. So now Nully are left with 2 Vexors, one of which is tackled, and a golem against Paladin, Eos, 3 Vexors, 2 Incursus. Question is that enough to break the golem?
Camel are at a huge advantage here. If they can retain enough ships to break the golem, they will win this match. If they cannot, then we'll just have Marauder versus Marauder. I doubt very much one can break the other.
Here's something very smart. It looks like both these ships, and I guess they actually warped into this range. I say it's smart, but the golem is right on top of this Paladin here. So if the Paladin is actually fitting newts, that may be the deciding factor.
Yeah.
That may be the
either
difference.
one of them could be.
That's absolutely right. But that Eos now looks like he's going to go down before too long for Camel Empire. Meanwhile, Camel Empire have cleared off every ship of Nully team
we're just
besides
on
the golem.
Is
so
the
here
golem
comes the
smart
question.
bombing?
Here comes the question. I do not see smart bomb effects coming from this golem. He is now being neuted. So, there's a smart bomb. Smart bomb clearing drones right away. He waited to the last minute to see how many he could get on top of him before he does this. Will he clear enough?
The golem is being neuted by the Paladin.
Drones are exploding. Drones being pulled off of the golem now. Drones being pulled back. A lot of light drones. The augmented hobgoblins going down there. The geckos are sticking around. We still have some geckos on him, but every other drone pulled back.
It is going to take so long to kill those bonus geckos.
And meanwhile, that Eos is now into structure. The golem is going to keep picking through this team. There's 6.5 minutes left for this golem to just ignore the Paladin, tank, and kill everything.
Yeah, and I mean, the golem does have to be careful about running those smart bombs. He's running smart bombs, he's being neuted. He needs to run his tank. So much heavy cap modules means that with that new pressure, if he runs out of cap, he will lose. He
boundary
needs to clear
violation
the
there,
rest of the
perhaps?
team.
It looks like it. He was out at range, and he died. The Eos is actually 121. He's going to go out of boundary here before too long. Don't think it's going to matter. He's going to die anyway.
He's going to die anyway.
Just giving a kill Mel to CSP Veritas there. We have Vexors at 100. 2 of the Vexors at 100, 1 at 61, and an Incursus at 101. So all of them now, Vexor at 109. They need to be really careful here.
Yeah, I'm not completely sure why they're pulling range. I mean, the golem is going to be able to hit them, you know, wherever they are. They may as well just try keeping what damage they have on it, any modules they have on it. But it is essentially Paladin versus golem at this point.
The Vexor now also into armor again. That golem, meanwhile, he's taking quite a bit of damage. He's into about 1/3 shields, but boosting back up. He's boosting a good 15-20% of his shields back in one go here. Vexor now into structure.
I mean, look at the attack bars left this team. Camel Empire, you know, 3-4 times the attack bar of Nully Secunda,
and they're
but
not
they're both
breaking
applying the same amount.
And they're not breaking the golem. That's the thing. And the question really, again, becomes, is with the capacitor warfare from that Paladin enough to eventually wear down this golem? He has 5 minutes to apply those newts and his damage, whereas the golem has 5 minutes to survive. Wow, well, big volley onto Eshnala's Vexor there, and he is into armor, won't be long for this world now. Despite being at 111 kilometers, you just can't outrun the golem. It is, I'm not sure why they're at this range. Maybe it's just instinct, but you're not going to outrun these cruise missiles.
Oh, that golem is getting to worryingly low shield.
He is actually about to go to armor, another boost cycle, but 32% shield, 25. He's dropping awfully fast. Another big boost, so 45% shields. It's possible, but I don't know. With every ship that drops from the Camel Empire, it becomes less and less possible.
Yeah.
And there it goes, yet another boost. He's just pulling back. And the thing is, if he's cap injected, which presumably he will be, those golems have an enormous cargo bay. Marauders built for PvE originally. They have an enormous cargo bay for looting and the tractor beam bonus, but that means he's going to be able to carry a ton of cap boosters. Vexor of Eshnala now into structure. Strangely, the Vexor of Zabos now taking damage. I'm wondering if him sitting at 120 stopped taking damage. I wonder if perhaps there's already a volley missiles on its way to him, or if the golem can't hit him out there. But now the Vexor of Zabos at 122 taking damage, so presumably not the case. The golem going back to half shields again.
I find it very interesting that the golem isn't running its TP. That implies that he is worried about his cap to some extent. The cruise missiles still will hit those ships. The TP would help it massively.
And maybe that's the reason. Well, the golem dropping in really low shields again, but that would be the reason. Oh, it's a boundary violation from a Vexor. Really bad move from the Camel Empire there. We have Vexor Vashnalis still in structure. Golem about to go into armor, though. He's really having trouble running that tank. Those nukes might be having the trouble.
This is it. He needs another boost. He needs more cap. He's still firing, but missiles. He's now firing upon the Paladin itself, trying to force it to use its own cap, maybe turn off its guns, but it's going into half armor.
Yeah,
it's boosting back a little, but it's still not enough. Going into low armor.
Still has hardener effects, but you got to wonder if he's got multiple hardeners, there's some of them turning off because he's taking a ton of damage. Now, armor almost gone, almost into structure. If Camel figured out the answer to this Golem setup.
The Golem's
he's boosting, but doesn't even have the Paladin into armor yet. He's boosted quite a bit back. Maybe his cap injector was reloading there, shut off a bunch of his modules. He was able to reload, get a boost, and get the shields running again.
I mean, I still don't get why he's firing at that Paladin. Maybe I'm just stupid. He needs to clear these 2 final ships in order for him to get that tie-dye time to maybe think about taking out the Paladin or go to the draw.
The only thing I can think of is he can't hit those ships out at 121, but as far as I understand it, he should be able to.
His locking range should be fine.
Is he out of...
He's actually speed. He has speed now.
He's micro jump driving. He's MJDing. Will he survive long enough to do so, though? His hardeners appear to be off for a second. They're back
out of range of the Paladin nukes unless the Paladin nukes as
well.
well.
Will he survive? Will this go off?
Oh, he's in half structure. Here he goes. There's the bounce. There's the bounce.
Oh my god! Wow! Unbelievable move by that Golem. Incredibly ballsy to do that.
He's still being... There we go. There's the nukes, but he's on low shield. He needs a boost. He needs a boost. Come on. Humor. Boost, man!
Unreal.
He's going to low structure. And what percentage is he at? Oh, there's a boost. There's a boost.
What percentage structure is he in? That is 10%
He's in 10% structure.
10%
he has
structure.
2 minutes where he has to survive.
Now he can hit the Vexor. He MJ'd into a position. The Vexor taking huge damage. Is going to go through his structure. Right now, 2 minutes left. Vexor deleted. The Incursus is swapping sides of the arena.
Remember,
he's flying back toward the center.
There's a cooldown on MJDs. There's a cooldown on MJDs. The Incursus can fly to the opposite side of the arena. I don't know whether cruise missiles can go that far.
I mean, if he couldn't hit him at 121, which is presumably why he wasn't doing damage, and this Incursus goes to the other side of the arena, he won't get hit. He will be out of range if 121's far enough. Because right now he's at about 160.
Of the arena now.
Yeah, the Golem is 100 off the center beacon here, and then Incursus is 64 off right now. So he should be well out of range.
Yeah,
whoa, that Paladin's starting to take damage. Can the Golem break the tank on the Paladin?
I doubt that very much so. The Golem, huge rep to armor bonuses. Where is that rep cycle? He's probably just waiting a little bit longer. But with that Incursus down, the MJD, while saving in the match, has also lost the match. He cannot equal out the points. He cannot kill that Incursus.
1 minute,
he cannot kill the Paladin.
See another volley onto that Paladin. I presume we're going to see an armor rep here in a second. He doesn't want to waste his reps. The Golem, meanwhile, struggling. His shields are still going down. He must still be getting hit by it looks like Scorch, I think. Let me take a look at this Paladin. He is indeed firing Scorch. Purple lasers coming from him. That indicates the Scorch crystal's in there. Paladin now has rep, taking a little more damage, but there's no way the Golem's going to break him now. The only possibility is for this Incursus to make a mistake. Unlikely to happen. There was a Camel pilot who did that.
But he's sat 75k from the center. That's a good range from the edge. No need to worry. He's doing absolutely fine. And it looks like Camel will be taking this first game, putting them 2-0 in the Grand Final Series.
It's a really rough place for Nully to wind up, down 2 matches now because of the way that the bracket works. And that Golem actually taking enough damage that he might actually drop. We might see this match end before the 20 seconds expire. But a little more damage onto that Paladin now. Is this Golem just going to let himself die? Does he know he's lost the match? 1% shield, 10% structure. Another volley, and he is deleted. Game over. Nully are down 2-0 in the winners, or in the grand final, and Camel Empire now need 1 match of the next 3 to win the tournament.
3 in a row against Camel Empire.
Camel, who have dropped, I believe, 1 match in the entire tournament so far. Yep. Unreal performance from Camel. Very close match, and with that, we're going to go back to the desk.
All right, Space Chutney's primary.
My client just froze.
Support, take care of that, please.
I can't.
Everybody else stay on the Vexor. Space.
Lights is down.
Yep, Space Chutney's primary, followed by Captain Go.
Primary target.
Okay, Space Chutney's now primary.
Okay, Race about to go down. Rogon, you dead?
Space Chutney's primary, guys. Make sure it's on Space Chutney.
Loot the field, guys. Loot the field.
I think we couldn't have asked for a better start to this finals of 8T12. A lot of yelling, a lot of standing up, a lot of head swerving, and a few oohs and ahs, if I ever heard them.
Yeah, I mean, that was a match that had a lot of excitement in it. It actually, because of the fact that Camel had such a bigger attack bar, if it had gone down to a Marauder versus Marauder all through the tie-dye, there's a decent chance that this would have gotten to the end of that and Camel would have won on that. So that's another good reason for teams to always bring the most DPS possible, because you win tiebreakers with that. but yeah, I think very, very exciting match.
Yeah, that was fascinating. The plays, like the Golem was taking so much damage because he had to turn Bastion off so he could MJD away from the newts. Like the presence of mind to do that is pretty impressive. Unfortunately, it didn't really mean anything for him. But man,
they got him a Vexor kill.
It did get him that sweet Vexor kill, so he kind of nailed that one.
Also, surprise smart bombs. I like those.
Yeah, surprise smart bombs are good. They did kill most of the Vexor drones, so he was able to tank really well. But man, just two really tanky Marauder teams. Again, the meta is just shifting all over the place, and really nice actually kind of moves that. Like the bans we were talking about, like one team sort of feigned that they were taking a damp team to force them into that Marauder team. So yeah, that was really, Camel Empire in the last set of bans have been incredibly impressive. Like they're just outthinking everyone they play. They outthought PL, they outthought Nully on this one, and they're just at a certain level.
Yeah, I think Camel are showing that they're quite capable despite being labeled as sort of practice partners.
Well, we know who the practice partner is now at this point.
Yeah, that's true. We know who the practice partner is now. Who's wearing the pads?
But yeah, it was great piloting as well. The guys talked about it over there, but the frigate pilots for Camel did an excellent job. They got the hero tackles on all the primaries, made sure that they were webbed, they were dropping faster, and that was a big part of the reason that the trades were going so far in Camel's direction.
The commentators also pointed out that the Paladin burnt towards the Golem at the start, immediately.
Get with a new range.
Yeah.
And of course, Nully, like after Nully had got bombed by PL in one of their matches, I don't think they had the officer smart bombs on their Golem because you can't fit them. So they probably didn't want to have to be the beacon at 0. Like that's just like these subtle things that pilots do in the final is pretty great. Habitually, Nully take that team in at 0 on the beacon so they could hit everyone in the arena. This time they took it a little bit off the beacon at like 10 or something. So if Camel came in to bomb, they wouldn't be able to hit anything.
Let's bring up the results screen onto the stream. Do you think that it would have been a mistake to go not on 0?
No. I think that was a really good move, and the fact that they win at 0 so often and just change it up in the final is really clever. Unfortunately, it did not really work for them here.
No,
it didn't hurt them here, obviously, but it didn't really do anything good for them either.
Yeah, and the commentators mentioned, I mean, one very, very obvious difference between these two teams is Nully was more undermanned than Camel. We talk all the time about having more people generally yields a better result. Obviously, there are huge exceptions to that rule, Tinker being one, which typically necessitates you have fewer people in tankier ships. But those Incursus for the Camel Empire did a lot of work. I mean, they really did. They didn't have the Golem target painter to rely on to amplify their damage, so they had to have those webs and that tackle to make sure everything was applying. So I think it was really smart, and I think an unfortunate circumstance for Nully, as was already mentioned, is that when you have two Paladin-anchored teams with no logistics, in all likelihood, barring anything really strange happening, it's going to come down to those two Marauders. Nully didn't trade really favorably. They didn't clear off maybe as much as they would have wanted. They left that Golem a lot of work to do. And even if he had done it all, and he very nearly did do it all, he still would have had a Paladin to deal with. And if he couldn't break that Paladin, it'll come down to that attack bar tiebreaker. And I don't know. I feel like they were at an immediate disadvantage.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think like all credit should go to Camel Empire's bans on that one.
Yeah, I
because
agree.
they banned the Tinker, which usually means I'm going to take a damping finesse team.
Sure.
And so they took like the exact opposite of a damping finesse team. And Nully took, in fact, a counter that we saw earlier today, earlier in the tournament, like we saw it yesterday and the week before. It's sort of a team that PL popularized. It was like drop the drones and run using the Golem target painter, which is great against a damping finesse team. But nope, they just ran into a brick.
Yeah.
So really, really well thought out by Camel. And another thing, like, sorry to cut you off.
No, you're fine.
But the Camel piloting was also really amazing. Like, we saw the Vexors go out to the arena. We saw an Incursus fly out, but whatever. Even the even pros can do that, no fear. But they were going that far out so the target painter wouldn't actually hit them. So the target painter was in fall off. The golem probably had like 3 target painters. I'm sure we could pull up the mail in a bit. So you saw like how little damage the Vexers took just buying time for the Camel Empire team to pull out a win.
Yeah, and I think it's really important to understand on those teams like they're fielding. I mean, they're fielding a golem or a marauder of any sort as an anchor, and the rest is just pure aggression to make sure you eliminate anything that the golem or paladin can't finish off. So you go in expecting losses, which is not something that I feel like a lot of early theory crafting, like newer teams, understand. They love to take T2 logistics, and less of those T2 logi holes are showing up. We've seen some frigates thrown in for a little bit of sustain. But I think it's pretty amazing that you end up with the golem unbanned, and you see a golem, that's no shock, but that they would bring a paladin to put up against it, kind of knowing, like, okay, I think they're going to bring the golem, let's field something just as tanky, and especially with those newts to try and take the golem down, which, whatever the exact circumstances are, he definitely did, so.
Yeah, that was really great. And not to take anything away from Nelly's piloting, they piloted amazing. Like that one, like that juke right at the end where he escaped in structure, that would have been so clutch because he would have gotten away from the newts and he might have had enough time to burn down the paladin. But I mean, probably not. But that was his only chance.
Yeah, at that point, he just needed to go for the desperation.
Yeah. So it was really presence of mind there. And they've played how many matches today? Have Nelly played? Like this was their 4th or?
Yeah. So they played the best out of 3 first in the losers bracket, and then against PL, and now this is the 5th.
Okay, so they've been playing Eve all day, and they still have the presence of mind to make good decisions, even though I think they lost when the setups were shown.
Yeah. Was it Justice in the golem?
No, he was flying one of the Ishtars, I think.
Oh, taking a break from winning and yeah.
That's why they lost.
Yeah.
Has to be.
Again, it's one of those moments you have to reassess winning. When you MJD away from the person killing you in low structure, you might not have won the match, but you can still tweet #winning and nobody's going to correct you.
That's great. We already have the bans for the next match.
We make him do it fast.
Yes, there's no rest for the wicked in this situation. So again, Tango Loki from Camel Empire and Golem Rattlesnake from Nully.
Okay, so they're banning their own golem.
Yes.
And they're banning the Rattlesnake, but Camel Empire have the Rattlesnake as their flagship.
Yeah.
Yes. There are so many levels here. So Camel are banning what they banned last time, which reveals nothing. Camel can bring anything they want now. They're probably inside the head of Nully. So Nully's trying to get on the same footing as them. They're banning the flagship to say we're afraid of it, kind of enticing them to take their own flagship. So are they doing that because they're actually afraid of it, or are they doing that because they want to see it? Who knows? It's a mystery. But man, that is some next level banning.
We are in the finals after all. But yeah, these are the mind games that we've been talking about for the entire tournament so far. Now they really kick in. What does this mean? Why do Camel keep banning the Tango and the Loki?
Yeah, well, we saw PL do this in the last tournament when they actually won. They kept banning Dami Mollis. Like that's all they banned throughout the entire tournament into the finals. So you had no inclination as to what PL were bringing. And Camel Empire taking a page out of that book, maybe they just recognize it as a great tactic, and they're doing something very similar. So in the banning stage, which is incredibly, incredibly stressful, like I can't emphasize this enough, when you're in the banning stage, you're like losing hair, getting ulcers. Crying probably. Yeah. I mean, I've cried before, it's okay.
We give you a big flashing 60 that then starts counting down. What's going on? And then we give you a drop-down list that you have with every ship in Eve in it. Literally every ship, including ships that don't actually exist in the game.
Yeah, you can ban the Concord SWAT battleship if you want.
We actually we played around with that a little bit when we were just sort of hanging out and testing something and doing a practice match. And I realized when it's not actually happening that the text seems much bigger. I remember when the screen initially popped up, I'm like, why is this size 4 font and why am I sweating? It's really, I mean, it sounds like silly things, but you can't actually misclick and then hit a button and then suddenly your entire awesome strategy is like, guys, that's where you don't mention it on comms and hope nobody notices.
Mistakes may have been made.
Pretty much.
But yeah, I think Camel are just way above where Nully are right now. Obviously, they have 2 games up, and they only need 1 win. So they can
once upon a time, there was another team that was 2 games up in the final.
Very storied team.
So I wonder, the bans leave open a sort of interesting set of possibilities. I honestly think it pushes people more toward command ships. I think that's probably where Camel will go. They can still feel that flagship Rattlesnake, sure. The Paladin is open. I don't really expect Nully to grab for that. I don't think they've fielded one yet, and I feel like with how heavy the meta is favoring Marauders now, I feel like if you ban Rattlesnake, I don't know. Rattlesnakes are good sledgehammers for the Marauders, and they have the utility, the newts, the smart bombs, all that. I don't feel like they'll go that route. Everybody knows that Nully really likes the EOS. They really like drones. Camel's finesse setups haven't been as drone dependent. They've been gun based. I mean, you've seen a Minotaur setup with Gilas, which do have drones, but they've also, I think, done Astartes, or was it EOS's?
Hydra did the rail Astartes.
Okay, so presumably
they practice against
right.
it at least. Yeah.
So yeah, the tough part is now you're fighting Camel and Hydra. But yeah, I think I really do expect to see command ships this time. I expect to see a team that's a little bit better distributed, nothing like battleship based and top heavy. And I could be wrong, but if you're Camel, it seems like maybe now would be a good time to go back to a little bit more mobility.
We've seen Nully kind of go against PL and drop into these command ship and Gila teams and do very well because PL obviously wasn't expecting something like that. So that's definitely a possibility. The like Heretic Maulus support core is actually open, but of course that becomes super vulnerable if someone brings a Paladin or a Vargur. So there's a lot of different possibilities.
The commentators have ready for us the replay from the excellent website null-shack.com, and we're going to switch to that feed now, and they should be able to talk about it.
Okay, yeah, so the first thing to point out right away here, before I even start the replay, is every one of these ships on the Camel Empire is up to speed. This is 4 seconds into the match, and if you look at Nully Secunda, a couple of their ships aren't up to speed, and they're all pretty low. They just get up to speed. So this is reaction time from Camel right off the bat to get into the match, and then immediately watch this ship right here. The Paladin moving at almost 1,000 meters a second, burning straight in from the 30-kilometer warp in to get right on top of this golem. 1,200 now. You know, you can see the piloting difference right away. I think, to me, this makes the difference.
And even then, if you zoom back out, you know, we go and we see, like, look, at the very beginning of the Camel Emperor ships, they moved out, those incursions going around the sides, burning in, the Vexen navies, splitting up, getting into position, whereas the Nully team just kind of sat there, then they just kind of, oh, maybe we should be here, maybe we should be a bit here. Like Camel, just from a piloting perspective, won that match within the first 20 seconds.
Yeah, really, I think this is the difference between a good team and a great team, and Camel really showed their stuff here. So that's what we had.
Tournaments with a huge amount of practice. It's, I think, something that you can really easily underestimate if you haven't been part of a team before or talked to some team members. A lot of people watching might think, oh, well, this is just something that maybe these guys play their normal game and then show up here on the day. These teams are putting months and months of really, really significant practice into it.
Absolutely.
Just like heart, sweat, like blood and tears poured into this tournament. And the practice really shows. When you play matches in this kind of environment on the test server over and over and over again, then things start to just become a lot more second nature to you.
Yep, and that's a big differentiation between tournament PvP and like actual PvP on Tranquility. You can be like the best players on Tranquility, but when you go into the tournament setting, when you get transported to Job space on those like 12-on-12s, everything changes. Like there's an arena that you have to worry about, there's no reinforcements coming in, you know exactly what you're facing, you have to sort of guess in the first 5 seconds what's going to happen, and then you just have to execute. And man, when you saw the replay, you saw how well Camel executed on that one. And Nully sort of were caught a little bit off guard. Usually that team wants to split out with their Ishtars, but they were all really close together, and that allowed the Camel support wing to just tackle them in quick succession, which it's not like bad piloting from Nully, it's just they played so many matches, they're probably so like mentally drained from all this, because we saw something similar last year in the finals, like in the last final, it was like game 5, and Hydra did something similar. They didn't spread out as much as they usually do.
Expect them to, yeah.
And that's because they just played 3 games like 20 minutes apart, so you're like, oh man, I gotta go, oh geez, I'm tackled, this is the worst.
So there are a few things before we go on that I want to shout out, so to speak. There's a CSM town hall going on right now, which would be very pleasant to have on your other monitor.
Yeah, it's a good thing to have in another tab.
Yep, exactly, in another tab. It's good to know that it's there. Also, another thing that I want to point out is that EveNews24 have been running a sort of a feature spotlight on all of the tournament team captains that have been going through 8 to 12, and that's a very interesting thing to read. I encourage all of you to go there and read that. But don't shut us down. Like, this is where the action is. I don't care what others are doing. This is it. This is it.
There are trillions of ISK worth of prizes on the line here. Like trillions with a capital T. It's amazing.
I mean, the CSM might know a bunch of stuff that's coming, but they're all under NDA. And I could just like start blurting stuff out at any time. You never know. I might just like start talking about stuff we shouldn't talk about. I probably won't.
But you might.
You never know.
You never know. You never know. So now,
think about how sad you'd be if you missed that.
So now Nelly Secunda are one match away from being eliminated. Camel need to take one more game to secure this tournament. Is this the time where you break out your super secret stuff and try to go for the kill, or is this you just coast on?
I think you go for the kill if you're Camel. You have the advantage, you're well rested, you sort of have an advantage in the banning stage, you're in Nully's head right now. Nully are weak, you might as well just go for the kill shot. And
I agree.
What you don't do is try to win with the other guy's setup to get like the flourish on the kill, and then face plant with that and end up losing the next 3 matches.
Hubris will kill you.
That's
so
a bad call.
That's something that I'm sure Camel learned from Hydra last year, where they got a little bit cute with what they were doing and ended up paying for the price when they were up 3-0. But no, I think Camel just go for the kill here. Nully are clearly
on a back foot. I mean, they're tired. Camel has the big break that they were able to take to relax, to watch the matches without the pressure. I think this is the point where if you're Nully, you are like at the edge of your wits. But this is also the point where if Nully can pull this back, where it just makes it that much sweeter.
Yeah, that would be amazing. Like, my heart wants Nully to win just so we could see some more games, but I really think that they're just exhausted. Some of the pilots are probably thinking, you know what, we got seconds. The Hun teams and our Nully team has never really gotten this far. So, hey, you know, it's okay. They've been there before.
Well, the guys on Hun, they've come second now. They've got 2 silver medals.
Oh, yes. They got there in Alliance Tournament 10, yeah.
And in Alliance Tournament 4. Or 4 they won. 4 they won. So they got, they have gold and they have a silver.
Okay.
Some of those guys who have been around
But in the modern tournament
Mm-hmm.
era, which I consider to be Alliance Tournament 7 and onwards, they've gotten silver only once in Alliance Tournament 10.
I think if you're on Nully's team as well, part of the problem is that Camel has actually shown a fair number of setups. Like, they've busted out some of the secret stocks. They only made slight variants of stuff early. I mean, they did like Sleipnirs and Gilas, and then they ran Eos and Ishtars. So they ran some somewhat similar things. But they've also unveiled things like the Widow. They've shown the Stratios. They showed that really crazy speed-based Vexor Navy issue setup.
So I must say, Huns are really good at killing widows. I know firsthand. It is heartbreaking.
But I think that's tough on them, because now every time you think, okay, we can do this, we can use this comp, you have to very rapidly try and deconstruct these other teams. And I mean, they've done it while they watched the matches earlier, sure, but they haven't had time to practice against it. So it's even more mental anguish, I think, on the part of Nully, just because there are things that they know exist and they know why they work, but they haven't had time to come up with a counter. So now they have to take what they already had prepared before today ever started and try and square peg round hole for some of these Camel comps.
So a thought just entered my mind of both something that, you know, could be interesting to see, and also would be exactly what this the plot of this would be as a sports movie. So they banned out the Golem. We know that the Camel guys like to use damp teams. Another Marauder might be a decent option. We've seen a lot of very strong Marauder teams around. So one of the guys goes deep into a hangar, dusts off one of the Vargers from 2 years ago. Like one of the surviving Vargers from 2 years ago that still has that magic. And they bring out Vargers, or Varger.
Yeah, Varger is a giant killer, a giant slayer rather. But, I mean, it's just so hard. And having been in this situation before, like, we're able to analyze it a lot. But we don't have to get in chips, fit implants, make sure we're in the right thing, triple check that we're in the right thing, because being transported would be, like, heartbreaking.
Right.
So you don't have time to think it. Like, you could maybe have your captain start over-analyzing it, but you can't change your mind.
Right.
Like, once you have to, as soon as the bans are over, you have 5 minutes, basically, and then you have to make the decision and stick with it. Then you're in those ships, and you're just saying, did I make the right choice? Did
Yeah.
I make the right choice? For 20 minutes, you say, did I make the right choice? And you just start getting in your own head.
I want to show the prize ships that people get for going through these
flashy.
ordeals. And CCP Fossey made these.
Yes, I decided I wanted to make the trolliest ships possible. And it's about what do people not like to face off against? And it's drones and ECM. I was actually, before we redesigned the Grista stuff, I was going to give them sentry drones. But
So this is the Whiptail.
So this is an interceptor built by the Gristas. So it combines the missile damage of a crow with the and the bubble immunity of a crow with the drone damage of a worm.
That's great.
That is ridiculous.
And this is the Chameleon, which combines the jamming and cloaking of a falcon with the drone damage and missiles of a Gila.
And the first place team will get 25 of each.
Yes. So
The
they get 50 total ships.
Yeah. The second place team will get what, 14?
I can't remember right now.
I think it's 13.
A number that is less.
My magical tablet here of light and internet tells me it's 15.
15.
Oh, wow,
Okay. So it's definitely a step down from the past. And what we used to do was we gave 50 of the cruisers to the winners, 50 of the frigates to the second place team. And that, because the cruisers and frigates were often of similar value, meant that first and second kind of had the same prize, except for the pride.
Yeah.
So now there is actually a step down when it comes to total value. Although you're still getting a lot, 15 of each. You're getting 30 of these super amazing ships.
And I've already decided to call them the Chameleon. Or Chameleon.
Yeah, you can call it a chameleon.
Yeah. Chamelon. Chamelon, there we go. I like it.
Yeah.
I like that word.
I have a feeling we'll see it next year in the tournament.
They're great tournament ships. And the Chameleon even has like little wingy movie bits, just like the Gila has. So if you like really wingy movie bits, then you're all about these ships.
I wasn't sold until I saw the wingy movie
Yeah,
bits.
they're the
and then I
only
thought,
tournament ship with wingy movie bits, I think.
Yeah.
What super excites me about them is, I think I mentioned this on an earlier stream as well, we made a new version of the Gristas logo for them. Our art guys made, it's the Gristas bunny skull with XII, like engraved into it basically with like a,
That's awesome.
some kind of, I don't know, sharp thing.
Yeah, the Sharpie.
And it looks awesome. It's one of those, it's the kind of thing that the Gristas would make as their logo if they just want to like thumb it in the eye of everyone else, that they, like, we sponsored a tournament.
Yeah. That's like one of my favorite things about the tournament ships is like there's so much intricate detail that most people never see of just like which Alliance tournament they came from. So.
Definitely worth going through like the market and just like looking at them and opening them up in the viewer. You can see there's usually like panels of shiny metal with engravings on them. It's great.
Yeah, they're really, really
And
nice
moving
looking.
no-watts and wobbly bits.
Yeah.
Wobbly bits.
Have you never heard that?
No, I don't think I have.
It's glad that I expand your horizon.
Yeah, no, that's good.
So I'm told that the teams are already being moved into system. So I want you guys to start thinking, will Camel Empire simply close out the Alliance Tournament 12 here with a sweep?
My brain thinks so, but my heart wants this to be a full, like, 4 matches.
Exactly.
So I'm gonna go with my heart and like put my circle down for Nully.
Yeah. I'll be rooting for Nully as well. And I think like if we're gonna go crazy with the predictions, I think Nully will take their flagship team with the Shield Proteus, because it acts like a Tinker. And of course, if you think that's going to happen, which I'm sure Cam will think that will happen, they'll take their Widow team with the Atana, which actually acts like a Tinker. It doesn't look like one, but it actually is one because of how it tanks.
Tanks a lot more than you might expect.
Yeah, so it'll be a Tinker versus Tinker with an Atana, some Widows, and a Flaggeddon that's probably worth like 50 billion S.
Mr. Scribbles.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll go with that. That actually makes a lot of sense. And as much as I hate to see that set up again, it's really fun to look at.
Yeah, it's very pretty. But does it make too much sense? Like, is it too predictable? Like, that's where all the layers go crazy.
I think it is it's not a I want to use the word defensive. That's the first word that comes to mind, just because of the Atana. The Atana is so powerful. At this point, they've guaranteed themselves to make more money than they could possibly lose on an Atana. So to field a setup like that, to know that you're going to have that ECM interrupting, you can counter drones, you can counter a Tinker, you can counter so many things, that might be a safe setup. And it's so hard to kill. I mean, you saw PL went all in on that Atana with a fairly respectable amount of DPS and just nothing.
Yeah.
Not even a scratch on the paint job.
Which is a really nice.
All right, it got through shields.
It needs a buffing. Give me that at least.
All right, I will give you that.
The pilot, like, his drink spilled a little bit.
Yeah.
With some slight.
They were
nudging.
inconvenienced. That'll be the PL legacy.
Yeah.
We inconvenienced them. Hashtag second.
That's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
We've had a disconnection occurred while they were being moved into the system, so we still have some time.
So you're saying Nelly still has a chance?
I'm saying Nelly still has a chance. I'm going to say the same thing as Fossey, and like Nelly have a place in my heart now. They have absolutely demolished their way through this tournament.
Yeah.
Despite I don't think any one of us ever started counting, like circling them until the third or fourth weekend.
They drew the first blood from Hydra and they knocked out PL.
Yeah.
That's but when it comes to redefining winning,
that's
that's very high on the redefining.
That's what I mean.
list.
Is that right now there's two ways that they could be thinking really as a team. They could either think at worst we've got second place, like let's go all in, let's fly as best we can, but at least we've got second. Or they're still super stressed out, and that will set in like an hour from now. Yeah. I mean, there's the disappointment is going to set in. I mean, you know what I mean, right?
Yeah, I do.
But by the same token, I mean, that's a lot to celebrate. For a team like PL that has a legacy, it's harder to swallow because there's an expectation. Yeah. But for a group like Nully, where you've taken two groups and merged them, and then produced something insanely powerful and successful, no matter how it goes, and I hope it does go well for them, but no matter how it goes, eventually they're going to be very, very pleased about what they've done.
Yes, down the line. I think though, once you start thinking about, oh well, at least we've got second, then you're actually like putting yourself further on that road to losing.
Well, I agree.
Well, the mindset they need to be having right now is full on no, not believing. This needs to be like, you know why we lost that first match? It's so that this story will be so much better. That's the way they've got to be thinking. Right. It may or may not be true, and we can say that, but they can't say that.
Right. So I was just thinking about the last time that Huns got second is they beat PL. PL got third in that tournament, which we didn't realize until like years or a few months later.
Actually, we gave third prize to both teams.
Okay, well, we still got third.
You tied for third.
Yeah, we got it. Anyways, so they beat PL, and then they went on to lose in the finals because they had to use well, I guess they didn't really use much of their things, but they were so mentally fatigued and so worn out that they killed like a tournament dynasty, so to speak. And then they just didn't have anything left in the tank. So they had to do this to Hydra and to PL, just basically back-to-back on back-to-back days. Like, I don't know, like, do you have anything left in your, like, secret cache to pull out for this? Or does Camel know absolutely everything that you have?
You can just put Justice for Hungary in the flag get and hope that he smart bombs the whole other team. It's like, you, go.
Just put him in a big ship, and you're probably going to take the match. That's what I've learned today.
If they smart bomb their way to victory, I think I would have to take off my clothes in celebration. I was right this entire time. Here we go.
They need to give Justice for Hungary all the smart bombs.
Yes.
And then just say, improvise.
Yeah. He seems to be pretty good at it.
He does. He's a man of my heart. Now, with pulling out like smart bomb maneuvers. Whoever thought that a giant glowing ball of death would actually benefit from skill?
Successfully smart bombing off enough drones to like keep your flagship alive in a tournament match. That's right up there with the guy we saw earlier who like did the actual dodge at the edge of the arena, like the Matador.
That was great.
That should be called the Matador. Yeah.
That should be called the Matador.
You should get a medal of some sort for that.
Oh, Test Alliance. Working your way into all of our hearts and being talked about on the final day.
Yeah, by being terrible.
Honestly, no, they did pretty amazing.
Pretty amazing.
They did way better than expected. They got final 16. Yep. They, as far as like, there aren't very many
sweet prize.
There's not very many solid holding alliances at this level of the Alliance Tournament. I mean, you've got Nully in here. PL was in, and like when it comes to groups that are large and also can compete in the Alliance Tournament, there aren't a whole lot of them. And so Test can be very happy that they came final 16 and the Goons didn't even bother to try. They lose.
But enough of this talk. I grow tired.
Nice.
The teams are in space at the battle arena. We are ready to go into space. We have cast our votes. Our hearts say Nully, our minds say Camel. We don't know anything. Let's see if the commentators know anything.
And in intergalactic news, the Sanchez Nation wishes to expand its borders, and 9HXQ Tag G is one of its targets. They have set up a major base of operations in 3GD6 Tag 8 and are slowly destroying all opposition to their forces.
My nerds, welcome back to the casting desk with Apophany and Bacchanalian. We have a fantastic match. It is match point for Camel Empire. They have to win one more game, Nully have to win 3, and Nully have brought out the big guns. They've got Justice, the hero, in a Paladin, and their flagship Armageddon on field with their Proteus, Tinkerlogy, 2 Eos and 2 Jaguars.
The question becomes, is this the shield Proteus that we saw before? Camel Empire have responded with a double Eos Oneros, double Stratios, triple Vexor, double Mollis Malediction, and Tristan. It looks like most of the Camel team is warped in at 30 with their logistics and some of the support back at 50. Meanwhile, the entire Nully team is at 0. So the match will be underway in just about 10 seconds here, maybe 5 seconds to go. What do you think is going to happen here?
I think that it's going to be very, very difficult for the Camel to break the Proteus Logi if they lose any of their DPS early on, because the Proteus tanks so much. Immediately we have damps being spread across the Nully team. Obviously the Paladin won't be affected by that. It has Bastion, it has Eor immunity. Damps interestingly going on the Eos and the Armageddon, ignoring the Proteus, ignoring the 2 Jaguars.
So immediately up to speed for the Camel team. We have the Malediction already around behind the Nully team. Looks like damage applied right away to that Proteus, who is shield fit after all. He is boosting like crazy. The Oneros of Camel Empire taking quite a bit of damage, though.
Is taking damage. Yeah, it isn't wrapping yet. It's slowly churning through. At this rate, the Oneros will be able to tank. We'll have to see how the first cycles
Newt
go.
on that Proteus. Will that cause him some problems? That Oneros is about half armor, though.
Newt across all of the Nully Secunda team. Not sure where those are coming from. Those are going to be very difficult for Paladin to hold reps. That Oneros is getting down to half armor. Where's the reps? The damage is speeding up.
But that Proteus is going to drop. He's into low shields.
Ooh.
What's going to go first? The Proteus is still boosting, though.
But that Oneros is down into the bottom of his armor tank. It's Logi versus Logi. That Proteus is losing chunks of his armor.
Is losing armor.
The Oneros is nearly in structure. The Oneros is in structure. The Proteus is just holding fine.
Here's the thing. The half-armor Proteus, if the Proteus goes down, the Tinker falls apart much harder.
Why are they changing damage onto the Vexors? Finish the Oneros!
What is going on? Why are you doing this, guys? Come on, it must be, maybe it's the smart bombs from the Armageddon, perhaps, is doing that shield damage.
That Proteus is getting just
but
as low as the Oneros. The Oneros goes down.
What
First
happens
blood
now?
for Nully Secunda.
Does this Proteus manage to recover at some point? Are they able to shut down this DPS? They need to start plowing through these Vexors and Stratios very, very quickly. They lose their Proteus, they lose the match.
Such an armor tank. It's taken so long for them to chew through it. That has given Nully such an advantage, but they do have fewer ships. That can hardly kill.
That Newt pressure is really causing problems with this Proteus. He's not consistently boosting despite the Tinker capacitor. He's going a very long time without the boost. There's a boost, but you see he's taking more and more damage, and he's gone. He is off the field. The logistics is down. This Tinker is now extraordinarily vulnerable to a very high DPS team.
All Nully have to do now is kill enough DPS of Camel ships that their Paladin can finish up. They need to find out where the Newts are, where the big DPS is, take it off field so that their Paladin can finish the match for them.
I presume the Newts have to be coming from the Stratios and the Vexors. We've seen the Stratios do this before. They're a good tackle neuting platform. Now, looks like Camel
They're going for the Lynx. It's got a huge drone bait. It's got a great tank.
But at the same time, there's damage down on that Paladin. I wonder if they're going to blow up the Eos and then go straight for the Paladin. Because to me, that's the call. You need to blow up that Paladin while you still have enough DPS left on the field to do it. And Camel about to lose an Eos, however.
All those Newts from the Eos going on the Paladin already. He's going to be so struggling, so hard.
And meanwhile,
they need them
Eos
off
on
field.
Nully is also going into structure and also going down. Nully do have a lead here, but it's Camel have jumped them in points. But really, at this point, it's not about the points. It's about, can you kill that Paladin? Can Camel Empire break through that Paladin before they lose enough DPS that they're no longer able to? Because surely Camel Empire ships cannot tank the DPS with just their local tanks.
Camel do have a drone base set up. I'm not being smart bombs. That might be for cap reasons. He might not have them fit. There's a smart bomb. There's a smart bomb goes off. That is going to help him so much. Vexor drones so easy to smart bomb off compared to those of
Eos
larger ones.
and Lord Anubis Eos. So Eos on both sides into very low armor and going into structure. Both these look to be dropping very, very quickly, but both of them at almost the same time. It's amazing. I don't know if they're going to be able to break this Nully Paladin. That really does break the match. There are Newts left on the Camel Empire side. With every ship that drops,
so many
less
Newts left on the Paladin. This is going to be so hard. Looks like the flag Armageddon now is taking the brunt of the damage from the Camel Empire team. That's going to reduce a lot of Newt pressure off them. Let them continue running their Newts. That Eos now goes down for the Camel Empire. Those were the big Newting ships. But we see Newts coming off of the Vexors. We see Newts coming off the Stratios. All of them are very intelligent Newfit. They knew they'd likely see a Marauder, and they have come come
so
prepared.
Here's the question. Moving to the flagship Armageddon, are they taking out the flagship Armageddon knowing that Nully will not be able to bring it back in another match and then worrying about the Paladin? Or do they think that they can break this Paladin after the Armageddon goes down despite losing more DPS?
Well, part of the problem with the Armageddon is if the Armageddon nukes all their cruisers, they can't run their own nukes on the Paladin.
That is
It's
also
all about the CAF warfare. We've had
and
the damage
the
part of the
flagship
fight
is
the
down.
CAF
We have a
fight.
flagship down.
Whoa. That's going to be a shiny kill mill for us to look at later.
But not nearly as shiny as what the prizes Nully are going to go home with no matter what happens here. So now the damage, I think, is going to switch to this Paladin. Those Jaguars are probably going to just be able to kite around. But we have the first Stratios of Delika taking some damage now. Also some Vexers into armor. So I don't know where the Nully damage exactly is going at this moment.
Yeah, if the Jaguars can survive, which hopefully they should be able to do so, assuming they don't get tackled by the malediction of Tristan, Nully just need to kill enough ships such that their Paladin can survive,
Paladin
such that they get that point advantage.
Does
that
not
so
appear
point
to be
advantage.
firing his guns. This Paladin is taking so much cap pressure that he's just not shooting.
Whoa, Jaguar down, got caught, he got killed, bringing up Camel's advantage. Oh, and the MJD!
MJD is
from
going.
the Paladin.
Here we go, out
Here
of
he
Bastion.
goes. I'm surprised he had enough cap to do so. Looks like he's going to burn off, try and pick a few ships before the nukes get back on him. Let's see if
He's
where
taking
he
some
lands.
damage, but it looks like he's going to make the jump without much of an
If we
issue.
zoom out, let's see where the Paladin lands. He's going to land.
Oh, he'll be fine.
Yeah, we're all good.
He's right at the
Wait,
beacon.
has
so
he
not
been
to be-
scrammed? Has it been scrammed off?
It has been. It has been indeed. No, wait. There's no scram effect. They must have gotten a scram at some point, though. He's no longer got the MJD the cycle going.
That other Jaguar now taking a lot of damage from Nully. It's just going to be a Paladin left. And with all that nuke pressure on it, I cannot see the Paladin surviving.
No, it looks like the Paladin dropped back to 0 speed and gone back into Bastion mode. So knowing that he's not able to MJD, it looks like he's going to drop into Bastion, but he's still not firing his guns. This nuke pressure from Camel Empire is absolutely devastating to a Paladin, which needs a ton of capacitor to fire his lasers, and he's unable to do so right now. Smart bomb effect going off, so he does have some capacitor, but it's really not going to be enough.
Yeah, it does look like that Camel may be about to win Alliance Tournament 12.
Really incredible. 4 minutes left on the board. This Paladin is probably, I don't know, slowly breaking. He may go down here. The question is going to be, I mean, what kind of cap does he have? Does he have enough cap boosters to do anything
I can't
here?
imagine much. He's just using what cap he has at the moment. Looks like it's for smart bombs and for his Rapper. He's just stopped shooting his guns. He needs to get those drones off him. He needs to mitigate incoming DPS, so he needs to run his Rapper less so that he can just survive the cap.
You know, Camel Empire are doing a great job
it's
here.
Going into low armor now.
You keep seeing drones disappear from the field and come back. They're scooping their drones, redeploying in between cycles.
The entire tournament rests on the structure of a Paladin here.
But more and more drones going off the field, but the Paladin of Justice for Hungary now at half structure. If he doesn't get an armor rep cycle off very shortly, this will be it. Camel Empire have won Alliance Tournament 12.
And Camel Empire win Alliance Tournament 12.
An incredible run from Camel, sweeping the final. Just a fantastic, fantastic tournament and fantastic display from Camel Empire in the final match.
Camel Empire dropping one game throughout the entire tournament to Tuskers Empire in their best of 3. They have flown so well. Such a great understanding of the meta, how to counter it, how to get in the heads of their opponents, notably here with Nully Secunda. I'm amazed.
Absolutely incredible match. I think the desk is going to have a few comments to go back to here. But congratulations to Camel Empire, and congratulations to Nully Secunda, who also get a very fat wallet from the nice prizes they're getting too.
Camel Empire take home the championship of Alliance Tournament 12. They are the champions.
Spectacular performance.
Spectacular
all the way through.
performance.
I think we've made a lot of fun at a certain member of Camel for his way of measuring who are the best teams, but they found a better way of measuring the best teams.
Yeah,
so,
I'm winning.
Yep.
So, Nulli Secunda takes second place. Nobody suspected that, I have to say. At the start of this tournament, nobody suspected that. Well done, Nulli. You've earned a place in the Hall of Fame, our hearts, and the second place. Silver medalist, not bad.
You get silvers, it's okay.
Yeah. So, none of the sort of favorites, assumed favorites going into the tournament made it to
neither
the final
of the
day.
two most favorite teams did. Yeah. And that was, I mean, those made some of the real classic matches of this tournament. Watching Hydra get knocked down, watching PL get knocked down, these are matches that I think shocked everyone and were really great television.
And I think like the big players like PL and Hydra actually did have a bit of an effect on the final match because we saw Nulli, they couldn't pull out a new setup. They had to bring what they brought in the finals that they took to Hydra. That was their Proteus team. So Camel had seen that before, had prepared for it, had clearly prepared for it. They baited them into using it so perfectly, so flawlessly, and then they just crushed them. Like that was just amazingly well orchestrated on every level. They banned throughout the entire tournament. They banned throughout the finals match, and they got them into taking that setup. And then they swapped out the fittings on all of their Camel Empire setups to spread the newts. Then they spread the newts between every cruiser so that the Proteus couldn't get reps. They killed it.
Lots of medium newts with their faster cycling time. You can that's
the way you beat a Tinker.
Yeah.
And also, they knew the Smart Bomb was there, so all the Stratios and the Vexers had sentry drones. So just on every level, it was amazing.
Yeah.
People are going to be watching this match, I think, for a long time, just to evaluate what Camel did. And they're also pretty. We like them for providing us with a fat kill mill.
Yes, a very shiny flagship.
You finally
Good
get to
way
see the
end
flagship.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's killing is just a communication after all, and Nulli will be getting a kill mail from Camel this tournament. That's for sure. Do you guys have any further comments to add?
I just am super impressed by all the teams this year. I mean, I think throughout the tournament we spent a lot of time talking about the winner of different matches and how they won, and sometimes it implies that the other team lost the match, but there have been very few matches which have been lost. I mean, there have been some boundary violations, but these last 2 weekends, I feel like every match has been won, hard won, and it's awesome. I feel like there's some teams this year that really, really excited themselves again with the tournament, and probably are going to draw much bigger interest from their alliances as a whole, based on the fact they came in and put their names out there in a really, really cool way. So
Yeah, the quality of competition this year was crazy. Like all day yesterday, I was saying all those matches were championship quality matches, and they absolutely were. Like having so many really, really powerful teams that could win it all at any moment. It's so great for the tournament, and it's so great to watch.
Yeah. It's all of the matches today were like championship quality matches. Like these could all have been finals matches of Alliance tournaments.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, totally.
And it's great to see that the talent in tournaments is spreading out so much. Like a lot of teams are getting up to surpassing the levels that the previous champions have had. I know you mentioned like you take any of these guys and bring it back to 18-9 and they dominate.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's good to see. It means that like our community is getting better and better at this, and that's what we want to look for.
Yeah.
And now we've got a situation where you come into the next Neo, you come into the 13th Alliance tournament, and it's going to be really hard to predict who's going to win those.
Yeah, I think so. And with that, I would like to say congratulations to the Camel Empire for taking first place, bringing home 50 ships total of the prize ships.
Flinging outrageous.
Yeah. Earning a feather in their cap, or a cap in their feather. They can put a
feather
cap
in their cap and then another cap with another feather on that feather.
That's a lot of smug right there. But you guys earned it. Congratulations for winning. I'm CCP Gargant and have been. I enjoyed being the host for this tournament. I hope you guys enjoyed tuning in and watching us ramble on about serious business spaceships. Joining us here as commentators were the players Squeeples, Elise Randolph, Apothny, and Bacchanalian. Bacchanalian, Apothny, get in here.
It was a pleasure to be here, by the way. Like this was a great experience to see it from this side. I've been on the other side before, and man, this was really a lot of fun.
I do believe that we had a very, very handsome group of commentators this year. CCP Fossey and CCP Rice, also the people who were on camera commentating with them. And then we have the entire Rice is. He's shy.
he got eaten.
Oh yeah. Of course he's shy. I ate him.
Yeah,
So
that was really
and then
gruesome.
there's the
How could I
entire
forget?
tournament team that helps makes Alliance Tournament possible. Each and every year, we the team sort of volunteers their time and their weekends to do this, to man the machines that need everything to work. We have programmers who fix it when things go wrong. We have people who bring on graphics, cut to cameras, set up the studio, chaperone, volunteer, and generally do all of the hard work that needs to be done in this situation. And I want all of them to come out there from backstage. There's nothing to do there anymore.
Come on, Lottie bro.
Come on, Lottie bro.
Join in.
Lottie
bro.
Get in here. Put down the
camera will be fine.
Here you have your moving cameraman, CCP Lottie bro. I want all of you to remember these faces. We're still missing 2 of them though. Guys, get in here! Don't make me come in there and get you!
He will eat you.
Confirmed.
Men have been eaten before, they will be eaten again.
So we're missing the 2 directors who have been doing this very, very diligently for the last weekends. That's been CCP Arthur V and I think CCP Loki. I think that's the sound guy. And then CCP Jon Hadler was, Jon Hadler, and they've been assisting us with the sound. This has been great. Thank you all for tuning in for these last 4 weekends. What are you doing?
They're here in spirit.
Thank you all for tuning in for these 4 weekends. We will hopefully see you again in the next NEO and the Alliance Tournament 13. And until then, so long.
Oh,